We talk about Olympian versus Olympian. It's always a nice matchup, and this is a little California backdrop. And there's Julio Cesar Chavez walking him into crowd some of his time too now.
Well, Oscar
tries to move up in the marketing world.
Yeah, well, he's going to be a
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. It's champion versus champion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, wearing blue and red, and officially weighing 154 pounds. Since capturing Olympic gold in 1992, he now has a professional record of 34 victories, including 27 knockouts with only 2 defeats, and 6 world titles. From East Los Angeles, California, the 6-time world champion, the reigning, defending WBC Super Welterweight champion of the world, the Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white, and his official weight is also 154 pounds. His professional record, 22 victories with only 1 defeat, and 20 of his 22 victories are by knockout, and he has captured 2 world titles. From La Colonia Boxing, Oxnard, California, the 2-time world champion, the reigning, defending WBA junior middleweight champion of the world, the Aztec warrior, El Feroz Ferocious, Fernando Vargas.
So with the introductions complete, Joe Cortez will call him to the center, touch up the gloves, and clear the ring.
All right, gentlemen. We went over the rules of the dressing room. I expect a good, clean fight. I want good sportsmanlike conduct. Oscar, your cup is the trunks a little high here. The punches here are still good. Your trunks are okay here. Remember, guys, I want a clean fight. Obey my commands at all time. And remember, guys, I'm fair but firm. Touch him up.
Fair but firm. Joe Cortez always brings a smile to my face. A good pal. All right, so we're set to go. This is Oscar De La Hoya. And this, of course, is Fernando Vargas. A lot of anticipation for this fight, and the Mexican fans really are excited about this fight. So here we go. You know the book on Oscar. Great hand speed. He's got a lot of power. Vargas has great hand speed and great foot speed. Great determination and tremendous boxing skills. So both of these guys possess power, and they can both box. Let's see who gets going first. Couple of body shots by Oscar, looping right hand.
An interesting point made earlier about Oscar having a reach disadvantage for the first time that we've seen him in there. This could be interesting for him. A little bit of a different look.
You know, it's funny, Dave, we've talked about that, but in reality, the way he stands in his orthodox stance, but his right hand forward so much, you know, he kind of neutralizes that sort of a little lack of, and it's only an inch, and an inch doesn't really mean a heck of a lot, especially the way he stands. I've never seen a fighter quite like Oscar that, you know, has the left foot forward and his shoulder is so square with his left shoulder. But he's able to get off in that position with his right hand. The shot's downstairs.
And we've seen him in fights where he's had the 5-inch reach advantage and able to just pop out the jab and then operate behind it. Then against Ike Cortez, a different ball game for him there. Couldn't operate the same way, and he's going to have to be equally smart here against Vargas.
Yeah, Fernando's one of the taller guys he's fought as well, who's a half-inch shorter, but that half-inch doesn't make any difference because you see the way they both are down with their chins tucked and bend at the knees. So I mean, it's just negligible. And you hear the crowd going, Vargas, Vargas, Vargas. which is surprising. Usually it's Oscar. Vargas every once in a while will switch up and fight southpaw. We've seen Oscar do that in some recent fights too, but not as much. He's trying to give Oscar a different look. And he knocks him into the ropes. The ropes held him up. That should have been scored as a knockdown.
He got a break there.
Got a big break because he was being held up by the ropes. As Joe Cortez was standing behind Fernando, but the crowd really into this, especially the Vargas fans.
They're going to try to go to work on the body of Oscar. We don't see that often.
And Oscar sitting on the ropes. Boy, Vargas is coming to fight. He caught a real big break there, and again, I think it was more the position where Joe was that he didn't call that a knockdown. Now stands, boy, Vargas having a terrific first round here. Two hard left hooks. Oscar's been out, well over a year. The Belllands round number one. Certainly a Fernando Vargas round to get things going here.
A little bit later, ropes held him up there.
Absolutely. Here we go, round number two. It's academic because it's early. But if it's a very close fight, the scoring gets more than important. We keep remembering that round. Oscar certainly has to turn it up a notch because Fernando Vargas is filled with confidence now after a very, very good first round. Watch how quick Fernando's hands are. This kid is very quick. Don't forget, he's 5 years younger than Oscar, and Oscar's had a lot of tough fights, so at this beginning part of his career, it makes a big difference.
Well, Vargas is benefiting from De La Hoya being right in front of him. Oscar is going to have to change the angles on this fight here, make it a little bit of a different look for Vargas, because Vargas has won the early battle inside.
And Dave, it's the middle of September here in Las Vegas. Every place, actually.
Oh, what the heck?
He hasn't fought since a year ago, June, so are we seeing any ring rust here by Oscar?
Well, probably a little bit. I mean, he looks pretty fluid in how he's trying to do things, but where it really bothers a lot of guys is their confidence in terms of punch sequence and what do I put behind this and where's my rhythm. But I think the bigger problem for him is the strength of Vargas on the inside. We don't see De La Hoya getting pushed back in a straight line like we've seen thus far from Vargas. And now the angles are talking about.
Yeah. And that's what Oscar needs. Meanwhile, things are going pretty well for Fernando. As I say that, Oscar flips him a couple times, trying to get that jab pumping. Fernando pretty slick, when he gets inside, he'll step off that left shoulder and try to blast one to the rib of Oscar De La Hoya. And, the fact that he came out with Julio Cesar Chavez, this is a guy that made a living on borderline rib shots. So if he's been paying any attention to the films of his mentor, you can see why he's doing such a good job. He's got good balance in there. And look at the legs of Fernando, very heavy in the legs around the calf area. All that's power for a fighter. Is that an even round? I think Oscar's having a decent round here. I don't know if Vargas has done enough now in this round. Crowd coming to life every time Fernando does something right now. And that's unusual. But again, very, very big Mexican crowd here. And the Mexicans really love Fernando Vargas.
They put some good pressure on De La Hoya in round two. And there's a good right hand.
Get on.
Look at that head. You can see Joe says something to Fernando about the head. Belllands' second round, and Fernando making a statement here. All right, this is round number three. The Colonel Bob Sheridan here with Dave Bontempo in the white trunks with the trim of the Mexican flag is, of course, Fernando Vargas. And in the blue, black, and red, the trunks of Oscar De La Hoya. First couple of rounds, a very good first round for Vargas, and then Vargas tried to roughhouse it a bit, but I thought Oscar did just enough to capture the second round. But as Dave said, it could go either way, and nobody would argue. A stiff jab by Oscar. You see his thumb going to the outside as he comes in. Watch for that, folks. And that's from his left hand, so he's looking to throw the uppercut when he does that. And sometimes he gets back with a hook, and sometimes he tries to get the uppercut in there.
The adjustment that De La Hoya is trying to make here. Get the jab out and prevent that straight line work by Vargas. And Vargas, to get in tight, may have to do something else to get into punching range.
You know,
the jab his way in.
You're right, Dave. And you know, sometimes Vargas squares up almost like De La Hoya does, and he looks like he's fighting as a southpaw going right-hand leads, even though his left foot's out in front. Trying to get any piece of Oscar De La Hoya that he can. Both of these guys have good hand speed. Oscar up in the toes now, getting set up. We got to throw some more right hands. Vargas touches him up again. The crowd starts to chant again. They love Fernando. Jab getting through. Just touches him up again. Oscar parries a shot with his left hand. Fernando filled with concentration and a lot of power to the body that time. Misses the left hand. Slick movements there, Dave, that, you know, good defensive stuff by Oscar, too.
We talked about the fact that Vargas is not getting in automatically, and that left hook missing is testament to that. He needs to be closer before he launches that big shot. And he has to do what he's doing right here. Work his way in first, and then try to get the big shot off.
This thing is seesawing back and forth in this round. Right now, in this particular 15 seconds, it's Vargas. Maybe you missed, but Oscar can't sit in the ropes with this guy. This guy will tee up on you.
And now the difference, that left hook that was missing this time is getting in.
Vargas pops that head back of Oscar. This is a close round, but I'm leaning towards Fernando right now. And I expect, you know, when we take exception and we see it close, that the judges could be split on it. So it's a very close fight to this point. Was kind of controlling the round, and then all of a sudden that last 15 to 20 second flurry, Vargas sort of took it away. I put it down as even on my score sheet because I know perhaps the judges will respond. This is round number 4, Mandalay Bay Resort Casino here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Oscar De La Hoya with the red and blue, black, scoring some shots here now. Fernando Vargas facing you in the white. Reaching him, Oscar able to get away. Oscar hanging that left hand down below because he wanted to throw it low, and he did. Now you start to hear the cheers switch Oscar a little bit.
Right, because Vargas is not doing anything to get close like he did at the end of round 3. Basically took the first minute of the round, didn't do much.
They slowed down just a bit. Pretty good right hand and popped the left side of the head of Oscar De La Hoya off the hands of Fernando Vargas. Combination missed. Stiff jab there, counter stiff jab by Fernando Vargas. So back and forth it goes here in round number 4.
Difference in this round here, and De La Hoya keeping the stick out there.
Oh yeah.
And Vargas not getting the easy trip inside that he did at the end of round 3, and also he's missing a little bit more.
Well, you know, a lot of that's the defensive movement of Oscar De La Hoya. They don't talk a lot about him and his footwork, but he has a lot of really fine footwork, and now he's having a good round now with a minute to go. And Oscar looking pretty good, maybe his best round of the fight so far. And a lot of that has to do, as Dave said, by the stick, the jab. Fernando misses his big shot for the uppercut. The jab has found a home for Oscar in this round. Fernando misses with the left and was short with the right hand. Downstairs, Oscar's able to get away. Side-to-side movement by Oscar, making it difficult for Fernando. When he sets up right in front of him, Fernando will come right in on him.
And now, because he's moving, Vargas has to reload. Gets close, either misses or hesitates and then reloads. So the footwork of De La Hoya here made it for him the easiest round of the fight so far.
Yeah, if he keeps up this footwork, it's going to be tough for Fernando. The bell ends the 4th round, and that's a good De La Hoya round. You see IBA titles all on the line at 154 pounds. Oscar holds 1, Fernando holds 2. Who holds 3 when this is over?
Now we're at an interesting point to see if what De La Hoya did in the last round becomes a permanent factor in this fight. Did he find the key to victory in what he did last round, or can Vargas take that away? We're going to find out a lot about that now.
No, in the first 10 seconds of the round, immediately Vargas looked stronger, and then Oscar came back in the next about 15 seconds. So both guys have shown well here in round number 5. Great right hand gets through. Left hook, right hand glances the ear. There's 3-4 jabs in a row, 1 lands. That one, nice hook. And Fernando says, come and get it. He felt that sneaky right hand lead. But you can just see the determination in the face of Fernando Vargas. Sliding around to his left.
He got that right hand in as a lead punch. Good move there for Vargas.
Vargas is a very good fighter against another very good fighter. A bit of blood trickling from the nose of Oscar De La Hoya. He wipes it away. Not between them here either, Dave.
No, with Vargas coming straight at De La Hoya. We've seen a lot less in this round of the movement that Oscar De La Hoya had in round 4.
Yeah, the 4th round with his movement here was much better. And now you see Vargas coming in pretty good here with a little over a minute to go in the 5th round. Now, this has changed around now from a De La Hoya round to maybe a Vargas round. Goes with the right hand lead again, slapping sort of left, but it got Oscar to back off. Oscar comes in with a jab of his own. Stiff jab by Fernando Vargas. Oscar doing a nice job of that footwork again, avoiding some wild shots by Fernando Vargas. Vargas did catch him on the hook and then just bounced him off the forehead. Nothing damage there at all. Fernando loves to turn that thumb to the outside and work with the uppercuts on the inside. Hasn't really caught Oscar flush yet. 25 seconds to go in this 5th round. Chris right-handed.
Good 2-punch combination there for Vargas, and again, he's got De La Hoya right in front of him, and he's maximized on that this round. He's taken full advantage stylistically of what Oscar De La Hoya has given him in this round.
Yeah, he's taking this round away from Oscar right now. Now there's Oscar downstairs, upstairs again. The bell ends the 5th round, and then, you know, there's starting to be a lot of close rounds. The 4th round very close, the 5th round close. The 3rd round, I couldn't even give you an idea who won that one.
This round right here, I want you to throw some body shot. He threw all his punches this round. Now you run your punches off this round, okay?
Come on, baby. Wake up, baby. Come on.
Run your punches off this round, okay?
Smart. Don't let too much on the ropes, huh?
Stay off the ropes now, okay?
Take
you let him punch for a while. Now you start working his body, take some of the starch out of him, okay?
And from the beginning, Vargas has been on top of De La Hoya. No knockdown called there. Putting the pressure on throughout the fight. Straight on through. Just a little recap of some of the action.
Yeah. Here we are back now in round number 6. By the way, after 5 rounds, unofficially I have it scored 46-46. The difference is that, again, Joe didn't call it a knockdown in the 1st round. And I have an idea that his positioning was not quite right in that he was behind Vargas. And by the time he got around, Oscar was off the rope. So maybe he didn't see him as clearly as we did. De La Hoya to the left of your screen. Vargas with his back to you now. Very close fight, to my way of thinking. The third and fourth rounds especially. They gave Vargas the fifth round. They gave Vargas the first round and Oscar the second round. 3 and 4 too close really to call.
Vargas has to be happy about how this fight is unfolded stylistically. He has had De La Hoya in front of him, maybe more than he thought he would, because we've seen a lot of movement from De La Hoya in other fights. And yet here, he has been in front of Vargas. I don't think Vargas can win a fight if De La Hoya is moving laterally and boxing and showing the angles. Vargas has to have De La Hoya in front of him.
Now the other thing he's got to be careful is that at no time does he let his guard down, because Oscar still has a lot of power. I mean, Oscar's got 27 knockouts and 34 victories, and in 22 wins. Vargas has 20 knockouts, so he can bang too. So there's a little bit of respect for both guys. The blood around the face of Oscar De La Hoya. I think it's coming from the left nostril of Oscar. In spite of the fact people say it doesn't mean anything, it gives the opponent a nice feeling when you see the blood coming down the face of the guy you're fighting.
It's a nice little springboard.
I like to wear red ties and things when the blood's flying. 50 seconds to go in the 6th round. It's a tough fight for both guys. It's another very close round. Steve, right strike that time by Oscar De La Hoya.
He's cut Vargas. Starting to slice him up a little bit around the nose here.
Look in between rounds to see exactly where these are, because blood's coming from the nostrils of both guys.
De La Hoya's jab is getting through in this round.
I can't tell, Dave, whether Vargas is cut underneath that eye or is it coming out of his nose. There's blood all over his face. We will soon know. This is turning into a decent round for Oscar now. Every time you say second, there's the bell. Right at the bell. He was in the process of throwing, so nothing illegal there. Let's see. But close. Well, here we go. This is the 7th round. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada. A couple of points separating the two fighters, but again, as I look down to try and give you an indication of how I see the fight going, there's been a couple of rounds that are really too close for me to score. So as we progress through here, unless there's real definitive rounds, I'm going to have to leave this in the hands of the judges. It's just too close in each round because guys are seesawing. They'll fight for 10 or 15 seconds, and one guy will do something well, and the other guy will do something well. And by the way, Dave, I love this fight.
Yeah, it's really helpful for the style of the fight that De La Hoya has spent enough time in front of Vargas that we have good trench warfare, because Vargas will hunt you down, and that's his way of fighting.
Fights like this are great for boxing. Many people say, boy, there are no great fights in the ring. Couldn't even look at this. Vargas catches him a couple times again. Guys have almost the exact same height, almost the exact same reach, so there's no advantage there. Just the angles they're getting. Oscar has a tendency to hold that right hand high for southpaw fighter and does a lot of catching with it and parrying punches away. And Vargas has shown a little bit of that style himself in the early rounds. And as talking to Julio Cesar Chavez, he's certainly learned to throw some really nice body shots in this fight, and it's close.
What Vargas needs to do, we've seen flashes of it, I'm not seeing as much of it here, is work himself close to De La Hoya and then unload. We're seeing a little bit of impatience with him, letting the punches go from a distance when he wants to just let it happen. And he's helping Oscar line up his shots.
Now Oscar's having a very good 7th round because he's landed some hard shots as the blood trickles from the right cheek of Oscar has landed some heavy blows here. Fernando's still good with the jab, but he's got to throw more right hands. That blood trickling down the right cheek. Makes a miss. A little tentative. See, when he goes to throw the right hand, he feints instead of just letting it go. He's got to let his hands go. You know, Oscar's very fluid right now. Up with the toes, jab in the face.
But Vargas can't just let his hands go because he's not confident of where his position is.
Well, that's true. That's, again, when we're evaluating, a lot easier to evaluate than execute. There's the bell. Joe Cortez getting in there immediately to make sure no punches land after the bell. That's a De La Hoya round for sure. Right now, as you see the beautiful nighttime vision of the Las Vegas Strip, I've got it 67-64 in favor of Oscar De La Hoya, but don't forget the very close rounds we had. This is round number 8. It could be closer, it may not be. Who knows? Oscar seemed to have turned up a notch in the last couple of rounds, though. Vargas had some real good rounds early. Nobody's been down. Vargas was cut by the under the left eye back in the 6th round. Oscar got a bloody nose in the 5th, and that's on and off. Look at these jabs in the face of Fernando now. See any signs of Fernando wilting with the pressure that Oscar's putting on him?
De La Hoya sensing signs of vulnerability here. He's getting closer, double jabbing. He's in more of a kill zone position here. Look how close he's getting before he fires his punches.
Joe Cortez says keep the punches up. And he loves to throw that punch again, as I say, with the thumb turned out in front of the uppercut. But each time he's thrown it, he really hasn't landed it definitively. And in that last occasion, it was a borderline shot. Although Joe said at the start of the fight that Oscar's pants were a little hot.
You get the sense in watching De La Hoya advance that he believes he's seen everything that Vargas has. And now he's getting closer and feels confident about taking more things away. He's getting off first, he's closer, and he's punching more in combination.
Yeah, blocking punches. He seems to have much more confidence, and Vargas is not throwing as much as he was by any way, shape, or manner now. He's up on his toes, he's in great physical condition, but he's not letting the hands go, and Oscar is. About a minute to go here in the 8th round. This is another good round so far for Oscar De La Hoya. It's funny the way the fans swung back and forth in this fight. Chopping right hand by Oscar.
Probably the same fans, too. Sometimes they've got it covered.
These are two nice guys, so it's hard to root for one or the other. Probably know Oscar a little bit better than Fernando, but I know Fernando well. I'd like to see them both do well. Nice left hooks, but it doesn't ship Oscar. Oscar almost invites him to throw the right hand. If he throws that right hand and reaches, Oscar wants to do just that. Counter with his right hand. And that's what he's inviting Fernando to do that, but Fernando goes with a left hand. And look at those jabs holding him back. This is a terrific round of action for Oscar De La Hoya.
The triple jab, it's a good indication of where he is right now.
And the right hand will just about end this round. As the bell ending at the 8th round, the 9, the Colonel Bob Sheridan here with Dave Bontempo. We hope wherever you're watching around the world that you're enjoying this one. Oscar De La Hoya slightly out in front in this fight. The red and blue trunks and the white trunks is Fernando Vargas. Both of them are champions. Over 50 wins combined. In fact, 56. And only 3 losses combined. Vargas.
He expended a lot in the last
Yeah,
round.
he did. And that's why Vargas is one of the reasons Vargas is able to do what he's doing here in the 9th round. But this fight is close. Vargas needs the round more than does Oscar, I would say. And so far, with a little over 2 minutes gone, he's out in front. He doesn't want to let this round slip by him, so we better keep the pressure on Oscar. Oscar short with his punches. Slipped a little bit on that paint that's on the logo on the center of the ring. Vargas having a terrific round here. As I say that, Oscar gets a couple of jabs back. 19, 18 seconds to go in this round. It's been a real good round for Vargas.
De La Hoya took the round off a little bit.
You see that he nails him with a shot. That's about the biggest shot that he landed, and I don't think enough shots have landed as the bell ends the 9th round of this scheduled 12-round affair. They're saying, keep those punches from the outside now. All you got to do is box him. Not bad instructions, but I know Oscar De La Hoya, and that isn't what he will do. The nature of the fighter is to come forward and fight. Fernando Vargas trying to pick up where he left off in the 9th round and see if he can put together a good 10th round. Instead, you see what happens to him. His head gets banged back. Oscar downstairs misses. And Fernando is filled with enthusiasm again, Dave.
And if Oscar wants to take a chance here, he can stand firm and catch Vargas with a hook or uppercut on the way in, because Vargas is predictable to him. He's coming right at him. He's hungry. He needs the inside fight. De La Hoya can plant and catch him on the way in.
And Fernando is not as patient as he once was in the fight, and he's missing a lot more as the fatigue steps in. I don't know, it looks like Fernando's a little bit more fatigued in this round because he put out a lot of energy in winning the last round.
The flip-flop of the round before.
Yeah. De La Hoya seems to have more win in this round, although he hasn't landed too many punches, as I say that. Fernando nails him with the right hand. Midway portion of the 10th. This is, of course, is scheduled for 12 rounds. Championship distance. They slowed down just a bit, not for the fighters. They're working as hard as they can. Jab, left hand. Fernando hit Oscar with a decent hook that time.
Coming straight in. Oscar has been moving laterally often. There was one time when he didn't, and he got caught. And he got caught coming straight back with the Vargas uppercut.
And that's a punch that Vargas has been trying to land throughout the course of the fight. He only able to do it about 3 times. Oscar slightly outboxing in this round. 44 seconds to go. Jab in the face of Vargas. Oscar bleeding from the left nostril. Those who did a great job in the going back to Fernando Vargas back to the 6th round. He was cutting underneath the left eye. 15 seconds to go in the 10th round. Both guys fatigued. Both guys have put out a lot of energy in this round. Vargas rocked a little bit. And Oscar knows that he hurt him. Look at him going to his corner. Well, I was about to say it's a pretty even round, but I think you go to Oscar De La Hoya because this is the hurt business. He hurt him.
Bell can't save you, but it can be divine intervention, and it was there for Vargas.
Okay? How we doing here, buddy? All right, I'm here to protect you, my man. I'm not taking unnecessary punishment.
Muy bien, muy bien, muy bien, Fernando.
Finish him off, man. Finish him off. Finish him off, man. Left hook out, man. Just be smart. Don't get wide, huh? Don't be wide. Everything nice and tight. Welcome down. Huh?
And here is end of the round. De La Hoya able to hurt Vargas. 3 to the body, Good hook to the head. Joe Cortez warning Vargas between rounds here. I'm not going to let you take too much punishment. So in a sense, final warning for Fernando Vargas.
Well, I don't think Fernando can recover in between rounds there because he was really out on his feet at the end of the 10th round. This is round number 11. Let's see if Oscar can keep it going here now. As this could be close enough, but it could be a problem in his judgment at the end of this fight if he doesn't have a couple of real definitive rounds here now to close this thing out. Oscar does look fresher, and no question he's fresher of the two. Look how heavy Fernando Vargas's heels are and how heavy his legs look right now, even when he tries to bounce. Having trouble reaching Oscar De La Hoya.
De La Hoya can keep his left hand out, and Vargas can't even punch his way through because he is so tired. De La Hoya knows that Vargas is coming straight at him, and he might be able to catch him as he did at the end of the last round.
It's a big shot that put him back on his heels, and his legs are really gone. You see those knees weaving in and out. You can barely stand up.
Had that happened a minute earlier, the fight would not have gotten to the end of the round.
Joe Cortez has the other. Drops! Fernando Vargas goes down. The count's up to 3 and 4 and 5. Now the question is, how much longer will Joe Cortez let it go? He looks into his eyes. Very veteran guy. You see the blood all over the face. He won't let him take too much more. Oscar trying to load up and finish this thing definitively. No punches being thrown by Fernando Vargas. Clean shots being landed by Oscar. And this is going to be about it as he was back on his heels. Blasting away. Joe can stop at any time now. And he does. It's all over.
And he knows how to finish it. Oscar De La Hoya catching Vargas with the left hook. It happens early enough in the 11th. Huge hook right there with Vargas unable to stop Oscar from loading up with the big shot. Same type of scenario that existed at the end of the 10th. De La Hoya loads up and he knows that that's the beginning of the end. Gets everything into it.
Wow.
And then, like the Predator, you just keep putting the pressure on and give the referee a reason to stop. Keep those punches coming in. In this case, the cards and letters. And Joe Cortez has seen enough. Steps in, and Oscar De La Hoya emphatically finishes.
Well, he unifies the titles. Watch Joe watching. There's one really solid shot, then a second solid shot. A third one. Now he wants to stop it, and he does. What a finish for Oscar De La Hoya.
Okay. At this point, he knows all he has to do is pour the pressure on. Vargas can't stop him. And the head snapping back, that is what brings Joe Cortez into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, here at the Mandalay Bay, before we announce the official time, a round of applause for two great champions that came here to face each other tonight, Fernando Vargas and Oscar De La Hoya. The end comes at 48 seconds of round number 11. The winner by knockout victory, and now the unified champion from East LA, the Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the stars of Star Power. Fighting out of the red corner, wearing black with orange, official weight 146 1/2 pounds. A perfect professional record. 41 fights, 41 victories, including 25 knockouts, and he has captured 6 world titles in 5 divisions. From Grand Rapids, Michigan, the former junior lightweight world champion, former lightweight world champion, former super lightweight world champion, former 2-time welterweight world champion, and former super welterweight champion of the world, the undefeated Floyd Money Mayweather. And fighting out of the blue corner, wearing silver with red, officially weighing in also at 147 pounds, a professional record consisting of 29 victories, including 22 knockouts with 2 defeats and 2 bouts even. His KO to victory ratio is among the highest in boxing history among welterweight champions. From Ventura, California, the reigning, defending WBC welterweight champion of the world, Vicious Victor Ortiz.
Well, Dave, you can certainly feel the electricity in the crowd. There's been a lot of anticipation for this one. It's funny that most people say that Victor Ortiz is the bigger of the two guys.
All right, gentlemen, we went over the rules in the dressing room.
Actually had
I expect a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all time. Watch out for the heads inside. Give me good sportsmanlike conduct. Remember, guys, I'm fair but I'm firm. Touch him up.
Well, Ortiz weighed a half-pound heavier. 147 versus 146 and a half.
The officials are ready. The fighters are ready. From the MGM Grand of Las Vegas, let's get ready to rumble!
Michael Buffer kind of forgot his signature. And in the end, he said, wait a minute, I can do my thing here. Here we go, round 1, Floyd Mayweather Jr. in the black and orange, and in the silver trunks that look white on the screen with the colors of the Mexican flag and the American flag on the left side of his leg is Victor Ortiz. Jab getting through there by Mayweather right away here. A little tentative is Ortiz, who needs to put pressure on him.
One of the things you watch for with Mayweather is that sneaky right hand in the first round of fights. He can throw it like a right hand lead as if he were a lefty. And he can also make you miss and then turn quickly and make you pay.
And I'll tell you, with all the talk about his age, I mean, that shows you right there. The sneaky right hand, he turned it over. He still has the hand speed. Another right hand pops off the face of Ortiz. Ortiz catches him back. Now he tries to muscle Mayweather back, and Mayweather won't move. Ortiz came, as you see, he's a southpaw. His power is in his left hand. Oh, man.
There's that right hand lead by Mayweather, perfect against the lefty. And what you watch with him, when you measure punching power, is a guy that's like a 7 on a scale of 10, but he hits you with a ton of 7s in the course of a fight.
And that's what he means by breaking guys down. There's one thing that's clear to me at 34 years of age, he hasn't lost a heck of a lot in terms of speed. And it's significantly different from Ortiz. Ortiz is more of a power guy, yet the power punches in this round have been landed by Floyd Mayweather Jr., who's the challenger here.
Well, Ortiz needs a cooperating style in order to get inside and put his opponent down. He had it against Berto. Will he have it here? Different story.
And he was down twice against Berto himself, but many people think that that could be the fight of the year. It certainly was a great fight. But this is a different kettle of fish. Berto, while a wonderful fighter, is not in the same league, nor many other fighters, with Floyd Mayweather Jr. For all of the said negative about him, he is a great fighter.
And he goes the right hand lead again after the shoulder roll he shows.
And that's there all night for him, and he knows it, and that's his power shot. Where the left hand lead for the southpaw would do the same thing. No problem so far with the guys stepping on each other's feet.
Interesting thing about Mayweather is, regardless of whether it's righty or lefty, he throws the right hand at a time when you think he's going to throw the jab. That's one of the things that makes him so effective.
And he's landed it about 4 or 5 times in this first round and has won the first round. Some night of boxing is so far. A lot of anticipation for this fight. Ortiz really didn't open up in the first round because he couldn't. He can't box with this guy, Dave. He's got to try to muscle this guy as best he can. He can't box with him.
So what he's going to try to do is bob and weave, work the way inside, cover up on the way, and then try to do damage to the body once he gets close in his perfect game plan. But Mayweather, with his reach, with his anticipation, look, here's the right hand greeting him on the way in when you thought a jab might be the shot there. He is so instinctive. And there's the defensive move by Mayweather. And if we get numbers throughout the course of this fight, it will be quite telling to see what Ortiz gets in. Most Mayweather opponents are less than 20%.
Well, so far, he's going to be under that.
Yep.
And the southpaw style with Floyd's right hand is no problem at all for him. But you know, Ortiz looks tentative to me right now. And this isn't the way he wants to fight this fight.
Well, you know, the big stage, it's in front of him now.
But you know, Dave, for a professional athlete, the big stage is coming in and maybe the first round. Once you're a professional athlete, whether it's the first pitch in baseball or the kickoff of the football or they drop the puck in hockey or in this case, the fight starts, you don't feel that kind of pressure anymore. You're an athlete and you're trying to, in the case of Ortiz, retain the title and Mayweather sort of picking him apart.
Different fighters have a different tentative aspect to it, and they need something to get them going, which Ortiz is trying to open up a little bit now and muscle Mayweather and rub heads with him, etc. But when he came out here, he's looking at something that is a sight he hasn't seen before. He's getting hit with shots he hasn't been hit with before. And it's taking him some time to adjust, but he did land a nice left hand.
And every time he does anything, the crowd explodes here at the MGM Grand Garden Arena. The Mexican Independence Day weekend is huge here in Nevada. And so the Mexicans are out here rooting like mad for Victor Ortiz. Chopping right hand by Mayweather. Another right hand by Mayweather. And another one.
Every time he does that, Ortiz has to reload. And he gets slow, and Mayweather chops him again.
And you see how quick he grabbed onto him and prevented him.
Mayweather backed off a shot coming to him and then landed a right hand.
You know, he protects himself a lot defensively with his left elbow when he throws that right hand, so he's very hard to counter him because he's so fast. 2 in the books, 2 for Mayweather.
Good sniping shot. He got a lot on it. That's the 7 I was talking about.
Well, I'll tell you this as we go to round number 3. Ortiz has got to be throwing when he comes into the zone, or he's going to get counted to death tonight with that right hand of Floyd Mayweather Jr. Mayweather is doing about what he wants to do in this fight so far. And we're in the early rounds. He said that he would take him to school in the early rounds and then really start to beat him up in the later rounds and then knock him out. Ortiz, a nice heavy left hand downstairs. And look, an immediate counter left cross by, left hook I should say, by the right-handed fighter Mayweather, with some decent power on it that shift the balance of Victor Ortiz.
Look at Mayweather cut off the ring so nicely here, then trying to get out one step to the side.
Now he doesn't chase, he does it exactly right. This guy's a master boxer.
Slowly use the angles, make it smaller. He took one there, but he had good things set up.
There's more of the defense where he has those elbows and hands up high, and Ortiz lashed out with a good right hand and left hand, and neither one of them was taken very flush by Mayweather. See that elbow comes forward, he catches a lot on that elbow.
Elbow out, there's the good right hand again.
Another right hand.
Now you can do 7 or 8 things well if you're Ortiz and you think you've got some momentum going, and Mayweather takes it all away from you in one shot.
And the right hand crashing down the front. Again, that's about 10 or 12 during the course of the fight. He had 4 in the last round. That's his 4th one in this round. Look how quick he is when Ortiz comes after him. I'll tell you one thing, Dave. I hope that we get to see Mayweather and Pacquiao, and that we have the opportunity to call that fight, because, man, that would be sensational.
It'll be one of the all-time greats.
But this fight is far from over. Oh, everything is going Mayweather's way. Look at him, he parries off the straight left hand. That time he got tapped in the chin, but was pulling back.
And Ortiz just missed. Ortiz just missed with a big left hand, and Mayweather slapped it away at the last second.
Closing seconds now of the third round, and the way of thing is all Mayweather.
They get that number over 50.
This is round 4 at the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm the Colonel Bob Shorten with Dave Bontempo. Floyd Mayweather Jr. with his back to you in the black trunks, really teeing off with that right hand on the left eye of the champion Victor Ortiz. Ortiz hasn't been able to force this fight at all. Mayweather dictates. Look at this. I mean, that time Ortiz tried to explode and everything was smothered by the hands of Floyd Mayweather.
This is what Ortiz is not used to, being a split second late when he has a good idea.
Joe warns Ortiz about his head. When we were in the dressing room, Danny Garcia said to Joe Cortez, warn him about the elbow, because, you know, he throws his elbows, but he blocks a lot with his elbows. Look at this. I mean, it's a boxing lesson, isn't it?
Guys on 2 different levels. Ortiz
Here's
trying to
Ortiz.
change down the hurry.
Tries to open up, he catches him decently. Mayweather says no, and Ortiz doesn't like it. The crowd going absolutely crazy. Anytime Ortiz ignites, so does the crowd. One of the few bright spots for Ortiz in the fight so far.
And again, he almost got there.
That's the trouble with Mayweather. A lot of people almost get there. He was hit pretty good in the second round in his last fight by Shane Mosley, but I think you said earlier that's all Shane did. He was all night. But even though Ortiz had that real nice flurry, he's not winning this round. That was his only flurry.
And his flurry was like sizzle and steak. He didn't really get much of it in.
And the chant goes up, Ortiz, Ortiz, Ortiz. But on the 3 judges scorecard, it's Mayweather, Mayweather, and Mayweather.
An opportunity to land that right hand.
He's dropping most of them behind the forehead by the eye. He'll come down the middle. And there's Ortiz battling back. But look where the hands are of Mayweather. He lunged forward with his head. Time has been called, and now a point's going to come away.
The point. Point headbutt. Point headbutt.
And it wasn't intentional.
Point headbutt.
Ortiz, because he was having one of his most aggressive rounds in the fight.
Don't be doing that! Don't be doing that! Let's go!
Oh, and then as Ortiz tries the sportsmanship, Mayweather makes him pay. What a rookie mistake there by Ortiz.
It's up to 7 and 8. He's not going to make it. 9 and 10. It's all over. He's still out as he crawls to the corner right above us.
He got suckered in. Floyd Mayweather made it seem like he would embrace him, and then he clocked him twice.
A rookie mistake, and Floyd Mayweather has done it. He's the 147-pound world champion. Here we go now.
Hey, there's the uppercut. Now here comes Ortiz, trying for his best moments of the fight here.
Now watch the head.
He's doing well. Comes up.
and then
Deliberate
frustrate.
headbutt.
A deliberate headbutt.
Could have lost 2 points there. So now he goes for the apology. Floyd says fine. They go for the embrace. Referee Joe Cortez is not there. Boom. Left hook. Right hand.
Right hand. Yeah. You don't hang out in the kill zone with Floyd Mayweather. Now this is going to be controversial, and it shouldn't be. You got to protect yourself at all times. That took him out of it. That finished.
He's looking over at the referee.
To protect yourself at all times.
From the MGM Grand, the official time, 2 minutes, 59 seconds of round number 4. The winner by knockout victory and new WBC welterweight champion of the world, Floyd Money
for the thousands in attendance here at the MGM Grand and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Fighting out of the blue corner, wearing red, official weight 135 pounds. Professional record 48 victories, including 35 knockouts, 4 defeats, 1 draw. From Ciudad de Mexico, the challenger, 2-time featherweight and former super featherweight champion of the world, Juan Manuel Dinamita Marquez. Fighting out of the red corner, wearing black, officially weighing 135 pounds. This Olympic gold medal champion now has a professional record consisting of 36 victories, including 22 knockouts, with 3 defeats and 1 draw. By way of Guantanamo, Cuba, now fighting out of Miami, Florida, 3-time world champion, the reigning, defending Ring Magazine lightweight champion of the world, Joel El Cepillo Casamayo.
Okay, here we go. All right, caballeros, ustedes recibieron sus instrucciones. Mira, aquí está bien, aquí no. Mira, aquí está bien, aquí no. De los centros para arriba, yo quiero una pelea limpia. Escúchame, cuídate, listos, vámonos.
All right. Casamayor is about a 3-to-1 underdog, but he's the natural lightweight. Marquez is moving up. What effect will that have? Casamayor popping in with the left hand. Both shots here. Marquez in this style will try to throw the right hand lead, double up the left hook. If we see him switch, it will be a different ball game. There's a good right hand by Marquez. Casamayor trying to land down the middle. Casamayor started quickly in his last fight. And this crowd alive, chanting Marquez's name. Now the good right hand there. The knock on these fighters at times is that they have both tried to play the counter-punching game. If they both decide to do it on the same night, it won't be a fan's fight. One of these fighters, or both, will have to be goaded out of that caution. Casamayor trying to set things up with the jab. Good left hand by Casamayor. Another good left hand by Casamayor, getting to Marquez. Good right hand by Marquez on the button. And Casamayor gets his. So they have opened up in a good offensive way in the opening round. Wanting him to keep the distance, but then he can step forward and throw the big left hand down the middle, as he does there. But they don't want to be too close to Marquez. If you can keep him at a distance, you get the guy lunging. Good left hand down the middle by Casamayor. Casamayor staying outside. Mild left hand gets in by Casamayor. Good left hook by Marquez. And a good left cross by Casamayor. Crowd imploring Marquez on. Casamayor has him stymied from a distance. Marquez missing over the top. Good right hand by Marquez, slipping through. Marquez trying to bob and weave. Make himself a smaller target. And we're doing a wave to try to get something into this fight. It's a coming out party for the crowd. And they enliven what has been a studious and cautious second round. With the right hand. Into the third round we go. Joel Casamayor, 36-3-1, 22 knockouts. Juan Manuel Marquez, 48-4-1, 35 knockouts. Marquez, coming from Mexico City, has brought a legion of followers here to the MGM Grand. And Casamayor from Guantanamo, Cuba. There you go, same amount of punches landed. Through two. Casamayor has thrown more. The second round was one of which they both waited. Now, you look at the numbers thrown. For this weight class, you would expect more than 50 punches a round from these guys. But since they're both counter punchers, and that's what the numbers are telling you there too. think you should see more to 60 to 75 punches around from these guys. Marquez was low. As he tried to leap at Casamayor. It's a good right hand by Marquez, and then Casamayor ties him up. Good jab by Casamayor. Marquez lunging to get to him. Good body shot by Casamayor. On the left hand. You see Marquez with a subtle move to his right, trying to cut Casamayor off. Good body shot by Marquez. Casamayor lands to the body. As we come to the end of round 3. Still waiting for one of these guys to make a major gamble. 4th round action. Joel Casamayor. In the black trunks, he's the lefty. And Juan Manuel Marquez. Coming to you from the MGM Grand Garden in Las Vegas, Nevada. Dave Bontempo at ringside. Good right hand by Marquez and a good left hand by Casamayor. Doing a pretty good job now getting on the inside to mix it up. Marquez landed a second shot through, and then Casamayor flipped in. Good left hand by Casamayor, but a better right hand by Marquez, and they open it up. Good right hand by Marquez. But Casamayor walked right through it. Marquez blocking Casamayor. They both had the bob and weave instinct at the same time. Good left hand by Casamayor. He is slick. He makes a defensive move to cut Marquez off and then scores. Good left hand by Casamayor. Both of them getting their shot in at about the same time. Casamayor with the left hand to the body and then the head. Not much on it. Marquez lands two, then skips out. And so, the high-powered chess match continues for the end of round 4. 5 we go. Joel Casamayor, the southpaw, in black. 36, 3-1, 22 knockouts. Juan Manuel Marquez, 48, 4-1, 35 knockouts. We're at the MGM Garden in Las Vegas. I'm Dave Bontempo at ringside. These guys time each other. Marquez lands the lead right hand against the lefty. Casimero lands the counter left hand. And Casimero scores again with the counter left hand. Interesting thing to keep in mind throughout the contest, when you see Marquez land the shot, he is coming up in weight in the 130-pound division to 135. And that makes a difference in your power. He's nailed Casimero twice with shots that may have made a lighter man at least buckle his knees. And Casimero walked right through it. Good right hand there by Marquez. And Casimero comes right back. But that was a beautiful right hand. Good left hook to the body by Marquez. Tony Weeks says no. Casimero missing up the middle, looking to set up something behind the jab. And this fight, Marquez has been the one taking the lead. And Casimero countering. Pretty good pace put on by these guys. Casimero, 37 years old. Marquez, 35. And a cut out of the right eye of Joel Casimero as we come to the end of the round. And Marquez has drawn blood. And then he followed with a good body shot. Juan Manuel Marquez has drawn first blood and opened a victory opportunity against Joel Casimero. Marquez in the red with a good right hand. Casimero, as he showed in his last fight against Michael Katsidis, is dangerous all the time, even after you've hurt him. Maybe especially after you've heard it. Marquez enjoyed the first breakthrough of this fight in the last round. The numbers give him an edge as they've thrown about the same amount. The big number to look at, the big thing to look at now is not a number, and that's the cut. They were 20-20 after 2 rounds. So Marquez has managed to land 12 more shots over 3 more rounds. Casimero with the left hand. The likelihood of heads clashing with these styles is always there. The jab by Casimero. Left hand by Casimero. Good jab in the right hand by Marquez. Casimero dancing to the side and scoring. Took Good jab in the right hand by Marquez. Good left hook by Marquez. His accuracy is going up. Good right hand by Marquez. He's getting more into those shots now. Casimero drills him down the middle. Nice short right hand again by Marquez. Body shot by Marquez. The eye opening up again on Casimero. And we come to the halfway point, and Marquez is on a roll. So into the 7th round we go. Juan Manuel Marquez, 48-4-1, 35 knockouts, doing well as he moves up into the lightweight division against Joel Casimero. Casimero, 36-3-1, 22 knockouts. Marquez from Mexico City has a fanatical following here with him. He's pleased them so far. Casimero, based in Miami, by way of Guantanamo, Cuba. We're at the MGM Grand Garden in Las Vegas, Nevada. And Dave Bontempo at ringside. And Marquez won the power punching battle in the last round. And he's won all the battles recently. Not only with the numbers, but he opened up a cut at the end of round 5, and it was a significant turning point. Casimero punches driven low. It was unintentional.
Okay, good for leaving. Here we go.
He was off balance. Good right hand by Marquez, sneaking home. Good left hook by Marquez. Good straight left hand again by Casimero. Left hook by Marquez. Casimero sliding through. Body shot by Marquez, able to get in. Good body work by Marquez, and then he answers Casimero. Good left hook by Marquez. One of the best things Marquez does, gets inside, throws his punch, and then steps toward his opponent as the counter's coming. So he smothers it, and then he's in position to score. The natural inclination is to step back. So if we come to the end of round 7, Marquez breaking Casimero down. Round 8. Recently, it's been all Juan Manuel Marquez all the time against Joel Casimero. Marquez listed as about a 3-1 favorite, and he is justifying that billing in the last couple of rounds. Uppercut by Casimero. Left hand by Casimero.
No, that's all right.
was a good left hand by Casemiro. Problem for him is that Marquez keeps moving. Unlike Tsitsipas, who was in front of him the whole time. It was a good left hand though by Casemiro. He's having his best round in some time. Good left hand to the body by Casemiro. Marquez trying to score on the move. Good left hand by Casemiro. Short right hand lead by Marquez. Nice left hand down the middle by Casemiro. And what's helping him this round is less movement by Marquez, and the movement by Marquez is straight ahead. So all of a sudden, those left hands down the middle by Casemiro have re-emerged. Good left hand by Casemiro. Marquez gets one through. Good left hand by Casemiro. Well, the crowd said one thing, but I think the judges will say something else. You might say that Casemiro got that wrong. If he moves a little to the left or right, Marquez is in a better spot. So here we go. Into the 9th round. Good left hand by Casemiro. Take a look at some numbers, and they're big in favor of Marquez, and that's everything but a jab counts as a power punch. Casemiro put some of his better ones together in the last round. Good left hand by Casemiro. Trouble landing in this round. First half of it anyway. The cut opens up again on Casemiro. But for the most part, his corner has done a good job keeping it at bay. And he's done a good job after they've closed it between rounds. Marquez gets a little momentum going here. Nice left hand by Casemiro. There's a left hook by Marquez. Good right hand by Marquez. Good left hand by Casemiro. We start round 10, scheduled for 12 in the lightweight division. Joel Casamayor in the black trunks, 36-3-1, 22 knockouts. Juan Manuel Marquez of Mexico City, 48-4-1, 35 knockouts. Casamayor from Cuba, now based in Miami. Marquez appears to have built himself a lead as we head for the home stretch. Good left hand by Casamayor. Good left hand by Marquez. The numbers in that round, 18-14 for Casamayor. If Casamayor took that round, he is right in this fight with 3 rounds to go. If Marquez got it, he's in great shape. I had a 2-point fight for Marquez before the last round. If he gets it, he's up 3. If Casamayor gets it, it's a 1-point. Good right hand by Marquez. Good body shot by Marquez. There's a nice right hand by Marquez. Right hand by Marquez behind a right hand of Casamayor. They go back and forth. I land one, you land one. Casamayor throws to the body. Nice right hand by Marquez. Had something on it. Good body work by Marquez. And probably the difference in this round will be the intensity of Marquez's shots. Juan Manuel Marquez and Joel Casamayor hooked up in a 12-round lightweight contest. Been a good pace established by the fighters. Casamayor 37. Marquez 35. Trying to summon Marquez to another level. The Mexico champ, the Mexico City native. Fires a right hand to the body. These guys showing some battle fatigue now. Left hand by Casamayor. But they both have the counter-punching rap. But Marquez is the one that came out of character in this fight and forced it. And that's why we have a good fight. Good left hook by Marquez. This is a right hand by. Good left hook by Marquez. Casamayor controlled the early part of the round. And now Casamayor coming out. Marquez coming out. Big shot by Marquez. Casamayor hits the canvas on the inside exchange.
5. Venga para acá.
Casamayor walked into trouble. How hurt is he? Pretty bad. Marquez trying to finish it. Time running out. Down again is Casamayor. It's over for the first time. He's never been out before this. How suddenly it ended. Juan Manuel Marquez knocks out Joel Casamayor. Here's how it happens. Casamayor is on the attack. Gets caught with 2 shots. One it looked to be in the temple area, and then the second one put him down. Now Casamayor just wants to buy time to the end of the round. Marquez won't let him. Casamayor can't recover. Down for the second time, and immediately it's out. Good right hand in close by Marquez. Good uppercut here. And the right hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes at 2 minutes, 55 seconds of round number 11. He is now the Ring Magazine lightweight champion of the world. Damas y caballeros de Ciudad de Mexico, Juan Manuel Dinamita Marquez. Y ahora, damas y caballeros, the time has arrived for the ultimate confrontation. 12 rounds of boxing for the welterweight championship of the world. Are you ready? Damas y caballeros, ¿están listos? From Mandalay Bay, Resort and Casino of Las Vegas, for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, damas y caballeros, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first, in the blue corner, presentamos primero, wearing white and weighing in at 147 pounds. He brings a perfect professional record to this ring. 35 bouts, 35 victories, including 30 knockouts with 8 KOs in the very first round, 27 knockouts in 5 rounds or less. He has been a world champion for 6 years, fighting in 15 world title bouts, 13 ended by knockout, and he has faced 6 world champions. Tonight, he puts it all on the line. Tonight, he looks for victory and glory. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the reigning and defending undefeated IBF welterweight champion of the world, damas y caballeros de Cupe Alto, Puerto Rico, presentamos Elite Tito Trinidad. And across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wearing blue with white, he also weighed in at 147 pounds. In 1992, he captured Olympic gold, and now, as a professional, he has a perfect record consisting of 31 bouts, 31 victories with 25 victories by knockout, 22 of those knockouts coming in 5 rounds or less. Since March of 1994, he has consecutively held 4 world championships, fought in 19 world title bouts, 14 ending by knockout, and he has faced 12 world champions. Tonight, he also puts it all on the line in his quest for victory and glory. From East LA, he is the 4-time world champion and reigning and defending undefeated WBC welterweight champion of the world. Damas y caballeros, presentamos el Niño de Oro, the Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya.
The crowd is really into this one. Mitch Halpern, the referee, will call the combatants to the center of the ring, and we'll have this one underway for you momentarily. A lot of time for these fighters, and they're getting ready to go. It seems as though there's a problem with.
They don't have a mouthpiece.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have his mouthpiece. Can you imagine if they got to go back to the locker room and get a mouthpiece?
It might be faster to fly back there and get one.
How do you come out without a mouthpiece? But anyway,
with all the people around you, also, how do you not come in there with your mouthpiece?
it seems like has he got it now? Is he set or not? It doesn't appear like he has it, Dave. From where I'm sitting, I don't know if where you're sitting, you can see it any better, but yeah, and you know, you have to ask the question: then is this a ploy?
I would say no. You know what's because you know it could be just as much of a distraction for yourself as what you think you could do to the other guy, and also at this level. You can't intimidate and distract a guy at this level.
No, and the fighters are all warmed up from the gym. In fact, a lot of times, you know, in recent years, they don't even play the national anthems with the fighters in the ring because they don't want to stand around for a minute and a half or 2 minutes while the anthems are played. They want to come from the dressing room, and it's a long walk from the dressing room. So I would say no such thing as a ploy at all. Once these guys come out, if anything, it takes the edge off. They want to get going.
What you might conclude from it is that the next time Tito Trinidad fights, there might be some different people around him.
Yeah,
somebody himself, and also somebody supposed to be looking after him. A detail like that.
Security guy running back, trying to get to the locker room to try and get that mouthpiece in. Big Jeff Gramoja, who I've traveled with, that works the corners of so many good fighters, including Tom Boom Boom Johnson, told me that everybody has a responsibility: the mouthpiece, the buckets, the towels, and that's a normal checklist. Well, we've got the mouthpiece here, so we're just about ready to go. A little bit of delay, and that just heightens the anticipation for the crowd.
Now, what a tactic would be is if you looked at it and said, no, I don't like this one, go back and get a different one.
I don't think so, David.
We're ready now.
This will be a clean fight. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Any questions, touch gloves, good luck.
All right, we're set to go. 10-point must scoring system. No standing 8 count. No 3 knockdown rule. A fighter cannot be saved by the bell in any round. Only the referee can stop the fight. And remember, if there's any accidental headbutts, Dave and I will explain that to you as it becomes pertinent to the fight. Oscar De La Hoya now undefeated at 31-0 in the blue with a white trim to the left of your screen, and Tito Trinidad to the left of your screen now decked out in white. He's 35-0 with 30 knockouts. Really going here, guys sort of feeling each other out. Side to side goes Oscar. Remember, he has to be concerned with the power of Tito Trinidad, as Tito has to be concerned. And don't forget, Oscar has 25 knockouts in his 31 victories as well. With all the anticipation of this fight, a little cat and mouse in the early going here. Who's going to open up first? Who's going to land the first punch?
We talked about it at the very top that, with this height and reach matchup, negating an edge for anybody, that we would see a tentative approach. These guys are going to look to see where their jab can land and what's the best spot to get that going, and then work into their attack.
Yeah, there's more going on in their heads than what we're seeing from their fists right now at this stage with 1 minute gone in the first round. Somebody will open up here soon to really test it. Tito has thrown more punches. He hasn't landed any punches. They're caught in the gloves by Oscar. Now Oscar tests his jab and Tito flicks it away, and is Oscar coming forward. So in the first minute and 30 seconds gone in the fight, nothing between the two.
What Oscar did with his jab is he jabbed and stepped to the left, and that's what enabled him to get that punch in. A subtle shift on the angle for him.
He unleashes the hook, and it's not there. Remember, Tito is very quick on his feet as well. Oscar, you know, Tito Trinidad very quick. Dave, you pointed out something in the early going. You know, this guy can get knocked down. When I'm talking about that, that's Tito Trinidad, but you know, he doesn't have a glass jaw. He can go down, but he pops up just as fast, and it always gives him an adrenaline flow.
Yeah, ask Anthony Stevens, Joey Boy Campos, Oba Carr. They were able to put him on the deck, and then he gets up. It's almost like an alarm clock. Okay, shifted to a different gear, and he's come back strong from those situations. And it's a combination in some cases where he's been standing still, in some cases in which he has gambled and got caught because he's an explosive offensive fighter.
You can see when Oscar does something offensively like he did there, the crowd comes to life. But in reality, this round to me is dead even. And if it's close at the end, we want to remember this round. The chant for Oscar. Oscar goes up. Tito lands a shot, and the bell ends round one. You tell me who won that round, Dave.
I think you're going to see him split.
September evening. In the hundreds outside, but it's very comfortable inside here with no humidity. Round number two. The Colonel Bob Sheridan along with Dave Bontempo. We're watching our international telecast from the Mandalay Bay Resort Casino here in Las Vegas. Tito Trinidad in the white trunks. Oscar's got to pick it up a pace. Don't let this guy, you know, try to take any early rounds, especially with that first round was so close. Tito trying to pump that jab, but a lot of this stuff is being picked off by Oscar with the gloves.
Being picked off, but yeah, the perception of aggression might be important in this kind of a fight. If there's nothing separating them, the guy getting off the mark first, even if his stuff is blocked, could get an edge.
Oscar got a little something through there as he doubled his jab, and Tito seems to be doing a nice job with his jab, and he throws a few right hands now and then, but they're being partially blocked by Oscar De La Hoya. Now the crowd is favoring Oscar, so you know you think in the close rounds that the judges could be swayed just a little bit, but these are experienced guys. I mean, Glenn Hamada, Jerry Roth, and Bob Lowe, they've been around. That one touched the chin of Tito Trinidad. Trinidad catches him up on the ear. With a minute and 30 gone in the second round, still not a lot between them, is there?
No, you've got De La Hoya trying to box and Trinidad trying to load up a little bit, but there's a good sharp jab by De La Hoya getting in. And he's moving to his left and creating the opening to score with his jab. Nice. That's working for him right now.
You're right, David. A nice counter left hook by Oscar. Bouncing side to side. Trinidad up on his toes right in front of him. Kind of dragging his right foot behind him coming in. And when you're doing that as opposed to what he's doing right now, now he's driving off the back foot. So, you know, you get the power into your jab, and instead he goes with the right hand. But when you're pushing that back foot forward, you get some serious power. He didn't quite catch, caught the back of the gloves. That looked a lot better from afar than from what we could see right here up at ringside. (29, 28, 27 seconds to go here in round number two, and what has been a strategic fight to this point, early going. Trinidad in white, Oscar De La Hoya in blue. again, caught in the glove.
And these guys are trying to find out what's going to work for later in this fight.
Well, I think the heavier blows in this round, and there haven't been a lot of them, but I think they've been landed by Oscar De La Hoya. And in this last 10 seconds, just before they bathe, this is co-sponsored by the Paris Las Vegas Hotel as well. It's such a big fight. People scalping tickets. It's you know, it's like a World Series of Super Bowl with these two undefeated, very popular fighters.
Yeah, casinos love these kind of fights. They get on the map internationally. They tell their high rollers that they're serious about sports and about gaming. It's one of boxing's big appeals. As you mentioned, the two casinos sponsoring it. This has been something that has electrified the entire city.
It means a lot of money to the city, and you know, in recent years, Las Vegas really has become the boxing capital of the world, taken away from the the mid 40s and 50s, where New York, Philadelphia, then later in the 60s, Miami became big, and then with the oncoming of Muhammad Ali, the world was the scene. But Las Vegas is where the action is now in boxing. And they can stage it. They can handle it with thousands and thousands of hotel rooms. So it's great. The action continues a lot here in round 3, like it started in rounds 1 and 2. One guy will get something through. Crowd getting a little antsy. Felix tries the left hook, taking the back of the gloves of Oscar De La Hoya.
And these guys are trying to work, experiment to see what is the strategy that's going to work over the course of the fight. They're relaxed. They know they can settle in. They know it's a long fight. And each guy is trying to get comfortable. Trinidad is trying to find a range for that right hand. He wants to drill that home. And De La Hoya wants to be comfortable with the movement and pop the jab in, and there he squares up. And these guys are seeing what is going to be the best ticket. And then you get the sense they will settle in and do what got them here.
And try to pull the trigger against a guy that has equal speed and equal size. Now Trinidad is taking more than he's landing. This is developing into a pretty good round so far, even though those punches were short for Oscar De La Hoya. Trinidad in the white, Oscar De La Hoya in the blue trunks. Look at the size of the legs of both of these men, and that's where they generate the power. I'm talking about the calf area. They generate a lot of power. Nothing landed, but as you say, for the judges to see that aggressiveness, it's supposed to be effective aggressiveness, but with as few punches, really clean punches that have landed in the 3rd round, Oscar is on his way to winning this round.
If it's a tie, then it's the perception of aggression that will stem a tie.
And just like at the end of the 2nd round, Oscar landed a combination there as the bell ends the 3rd round. So both corners, David, are pleased with what they see so far. These are very, very close rounds, and just barely, I think Oscar edged out Tito in the 2nd and 3rd round. But, you know, you talked about it back in the 1st round where I put 10-10 down. I mean, all those rounds could be either way.
Yeah, there's not much separating them because we also talked at the top about the mirror image style for these guys. They're both trying to get off first with the jab. They both have the same method of trying to get inside. And it's really going to be the guy more comfortable with a secondary plan of attack who will get the edge in this fight. So they both want the jab first. And then one guy's going to say, well, maybe I'll try the right hand first. Maybe I'll try to go to the body first and see what works.
Now this is the jab. It's not getting through off the hands of Tito Trinidad. And De La Hoya is able to touch him up. They're light jabs, but that one was a pretty stiff jab. Tito gets his through. So Oscar continues to bounce left, and then he plants and stops. And when he does, look at the way Tito Trinidad attacked. So Oscar better keep on the move, because when he stops and plants, Trinidad's right on top of him. And it's Oscar that's kind of the ring general. He's the one that bounces left, bounces right. Tito just keeps coming after him.
But yet there's nothing getting in. So you can bounce. You have to bounce and you have to get close. And that's where the gamble part of this fight will be.
Well, you know, we talked about the fact that Tito can be knocked down in a close fight. I'm sure that he does not want to have to recover from a knockdown and have to pick up a couple of points because everything is so close so far. So he's showing a little bit, I think he's showing caution early here in the fight because I've seen him, you know, open up very fast. He knocked out a lot of guys in the first couple of rounds of fights. He starts fast, but against De La Hoya, he's just cruising.
Not only a close fight, but a close to the vest fight. We are not seeing these guys unleash here, whether it's too much mutual respect or stylistic similarity.
Well, of course, the fans want to see guys get knocked down and rolling around in the ring and that sort of thing. But in reality, this is a great prize fight. These are two very, very good boxers. And I think it's difficult for the people, especially seated here at Mandalay Bay, if they're seated way up, to really appreciate how good the boxing is here.
Well, one thing you'll never see up in row 30, you never hear two guys talk about ring generalship.
That's right. That's right. And as a matter of fact, if you're, you know, you're more than 10 or 12 rows back, even half the press because there's so much here, can't really see this fight the way we see it here in the front row. Nice chopping right hand by Tito Trinidad that time. Missing Wild with a right hand, and there's the bell. All right, we'll see as we continue on to round 5. The Colonel Bob Sheridan here with Dave Bontempo. Mandalay Bay Resort and Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada. The WBC and IBF welterweight championships of the world at stake. That's the 147-pound division, with two of the very best in the world doing battle here. Tito Trinidad in the white trunks, undefeated with 35 victories and 30 knockouts. De La Hoya in blue, undefeated with 31 victories and 25 knockouts. Even their records are close.
There is a lot of similarity, guys at the height of their career, and they are in a chess match type of a fight. You're waiting to see who's going to make the big gamble into a secondary style to break up that tie. We're seeing right hand leads from De La Hoya, which is an unusual tactic, but it's worked for him because it's unusual. And we see Trinidad trying to load up on some power shots and finding that De La Hoya is elusive.
Boy, their positioning, they're really aware of the power of their opponent because when they close, they're throwing. And Tito with that left hook, although he goes with the right hand lead that time. Oscar very well able to parry punches off with his right hand and hasn't taken a full, really heavy shot from Tito as yet. And Oscar with halfway through this 5th round trying to land something heavy on Tito Trinidad as Tito continues to try and cut him off in the corners. Tito lets the right hand fly. Oscar needs to throw more right hands as well.
And he can try to do that if he captures Trinidad moving and switching as he's trying to cut off the ring. Then that right hand will be there, and he's throwing it as a lead punch, almost as if he was a lefty.
Well, that time Oscar really loaded up, missed with the left hook, got the straight right hand down the middle. Tito continues to plod forward. He made the mistake of coming in the time before without throwing when he came forward. You got to be quick, and they are quick, and that's why this is such a terrific boxing match. And like I say, for people seated back afar, it may not be as good, but for you folks watching on television, if you want to see a boxing match, you're watching a classic right now. Dipsy Doodle to the left, ducks underneath the right. Tito wants to land the right hand, he does, but Oscar pulls his cheek and most of that punch is slipped. Closing seconds now of the 5th round. Another very close round that Oscar just might be stealing right now. The Halpern steps in and that's it. I don't know. I'm going to give that one to De La Hoya as well. That's the way I have it. I didn't give him outright the 1st or the 4th round, but he hasn't got less than 10 points in any round in my score sheet, so I expect the way the judges may be seeing this fight that they're around where we are. I know all 3 of these judges pretty well, and I'm usually close, but hey, it still doesn't mean anything because this fight has a long way to go. We're in the 6th round. Oscar getting off pretty good now here in the 6th. Up on his toes, powering with that left hand. Tito tries to get his through. Tito wants to throw more right hands from his corner.
De La Hoya wants to sit down more on his punches, but he's still a little bit too far away to get the power shot in. Studying, he's trying to get close enough to put more into his attack.
That blood on the trunks of Tito Trinidad is from the bloody nose that he's had going back in the 2nd round. Nothing significant because his dad knows exactly how to keep it closed up, and that's just the blood that has dripped down onto the trunks. Makes the fighter look very courageous. Over a minute gone here in the 6th round. Tito trying to really do something that he can grab around definitively. He hasn't had a definitive round in my way of thinking yet. Now he lands the right hand to the left side of the head of Oscar. Oscar comes back with the jabs.
Doubled up and then spread with the right hand. And De La Hoya luring Trinidad to him and then scoring here. He's in a stylistic groove at this moment. He waits and then he scores.
Look at the footwork of Oscar De La Hoya as opposed to Felix, who has the wide stance and pushes off the back foot and gets his power from that.
De La Hoya is using the footwork to set up his offense here. Moving laterally, finding an angle, actually creating an angle for himself, and then trying to score. And you have to be in a superb condition to do that. To use your footwork is only the first half of your strategy.
As De La Hoya is actually touching up Trinidad more in this round as well. So at this stage with 30 seconds to go, I get De La Hoya out in front, then he bangs him on the left ear, shoe shines him. Nothing big, but as you say, Dave, decent left hook from Tito Trinidad, as you say, you know, it captures the judges. And even that, although the punches looked a little bit short to me, Oscar's doing more. He's more flamboyant. And the perception is he's scoring a lot more punches.
He's getting closer. That was an excellent round for De La Hoya.
Yeah, Tito landed a pretty good shot there, but then there's the bell. That's a De La Hoya round. Come on, tempo. I don't know where you are watching this around the world, but I'll tell you, Davey and I are loving it here. De La Hoya in the blue trunks, and in the white is Felix Trinidad. We're looking for Trinidad to turn it up a notch now. A lot of close rounds in the fight, but we can be definitive about 3 or 4 for Oscar. This is one of the few body shots that Trinidad has gone to. Oscar continues to be the guy in the move, sliding to his left and back to his right, letting his hands go. Felix tries to land the right hand. You know something, Felix looks a little frustrated right now to me.
Yeah, he's trying to cut off the ring. He's coming up just a little bit short. De La Hoya has been just a little bit quicker after Trinidad gets to a point where he should punch. He is following Oscar now.
You know, the way the crowd reacts every once in a while, you know, they sound almost like they're disappointed because these guys aren't flying around and laying a lot of flush shots. But, you know, if you're boxing purists, you love this fight.
The boxing purists love it, and the contrast is the way the tickets were sold and the way the advertising went and the way the marketing went. You thought it was two warriors with big knockout records, and they're going to mix it up in the middle of the ring. And that is what the boxing fan always believes he's getting when he either buys the fight or goes to the fight. And so that's why you put on a boxing clinic to that person isn't happy. On the other hand, people who appreciate the throwback fighters and the skill levels and the boxing and the moving do like the fight.
As opposed to a Ron Lyle, George Foreman fight that took place about 10, 12 years ago, where they were down 10 or 12 times in the first couple of rounds of the fight.
And that is what the majority of the boxing fans want.
Well, the racing fans say they go to see good racing, but they really want to see a crash. And the same thing is true for boxing. But believe you me, folks, you're watching two classic, very good fighters do battle here in great shape, and there's no shortage of movement or work that these guys are doing here.
And it also brings up the idea of how the styles make the fights. And these guys, their style at this point is not compatible for a slugfest. These guys don't have much of a separation in their reach. And this is one that's going to have to be won with intelligence first, boxing second.
Well, Tito has been able to get his jab through more here in the 7th round. As I say that, Oscar gets off one. Those punches all missed. The crowd, of course, loves to see that. Actually, I think the heavier blows in this round have been landed by Tito Trinidad.
Yeah, the jab and getting closer.
Well, that was after the bell, but he was in the process of throwing a punch. But, Oscar's not usually a guy that, you know, does that sort of thing, but I think he's frustrated by that round. Now, that's the first clear, in my opinion, round for Tito Trinidad. He did, but he was in the process of throwing the punch. Now De La Hoya wants to make a statement more than anything. So let's see as we go to the 8th round here in a very close fight. Again, very slightly I have De La Hoya out in front in this fight, and Tito had one of his best rounds of the fight, I think, in the last round. And he better put some more together if our scoring unofficially is accurate. Tito goes with that right hand lead again, trying to set this guy up for a power shot. Being held off by De La Hoya. De La Hoya is still cautious. He's well aware of the power of Felix Trinidad, and by this stage in the fight, although there haven't been a lot of heavy blows, he's felt the power of Trinidad. What Tito's trying to do is to catch Oscar when he's sliding back to his left with the right hand. Pretty good combination that time by Trinidad, and Trinidad blocks most of the stuff by Oscar. Nothing landed in that series of punches, and he's short. Well, that one, the last punch of the 3 or 4 he threw, just grazed the chin of Tito.
When you've watched many De La Hoya fights, you know that he gets inside and mixes it up, and you see the power coming through. And it's been rare for him to get to that position in this fight. When he's tried to get his power punches going, they've been so far outside that he's been coming up short. He needs to be about a half step closer to Trinidad to plant it there and get off his best shots if he wants some inside efficiency.
Good point, David. The other thing in that flurry just before that, he had the thumbs turned out and he trying to blast the body of Tito, and Mitch Halpern said, hey, keep the punches up. That time Tito was a little bit south of the border. Another close round, folks. Minute to go in round number 8. And what I would say is a classic boxing match. I like this, and the real purists of boxing like this, like yourself, Dave. I know you like this.
Yeah, the trainers like this because they said, hey, you're doing what you want, you're staying on the stick and all that. And the typical boxing fan is still waiting for something to happen, for one of these guys to separate.
And they may well see it, although it might not be till they're walking out when they can argue about who should have or who did win the fight if nobody goes down. There's a nice hook, one of the heavier punches by Tito Trinidad. Caught him again on the jaw, spun the head. You know, and it's just 1 or 2 punches like that that can be the difference. He caught him again on the jaw, was grazing, but at least he touched him up. 1 or 2 punches like that can make the difference. Now, Oscar tries to unload in the closing seconds, but in the last couple of rounds, he's been short with his punches. You know, Tito Trinidad does it, and Mitch Halpern says, I think that's one of those cases in that round. That was certainly the best series of flurries that Oscar had, but I, as a matter of fact, thought Trinidad had more in that round. And that's why I scored it the way I did. Round number 9. Tito Trinidad in the white, trying to pick up the pace in the last couple of rounds, and he has. Landed more clean shots. Oscar backs off, takes a light shot to the body.
Trinidad blocks De La Hoya coming forward. Good body work here by De La Hoya, punctuated with a shot to the head.
Actually, in reality, that was a really good body shot by De La Hoya that time with a minute gone now here in the 9th round of the scheduled 12-round welterweight championship fight. 2 titles on the line. Oscar's WBC championship and Felix Trinidad's IBF championship.
And remember what we talked about at the top of the telecast, that for De La Hoya, very tall guy that he's facing, it's affected how he's launching his shots, where he's launching them from. He's starting from further out. Not always quite comfortable with where he is starting his attack. He's trying to figure out how to get inside the Trinidad reach.
Trinidad comes upstairs with that one, partially blocked on the gloves of Oscar De La Hoya. And this is just another one of those rounds. Is it too early to start talking about a possibility of a draw here, Dave?
No, not with the way the styles go back and forth here. De La Hoya coming out strong in this round, getting an edge, and now Trinidad closing the distance on him and starting to do some of the things he does best.
Landed one, missed one, and took a left hook from Trinidad. So again, flurries, exchanges, one guy then the other guy. Very few real power punches. .26 seconds to go. You know, even though, you know, Tito is the guy coming forward and showing that aggression, the ring generalship is being dictated by Oscar with his movement. So, you know, if you're going to score the judges on aggressiveness, it must be effective aggressiveness.
We'll talk a little bit more about that in the next round as a tiebreaker too. Effective aggression, any kind of aggression after that.
Well, if you only watch that replay, you'd give that round to Oscar De La Hoya. And that's how sometimes at home people say, well, you know, what are these announcers looking at? Because they're seeing the replays and say, oh, Trinidad wasn't even in it. But that's not the whole 3 minutes of the round. And again, the local networks here in the United States seem to be focusing on the good things that De La Hoya is doing. So I don't want to give you a misconception that Oscar's way out in front in this fight, although I think he is out in front. And his Tito coming on. And I know that Don Felix Trinidad has told his son, hey, you better get going. This thing is way too close right now.
And way too open to interpretation because of how these styles have gone back and forth. An interesting point you make about what replays you see. Yeah, this, if it's a different sport, you're seeing a highlight. It's an absolute scoring play based on rules of other sports. Here, like all of boxing scoring, it's an opinion. And you're seeing something good that De La Hoya did in the beginning of that round with his body shots. And Trinidad came on later.
And here in this round, too, almost midway through it, I think that Tito's landed heavier blows. And as Oscar started out, he threw a couple of punches, and now Tito seems to be in a nice flow right here. Both of these guys are working. It's still a chest game. Look at that shot.
It's a question of how much De La Hoya can get to his left when he uses the footwork to set up his attack. If he doesn't get far enough to his left, then Trinidad is in perfect punching position and he scores. In other rounds, we've seen De La Hoya move more quickly and set the tempo of the fight. Here, we're seeing him not get quite as far, and that's why Trinidad is closer to him.
A couple of body shots that just catch Trinidad on the cup, or the side of the cup. And then Oscar lands a nice jab. He has that in the face of Tito. Elbow comes in and pushes Tito's head back. Oscar is very slick, as is Tito. Tito looks a little rambunctious right now, like he really wants to load up and try to land a definitive shot and try to say to the judges, okay, give me this round.
And you sense how late the fight is. You sense how important all of these rounds are now. I mean, they're all equal, but you know, the window of opportunity is closing if you have to rally. For this round, he is in pursuit of Oscar De La Hoya and gets his best three-punch combination off in quite some time.
Oh, well, this flurry at the end is going to be hard not to give this round to Oscar. Good body shots. Bell ends it. I got to give that round to Oscar De La Hoya.
Let's go. Robert, out.
All right, here we go to the 11th round in a very close fight. Unofficially, I have Oscar slightly out in front of this fight, but don't forget, remember I said all the way back to the first round, remember I scored that even. If that went to Trinidad, we got a dead even fight.
And round 4 was pretty much like that too.
Pretty much like that. So
you've got 2 rounds that are real wild cards in this fight.
Yeah, there could be a wild card in terms of, just let me let the fans know that this is a very close fight and can at this stage go either way with these 2 rounds to go.
And we're seeing Trinidad up in the face of De La Hoya early in the round for one of the few times in this fight.
Well, De La Hoya's opponent, more or less from what you heard, Dave, thinks they've got this fight in hand, and they probably don't want him to take too many risks. And on the other hand, Tito Trinidad's people have told him, you've got to win these last 2 rounds. And Tito's fighting like that now.
We heard from De La Hoya's corner, no more rounds like this one. But good round for him last round. I was surprised to hear that from them after the performance he had given, because I didn't think he had taken too much of a risk in round 10. And he had done some pretty good offensive work.
I thought it was a terrific round for Oscar. This is round 11, though, and it's a different kettle of fish. Oscar not throwing as many punches, and Tito is landing many, many more. There's the chopping right hand. Oscar ties him up for one of the few times in the fight, lets Mitch help him do his work. Both guys hanging on, trying to get a breather. Now he calls time up.
I say break, you step back. Understood. Keep this clean. Let's go. Go.
Well, Mitch tells him, this is one of the good young referees in the world today, Mitch Halpern, giving stern instruction. When I tell you to step back, step back. Oscar gets that jab in the nose of Tito Trinidad with a minute to go. Trinidad with a digging body shot. The crowd gets so excited when Oscar does anything, but you know something? The heavier punches in this round are being landed by Tito Trinidad.
Well, De La Hoya looks like he's trying to buy time in this round, just get through the round. Sit on the lead with the implication coming from the corner last round, and Trinidad is doing all the work in this round.
And he's coming on just as his corner wanted to. Oscar, you know, just what you said, I just got that same feeling. Oscar turns it on, but, you know, those punches meant nothing. All wide punches to the lower elbows of Tito Trinidad. And Tito really hustling now, chasing him down, running after him. This is a very good 11th round, as far as I'm concerned, for Tito Trinidad. All shoe-shine punches, nothing tough taken there by Oscar De La Hoya. That's why rounds like this can be controversial. Meanwhile, Tito bangs him on the ear just before the bell. That's a Trinidad round. Yeah, and that's a good indication as we start the 12th and final round. We've come to the same score, but we've followed different avenues to get here. And I expect the judges. Well, let's follow the 12th round and see who wins this and if it's a definitive round and what effect it will have on the eventual scoring of the fight. Doesn't appear that either guy is going to get knocked out unless something really surprising happens here, because this has been more of a chess match of excellent boxing. Tito Trinidad backs off Oscar. Oscar's up on his toes again, but you know something, the way he's going back and back, it's like he's in survival mode. You mentioned that in the last round.
You know, he's taking the corner's advice. He said no more rounds like what happened at the 10th. And the 10th was an effective offensive round for De La Hoya.
I thought so. Oscar doing a lot of feinting. He's up on his toes. He's avoiding Tito Trinidad instead of engaging. There's a big right hand. Spun the head. And again.
See, now you take a guy out of his natural offensive flow when you put it in his head, or he buys into the idea of, I'm going to coast and just box. Now, when you want to turn up the offense, if you do, you can't. Even if you want to turn up the offense just to keep the other guy honest, you're not in that offensive flow anymore. You're in a survival, work the clock kind of a flow. And if you're going to feel that you have such a lead that you can do this, you have to be right about those early rounds, and they were so close, many of them, that you really can't afford to do that at this level of fighting.
Well, Oscar still has his feet, but the 3 heaviest blows that were landed in this round are off the hands of Tito Trinidad. A little tappity-tap sort of shots by Oscar. Tito's still trying to load up. You see that left hook, Oscar able to duck underneath it. Trying to get the jab out there, but really moving backward instead of engaging and trying to make sure he captures this final round.
Trinidad, with De La Hoya's help, has cut this ring into bit-sized pieces. Not only just cutting off the ring, other than what Oscar's doing now, but he's been right in front of De La Hoya, has had perfect opportunity to set up his office and go to work.
In a fight with very few definitive rounds, this has become a definitive round certainly for Felix Trinidad. And if the fight continues to go unless Oscar can come up with some sort of flurry, this is a very definitive round for Trinidad. It could be the difference in the fight.
Very unusual to see that you've gotten to the stage, you're unbeaten, and to take your own aggression out of play in rounds 11 and 12 is unusual. It's not like you've been hurt in this fight.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like you're trying to, you know, you've got so much respect for the guy's power, he's hurt you. De La Hoya, at the height of his good work, stopped it. That's a Trinidad round.
Absolutely a Trinidad round.
I end up with a draw here.
And you know something, David, as I look down at my score sheet, I've got it 115, a draw as well. We both had a draw, but we both got there different ways. Both of these fighters and their families feel that they've won the fight, so somebody's going to be disappointed. The three judges, official judges, will have it probably slightly different from us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the Budweiser scorecards. Glenn Hamada scores the bout 114 to 114. He has it even. Bob Logiste scores the bout 115 to 114. And Jerry Roth scores the bout 115 to 113 for the winner by majority decision, de Puerto Rico and the unified welterweight champion of the world, Felix Tito Trinidad.
Well, how about that? Tito Trinidad gets it by the closest of margin by the two judges, Jerry Roth and Bob Logiste, had it 115 or 114 and 113. That's always one round difference. The third judge had it the way we saw it, even though we got there in different ways. He had an even fight. So that's what we expect when you have that many even rounds.
From the MGM Grand of Las Vegas, Nevada, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Fighting out of the blue corner, with head trainer Nacho Beristain, wearing green with red, official weight 142 pounds. Professional record, an outstanding one. 50 victories, including 37 knockouts, with 4 defeats and 1 draw. De Ciudad de Mexico, the 3-time world champion, Juan Manuel Dinamita with head trainer Roger Mayweather, wearing white with red and blue, official weight 146 pounds. His professional record, a perfect one. 39 fights, 39 victories, including 25 knockouts, and is recognized by many as pound for pound, the best in the world. From Grand Rapids, Michigan, the 6-time world champion, Floyd Money Mayweather.
Dave Mayweather certainly looks relaxed, doesn't he?
Been a big part of his persona. He's enjoying the spotlight.
Okay, gentlemen, caballeros, you already received your instructions. Usted recibió instrucciones. Okay, look. He goes right here, it's okay, entre Angelo. Mira, aquí está bien, aquí no. Goes right here, it's okay, entre Angelo. Mira, aquí está bien, aquí no. Keep everything above the waist. De la cintura para arriba. I want a good, clean fight. Yo quiero una pelea limpia. Obey my commands at all times, above all, protect yourselves at all times. Escúchame, cuídate, listos, let's go, vámonos.
All right, we're set to go. Floyd Mayweather decked out in primarily white, but he's got the red, white, and blue colors of the United States of America, and decked out in green, red, and white, the colors of the Mexican flag. Juan Manuel Marquez. Here we go, schedule for 12. After a 21-month layoff, Floyd Mayweather is back in action, and they've turned up en masse here at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas to see him. Mayweather, the crafty defensive fighter who's been taught terrific offense by Roger Mayweather. He attacks first. This gifted fighter. Marquez appears to be waiting here in the early going.
If you're Marquez, you'd love to have the answer to one question early. How are those ribs for Mayweather? He had bruised ribs before. You'd love to test them and see if there's pain there. Get inside, go inside the jab, and go to the body. Let's find out.
Mexican fighter's a big believer in crashing to the ribs, so we'll find out if Mayweather's ribs are all right very, very shortly. Mayweather, of course, can have that left hand down because his hands are so quick, he can get away with a lot of things that other fighters can't. He's not only got quick hands, but very, very quick on his feet. So far, Marquez hasn't opened up at all here in round one. Marquez just throwing that left hook, so looks decidedly slower than the very quick hands of Mayweather. I mean, it's nothing surprising to us, but it really shows, doesn't it?
And Mayweather has the blazing hand speed and the reflexes. Jab, move to the side, hook, move to the side. Extremely quick on his feet. And perfect balance, athletic coordination.
It's the gift of an athlete, and of course he really works hard, as does Juan Manuel Marquez. This guy comes to every fight well prepared. If you're going to be a braggadocio, which seems to be his nature, you want to back it up, you got to work hard. And he does. Marquez hasn't been able to touch him yet. He makes a miss with 2 shots there. He wants to get to the body of Floyd Mayweather, but he can't so far. Mayweather will come with his jab, his right hand lead. He might go downstairs, he might come upstairs. He can do pretty much what he wants with his hand speed. There's Marquez trying to get sharp. Did you notice the way the slick defensive fighter and Mayweather just pulls that head back and never took a flush blow?
One of the great intangibles of him, but Marquez got a little gutsy with that, and he'll be back with that soon.
Marquez kind of reaching for this guy who's so quick on his feet. Look at how quick he was with that hands that just go to separate by pulling back, and Mayweather one of the few guys that can hit going back. Marquez comes in, but Mayweather blocks the shot. Anytime Marquez will do anything, you'll hear a distinct crowd reaction in his favor, because it is a very partisan Marquez crowd here. The bell ends. That's a Mayweather entry to Colonel Bob Sheridan here with Dave Bontempo, Floyd Mayweather Jr., Juan Manuel Marquez. Between the two of them, 11 world titles. 6-time world champ is Mayweather. Marquez has put together 5. And Marquez coming way up in weight as he tries to tag Floyd Mayweather. He would like to make this a brawl, but Mayweather knows how to avoid that.
And the double jab, and then Mayweather gets in a position where it looks like he'll jab, and he throws a sneaky hook. He's been effective with it so far.
If you wonder why Marquez is having a tough time to get in, besides the speed of Floyd Mayweather, Mayweather also has a 5-inch advantage in reach.
Well, you look at the reach advantage, the way he turns the shoulder and maximizes the reach, and makes it look even bigger than it is.
The chants go up for Marquez, but that just gets an adrenaline flow for Floyd Mayweather. This guy loves being the... Oh, the right hand landed. Floyd smiles, but he felt it.
Marquez just made a statement.
Right back with the left hook comes the speedy Mayweather. Oh, the missile shots!
And
and 7 and 8. He walks towards him. There's a lot of time remaining. If Floyd gets you in trouble, here's how to finish. He lands another hook. The legs are totally back by Marquez.
That sneaky hook we talked about earlier. Catching Marquez coming in.
He caught him again, Dave, in the temple bone with that left hook again. The left hook. Mayweather, when he gets a guy in trouble, likes to finish him. Still a minute to go in round number 2. Marquez surprised by the power of that left hook. Coming up to fight a legitimate welterweight who's fought as high as 154 against De La Hoya. You saw the strength. I mean, that's something he couldn't do to Ricky Hatton until the 10th round. Big surprise here in round 2 that Marquez has tasted the power of the speedy Floyd Mayweather.
And again, that hook on the move.
And there he goes as he turns over the right hand, which crashes high on the left cheekbone of Marquez. Marquez standing right in front of him with 20 seconds to go. He can't wait for this guy, and that's what he's doing right now. A little shell shock based on getting clipped with that left hook. Closing seconds of the second round. On a 10-8 round for Floyd Mayweather Jr. And no ring rust through 2 for Floyd Mayweather.
Échame la bolsa de hielo. Es que jala la mano así y luego la saca para arriba vivo. Tú no quites de ahí la mano.
Right after Marquez made the statement with his right hand, there was Mayweather with that hook and the knockdown, catching him flush, leaping into it. He takes a jumping, running start with that hook, and that's one thing that separates Mayweather from a lot of fighters.
That's what's going to happen. All right, let's go back.
All right, we get to go to round number 3. There was quite a bit of time, almost a minute and a half from the time of the knockdown to the end of the round. Mayweather didn't go berserk. He kept under control. Usually he likes to try to finish a guy right off, but he's if he was supremely confident coming into this fight, he is. Can he be more than supremely confident? I suppose so, but he's got it going.
And that left hook, Marquez doesn't have an answer for it. The intangible speed of Mayweather gets into a position, and then the leaping hook. It's like having a left hook with wind behind it. He got everything into it, catching Marquez coming in.
Marquez trained for the style of Mayweather, but you can't train for this kind of speed that he has. Coupled with the power of a guy being a bigger, quicker, stronger man who's fought at heavyweight divisions than you have. Remember, Marquez has won some titles at lower weights, especially at 135 as a lightweight, but has never fought at this weight. And at this size, 5, 6, 7, 8 pounds make a big difference.
Mayweather shows you the look that it can either be jab or hook. And the hook has been extremely effective for him.
I know you folks watching, you saw Marquez in between rounds, and I don't know whether the look was disgust or concern on his face, but it wasn't one of supreme confidence that Mayweather has. As Mayweather with that left hook again here in round 3. Marquez down in the second round by a strong left hook by Floyd. There's that hand speed again by Floyd. If I'm Marquez, I gotta start loading up some right hands to try and catch this guy when he's bending over and that left hand is down. Nothing else is working right now.
He has landed it twice in this fight. Once just before he got knocked down, and then earlier in this round. And here you go. There's Mayweather, the jab downstairs, and then the leaping hook. He missed with it, but that is the most effective weapon for him in this fight thus far, because he can score and throw a punch from a distance without having to pay the price of throwing a punch from a distance.
And Dave, when guys lift up their leg or they lunge with the left hook or any punch, they lose power in it. But this guy is so quick, that the skill is power with it.
That's like a big wild card.
And look at this defense when Marquez comes in. He doesn't allow Marquez to get near him to cut him up. Marquez can't figure this guy out at all here in round 3. forget, Marquez is a supreme warrior. Floyd just showing his skills. Punches a glancing blow, taken mostly in the back of the right glove of Floyd Mayweather. Inside of 10 seconds to go now in the third round. Mayweather just outboxing him, not getting or losing any control in any way, just controlling the pace and the flow of the fight. Just a good boxing round for Floyd. All right, here we go, round 4. Floyd Mayweather Jr. in the white trunks with blue and red trim, colors of the American flag, and the Mexican flag colors green, white, and red on Juan Manuel Marquez. It's all Floyd Mayweather so far. This is round 4. It's scheduled for 12. And Marquez is going to have to do something to turn this thing around, and namely, he's going to throw a lot of right hands at that.
You can take a grain of salt with a lot of numbers, but these are astounding tonight. Mayweather, 51 of 86 punches landed, 59%, and only allowing 15 of 125 to get in, back to 12%. We talked earlier about what a great defensive fighter he is, but 51 for 86 and a knockdown. Floyd Mayweather is money so far.
Well, not only is he dominating the fight, he's dominating the statistics that go with it. Bob Sheridan here with Dave Bontempo. Marquez just can't figure this guy out at all. Not a question to figure him out. He knows what he has to do, but trying to execute it is a real problem, as this guy is supremely quick and has enough power, as he found out, to drop him back in the second round.
And so it has to make you a little bit gun-shy coming in. You can't just charge because you can walk into that left hook. Now here again, this is the look here. This is the jab by Mayweather. He's been in this position before and fired the leaping left hook. There it is again, but from the jab position, he throws the hook. He can get you comfortably with 2 punches from one spot.
And look at the way he gets away with hanging the left hand low. Marquez doesn't want to circle his right because he's afraid of the power of the left hook. Chance continue to go up for Marquez, but Marquez loads up the right hand. Floyd rolls with a punch. Last time Marquez hit him with a flush punch, about 2 seconds later, he was on his rear.
There's the head movement by Mayweather. Hard to get 2 punches in a row on him. He controls the pace with the head movement, and then there's the left hook that Marquez partially blocked this time.
35 seconds to go in the 4th round. Mayweather just continues to outbox him with jabs, movement. Look at this defense, unbelievable. For you young boxing fans that are watching Floyd Mayweather, you're seeing one of the, if not the greatest defensive fighter of all time. I mean, that's how strong I feel about him. And tonight I did my 875th world title fights. I've seen a lot of them. This guy's as good as any of them, Dave.
He is, and now he's got Marquez cut.
All right, so we're set to go with round number 5. This is scheduled for 12. Marquez cut around the eyes in the 4th round. He was down in the 2nd round. Mayweather having things going his way. In rounds 4 and 3, just outbox him as he did in the 1st round. Marquez wants to try to turn it up a notch and catch him with that right hand, as he shows some of the grip of the great Mexican tradition of fighters, trying to skip forward and punish this guy any way he can. That slow motion that showed them landing one of the good right hands in the fight. In reality, you saw Mayweather rolling with that punch to a great degree as well. Tough inside stuff by Marquez there. Mayweather really doesn't need to, brawl and push around with this guy on the inside. He's too quick for that. That would be Marquez's fight. Marquez would love that. How sneaky that right hand was, Dave.
Mayweather can keep this jab pumping. He's really working the right eye at Marquez, which is cut now. So he can put on a jab clinic if he wants and do damage to that eye. Talked about that earlier. That's a problem when you fight Mayweather. It's a problem for Marquez. He's been in so many wars.
Well, the fact of the matter is, where it was a punch, it would go to the scorecards because we're past 4 rounds.
It looked like the jab that had opened it up.
The jab right on top of that eye. And you heard Roger Mayweather, his trainer, say, just keep the jab going, just keep the jab going. And win a fight 1 round at a time. The knockout comes, it comes.
As Mayweather on the retreat, Marquez could not quite get to him. But Marquez stood with him then.
Yeah, he did. He didn't back off when he was assaulted by the left hook. It was that short, crisp right hand right on the bridge of the nose of Marquez. This guy's so extraordinary. The more I see him fight, the better he is. You know, in spite of the fact he's bigger, I mean, Marquez is a great warrior, and he's handling like a schoolyard kid. Marquez got all the determination in the world, trying to do something with this guy. He's back and forth. Now he stops, gets the left hook off, bounces left, back to his right.
And always makes Marquez reset. There's the left hand. Marquez is coming in. Now has to start all over again.
Floyd just taunting him, trying to get him to come in. Marquez reciprocates his desires. And now Floyd wants to play with him, it looked like. Oh, Marquez had a better round, but it's still Floyd's round. I tell you, what a rough racket this is. This guy trained his heart out, and nothing is going his way in this fight. As we come to round 6, he tried to open it up more in the 5th round, but yet didn't do enough to, in my opinion, to win on the judges' scorecards.
And you get the sense that even Marquez knows that he'll be dangerous until the final second. Even if it's 8 rounds against him, he'll still be looking for one big shot on Mayweather and trying it and all that. But look at Mayweather. He's everywhere and then he's nowhere. You think you've got him?
Little dipsy-do, you throw the punch and he's not there. And again, it's not just hand quickness, it's the movement of the head. The way he rolls with punches. I mean, that time Marquez should have been able to hit him with the right hand. He had the left hand down. Instead, he threw his left shoulder forward, pulled his head back. He throws a punch, he's not there.
And you miss him by maybe 3 inches. And he makes a lot of punches miss him by just a couple inches.
Mayweather right now is trying to sucker this guy into it. He's trying to draw him in with the left hand down. Bends over. The only place that I can see he might be vulnerable is when he bends over to a chopping right hand. But he's so quick on his feet, he doesn't expose himself there long enough.
And Marquez has landed a couple of those right hands in this contest, but not been able to put a couple together.
In the split second that it takes for you to see it and your brain to react and your hand to be thrown, Mayweather's gone. I mean, because it's just a split second thing.
And here's another thing, a sneaky right hand lead from a right hand fighter. That's usually what a southpaw would do to you. But Mayweather can move one direction and then throw a trailing lead right hand on this guy. Because he just has all that down.
Dave taunting the Mexican fighter now, leading the chin in, leading the head in there. He feels like he's in total control, and he is. Making Marquez miss, which is frustrating for Marquez to be outboxed by this guy. Look at Marquez, one of the very best boxers in the world today. At 36 years of age, it could be the beginning and the end of his career after this. Or does he go back down and contest more at 135? But this is only the 6th round. It would take something extraordinary for Marquez to be able to beat this guy. He's not going to beat him boxing.
He'll have to knock him out.
The big surprise, if you just tuned in for some reason or another, was Marquez got knocked down in the 2nd round. Now left hook. There's that right hand lead again. Marquez threw a series of about 4 or 5 punches. Nothing there.
And then he gets hit with 2, and they were big.
Look at this guy, just landing shots. Here comes the bell, and that's it. Danny Weeks gets in there to end it immediately. For Juan Manuel Marquez to be in there with a guy with this kind of talent. And again, Juan Manuel superbly conditioned, as is Floyd Mayweather. We can talk about the gifts that God gave him, but it's the determination and hard work that's got this body in the shape. Reaction time, it's all hard work in the gym.
Hey, Marquez had a plan A and a plan B, but he's getting hit with shots that look like Mayweather has a plan G. So many different ways he can come at you.
He doesn't prepare for opponents. He prepares himself to fight, and then he adjusts to the ring. Tests, sees what he can do. The in and out thing is working. Roger Mayweather in between rounds. They keep the jab going and go with some more right-hand leads. Both of those things are working well for him. But right now it looks like Floyd wants to sucker him in, try to get him in between step and pop him with the right hand. Jab with the left. The wide stance. When he does that, he's looking to throw the right hand.
Stop.
This is round 7. It's scheduled for 12. All Floyd Mayweather Jr. to this point. Marquez down in the second round. Otherwise, it's just real good boxing by Floyd Mayweather. Not to take anything away from Marquez, but he doesn't have the hand speed to keep up with this guy. Look at his speed. Every once in a while, he catches him like that.
He's in his own dimension of speed. His right hand leads from off angles, the leaping left hook, the shoulder roll. All the intangibles you think you've got Mayweather lined up, and then you just don't hit him. And then he finds ways to come at you, which is why he's the elite of the elite.
He certainly is. At age 32, there's a lot more fight left in this guy. Looming would be a mega fight with Manny Pacquiao. Pacquiao can get by quarter. There's Juan Manuel, but with all the shots he landed, most of them are taken on the gloves of Floyd Mayweather.
And speaking of Pacquiao, he's dismantling a guy that has a draw with Pacquiao in a very close loss.
But at a different weight.
At a different weight.
But, you know, Pacquiao is also faster now, and Pacquiao is probably a better fighter now than any other stage in his career, too. But, you know, that's for tomorrow. Right now, tonight, it's going to take some sort of lightning bolt from the hands of Marquez if he's going to beat this guy. And it doesn't look good at this stage. Through 6 and into the 7th round with just a few seconds to go. Marquez had his moment about 10, 12, 15 seconds in this round. Look at how bad he wants this kid, and he's just not there. So many more Mexican fighters throughout the course of his career. And Marquez is one of the great ones he's had. And Marquez looks like a schoolboy in comparison to Floyd Mayweather in terms of boxing tonight.
Well, you can't teach speed. Mayweather has his own blend of it, and he's putting on a terrific display tonight.
This is round 8 at the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. And it's just terrific boxing by Floyd Mayweather. Marquez is here in terrific shape. He was dumped in the second round. He's trying to come back. Every time he lunges and tries to throw something with power on it, this guy rolls with the punches. He's out again. Marquez doing everything within his will to try to will some shots to the head of this Floyd Mayweather. But Mayweather is that good. Floyd's got him set up now for that right-hand lead again. He drops the left hand, Steady lets Marquez come towards him. Reaches downstairs to the body. Back upstairs with a jab. Look for the right hand.
Yeah, it looked like the right hand was coming, and he popped the jab. Got through with it.
Well, we're watching for it out here. Can you imagine what it's like to be in there and facing this guy in there? When he comes in close, watch the way Mayweather gets that right hand up by the right hand. There's the sneaky right hand lead that we're waiting for. But he'll dictate when he throws it. You think he's set up and he's ready to throw it. Looping right hand by Marquez. And again, Mayweather rolls away from the punch.
He springs a punch on you. He doesn't telegraph it. And it might come from a weird angle, but it's still going to get in.
An extraordinary athlete with extraordinary ability, distracted by nothing that happens outside the ring in his life. When he's in the ring, this is his office, and he knows how to run the office. Throws a lunging jab and then just walks right past him, so there's no way Marquez could counter him.
Look how quickly he gets right into offensive position after dropping back to avoid the shot by Marquez.
There's a sneaky right-hand lead again by Floyd. Not pushing it, just comfortably outboxing this guy. Marquez with body shots with no damage done at all to Floyd Mayweather, who's dictating the idea that he sits there. Now he's just come on and hit me. Marquez, believe me, would love to be able to do that. And Floyd just grins at him. How frustrating is it?
32 of 115. So again, for Mayweather, the percentage is very high.
Mayweather opens up the 9th round here at the MGM Grand Garden Arena with a sneaky right-hand shot. Colonel Bob Sheridan here with Dave Bontempo. Wherever you're watching around the world, glad that you're with us. Seconds gone in the 9th. And it just continues with Marquez trying to do everything he possibly can to upset this guy, and nothing seems to be working. No lack of desire, just the inability to execute.
Mayweather taking on a more conventional role so far in this round. The jab into the body, he's just starting out the fight. And you're wondering what's going to come behind it. Maybe the leaping hook with the right hand. But Marquez is getting confidence with Mayweather fighting normally.
Hey, you get the idea that Floyd might be just taking this first minute or so off in this round, but you also get the idea that anytime he chooses to, he can open up and do something. Well, Marquez is working hard right now and probably won the first minute of this round, but now you see a little adrenaline throw, a little pop in the eye of Mayweather, like he wants to, turn it up a notch right now. And that's what he's been able to do throughout the course of the fight. Now we're midway through this 9th round, and let's see what Mayweather does. Marquez working real hard, trying to chop that right hand. He chops it, but he doesn't catch him.
Just a split second behind as Mayweather gets him 2 more. And there's that right hand lead. He set up perfectly for it to drill him.
Marquez, as a matter of fact, has a little adrenaline flow going right now, but he hasn't been able to land the big shot. Body shots back upstairs. Tony Weeks wanted to warn him a little bit about his semi-low blow, but thought better to just let the action continue. That's a sign of a good referee. Don't interfere if you don't need to. Juan Manuel, pop, pop, and miss. Big right hand. That one buckled the knees for just a second of Juan Manuel. Now Marquez showing the warrior that he is. That shot almost woke him up.
He got drilled with 3 shots and came right back. And Mayweather, amid lulling Marquez, fired the long looping left hook and a good straight right hand behind it.
This is a round that you'd really like to give to Marquez, and I don't know if any one of the 3 judges are going to give that round to him. I mean, just when you think that Marquez can steal a round, I don't know. All right, we get set to go to 10. MGM Grand Garden Arena. Floyd Mayweather, 21-month layoff, you'd never know it. The guy looks like he hasn't missed a beat. In his case, to heal up the body, especially his hands, the layoff did him good. He's been fighting since he was a kid. 20 title fights, and this one's not for title. Bronze medalist in the '96 Olympics. In order to get there, he was fighting a long time as a youngster to get to the Olympic team. So the layoff has done him good. Chopping right hand by Floyd Mayweather. Stiff jab, bounces the head back. Marquez can do nothing with this guy.
And we talked about Mayweather's defensive prowess at the top, and legendary it is. 10% of the punches for Marquez landing last round. Marquez often throwing more punches than Mayweather. but landing a scant percentage.
And that goes directly to what we talked about in terms of this guy being one of the great defensive fighters of all time. Marquez has never had such a low connection rate as he's had in this fight. The reason he's fighting Floyd Mayweather Jr.
Great defensive prowess, but able to do it and not look boring at the same time.
Continues to taunt by leading his head in there. He likes to play where he's like a cat with a mouse, isn't he?
Yeah, he really does enjoy the different angles that he can show to Marquez, and in the different ways he can land punches, whether it's the double right hand, the leaping left hook, or making him miss by giving him the shoulder roll.
Marquez did land a couple of punches there, but it took no toll on Floyd Mayweather. Mayweather trying to toy with him, but Marquez having a decent round here with a minute to go. Marquez the one saying, come on, let's fight. But Mayweather's too smart to be sucking into that. He'll fight when he decides to fight.
There's a good move by Mayweather. He thought the right hand was there. He started to throw it. It missed. He ducked out and was not hit by the counter.
Look at how quick, you know, from the position where his hand is down below his chest. The looping right hand comes from Marquez, and all of a sudden his arm is up there blocking. Very frustrating fight for Juan Manuel, because I know the determination he has and how hard he trained for this fight. But equally determined and equally training as hard, Floyd Mayweather. Right at the bell, Floyd catches up with him again.
The punch to make it effective from an awkward angle.
All right, here we are in the 11th round. Scheduled for 12. I get a score 100 to 99, 100 to 89 rather, in favor of Mayweather. Juan Manuel trying to unleash some sort of offense here. Right back comes Floyd Mayweather. There's that right hand that's been there most of the night. But it's the left hand speed, both the jab and the hook, that's helped Mayweather to the way the scorecards are showing right now.
Well, in terms of the power shots, which is anything other than a jab, Mayweather has about a 2-to-1 edge in punches landed, while Marquez has thrown twice as many. Now, how's that for defense?
It's great. It's extraordinary. And you're watching an extraordinary athlete. And if this continues for the last 2 minutes of this round and through the 12th round, it's going to set up a mega payday for this guy. There's the right hand again, catching Juan Manuel, and it spins Marquez's head. Look at the way he makes him miss. I mean, 3, 4 shots. This is just extraordinary.
And then still gets back into a position where he's an exciting offensive fighter.
Right hand lands with power that time. Maybe they'd like to finish him off if he could. He can't make it much more definitive unless he stops him. He stopped Ricky Hatton in the 10th round. He'd love to stop this guy in 11 or 12.
After he's done everything else to him.
How frustrating is this warrior, Juan Manuel Marquez, who can't do anything with this guy. Look at the desire and determination. Tries to land shots, he's not there. He gets countered by the left hook this time. Sets him up with a jab, then blasts him to the body and the ribs.
That body shot hurt.
Yes, it did. Good shots landed here. 25 seconds to go in the round, and Floyd landed heavy blows. Marquez has his own adrenaline rush. He's answering, but not well enough to cause any problems for Floyd Mayweather. Just pure grit, determination, and will by Juan Manuel, but nothing there. You go to the well, and you're not bringing back any water. Look at this movement. The bell ends the 11th round, 600,000 because of his weight, but that didn't bother him any. And if he get $10 million for this, what's he going to get for his next one? Wow. All right, here we go. 12th and final round. It's been all Floyd Mayweather Jr. And his comeback after 21 months. He's come back with full glory.
Reflexes have been sharp. The timing has been exquisite. The punch selection has been excellent. And Mayweather's ability to think on his feet, extraordinary.
Marquez, though, determined and a great Mexican fighter in the true tradition and history of the great Mexican fighters. It's been no contest. He's smaller, he's slower, and he's older, and he looks like it.
Well,
but this is one of the few guys in the world that can make him look this way.
With that left hook to the body and coming forward, Marquez showing some of the things that you would have to do against Floyd Mayweather consistently to beat him. The last guy to come close was Oscar De La Hoya. He had that fight in range by doing that.
That was also at 154, which this guy was coming way up, and De La Hoya was actually coming down.
Well, he was able to mug Mayweather for a while. If you can't mug him, you've almost got no shot at him.
Juan Manuel Marquez was down in the second round. Other than that, it's just been a boxing lesson. This kid has outboxed one of the great boxers in the world. Five-time world champion, Juan Manuel Marquez. Couldn't make the adjustment up at the 140s in the welterweight division, at least not with this guy. But nobody else in the world has ever been able to do it either.
And this is a lot better to watch than an early or a mid-rounds knockout, because we've been able to see Mayweather showcase so much. And this is a great exhibition of how to combine the best of offense and defense. His punch connect percentage over 50%, and he gives up less than 20%.
Watching greatness, my friends. Seconds to go. Look at this. Marquez, no kidding him. Floyd Mayweather was having the night of his life. In his office, he's dictated the entire fight. Closing seconds of the fight now, and a brilliant, brilliant victory for Floyd Mayweather Jr. Sensational performance by a sensational fighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the MGM Grand we go to the scorecards. William Lurch scores at 118-109. Bert Clements, 120-107. Dave Moretti, 119-108. All to the winner by unanimous decision. He's back. He is Floyd Money Mayweather.
So one judge, Bert Clements, had it exactly the same way you and I had it, 120 and 107. The other two judges gave almost every round to Floyd Mayweather.
The officials are at ringside and they are ready. The fighters are in the ring and they are ready. Fight fans, are you ready? For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner with head trainer Edison Reynoso. Wearing blue with gold and officially weighing in at 160 pounds. His professional record, 49 victories, including 34 wins by knockout, only one defeat with one draw. He has been in 15 consecutive world title fights coming into the ring and captured 3 world championships. Damas y caballeros de Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, the 2-time light middleweight world champion, the reigning, defending, ring, lineal middleweight champion of the world, Saul Canelo And across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner with his head trainer, Abel Sanchez, wearing khaki green and officially weighing in at 160 pounds. This Olympic medalist now has a perfect professional record of 37 fights, 37 victories, including 33 knockouts. His KO percentage, the greatest in middleweight championship history. From Karaganda, Kazakhstan, the reigning, defending, undefeated IBF, IBO, WBA, WBC, unified middleweight champion of the world, Gennadievich Golovkin, a.k.a. Triple G.
Ring center. Back out of the way. Ready. Okay, gentlemen. Trucks are good on both sides. Now we went over the rules in the dressing room. I want to caution you to keep this fight clean at all times. Protect yourself at all times. And what I say, you must obey. Good luck. Touch him up, Brenda Swate.
Inside the T-Mobile Arena. We've been here for other fights, but just alone, the way they walked in, people on their feet as we underway 12 rounds in the championship. Belts on the line. Gennady Golovkin in that military green. Canelo Alvarez, the blue and gold. Both fighters are predicting a knockout. Both of them smirk and just shine and laugh when they say that you're going to get knocked up by somebody else. But no, I'm the one coming with the big punch. You hear the crowd for Triple G, trying to get up by Canelo. Canelo's eluding that one. He made his training camp and he's normally in Southern California in the Del Mar area. Gennady Golovkin in the mountains of Big Bear, about 2 hours north of downtown Los Angeles. Both fighters cast away from their homes in Kazakhstan and Mexico. Gennady Golovkin, a perfect 37-0, 33 KOs. Daniel Jacobs, some say might have made him exposed. That's what Canelo agreed to fight here. And they agreed on seeing tomorrow weekend in that same room. When Gennady told him good luck, Canelo just laughed at him. Said luck is for the mediocre. And Alvarez believes he is anything but mediocre. Halfway through the first round, no punches landed just yet. It's a filling out process right now. Both trying to get comfortable in this fight, trying to see what everyone has hands together. This is the first round. You got it. First with that left hook to the body. That was a voice of former world champion Kevin Kelly, been in some big fights of his own. And by the man joined by Doug Fisher, editor of RingTV.com, and you all over the world. Both fighters look chiseled and ripped at the wings. Easily made 160 pounds. This is the first time that Canelo is fighting at 160. Normally at 54 against Chavez Jr., he fought at 64 and a half. Gennady was only 160. Gennady's just let him get close to the hands of big fucking shots.
last week. Man fighting a boy. David Sanchez, the trainer of Gennady Golovkin. They've been together since Gennady came to the United States. Started his career off in Germany. Languishing there. 10 seconds to go. Not many punches landed or thrown. Interesting to see how judges score that one.
Time!
Just one round. You heard Eddie Reynoso, the longtime trainer of Canelo Alvarez, telling him, you know he's going to go for just that one punch, Kevin.
Well, the big key here is, as they adjust and adapt, things will change on both men. Canelo is, he's getting some respect here from G. I expected that. The big thing is very simple. If G gets hit by one of his shots, will it be enough to penetrate and make Triple G pay attention? Stop! To Canelo. Let him up!
In other words, does Canelo Alvarez hit hard enough to earn Triple G's respect?
I don't believe he does, but at the end of the day, you're not getting hit with those punches myself. I'm not getting hit with them, but I've seen him really do the Cotto. I've seen him do the Chavez. When he hits middleweight, there's not much reaction. And I think, personally today, he's slower than he normally is because he did get bigger for this fight.
He is heavier, but Golovkin is fighting at that careful pace, showing the respect that he showed middleweight punchers like Curtis Stevens early on or David Lemieux early on, which gives Canelo the opportunity to still, or maybe rightfully earn some of these early rounds.
Yeah,
I scored round one for Canelo. Not a lot happened, but I thought he had the crisper punches.
Well, I was wavering. I was going to go dead even, and I gave it to Gennady. I thought it was to the walking forward.
Right, that's fair.
I thought it was initiating the action like he was here. The question mark is I think the crowd's going to scream every time Canelo throws something. The question mark is he landed effective. So far, this is not getting him. He's landing more shots than Golovkin. So right now, I think G's just take a look at him about 5-6 rounds. He don't look comfortable yet to me.
Some nice hand speed from Canelo.
Jab from Canelo, got a couple good hooks early in the round. Hook from Golovkin, Canelo slips. Good defense from the Mexican fighter. More movement in Canelo Alvarez in the last couple fights that we've seen.
I think he's got good head and upper body movement.
Also, the last couple fights didn't have the power that Gennady Golovkin is known for.
He became a better fighter after fighting Floyd, I think, Canelo.
Yeah, he would be the first to admit that.
Yeah, he learned a lot in that fight.
His only loss, Floyd Mayweather. Canelo had a drop early on in his career. Remember, he turned professional at 15 in Jalisco. Started boxing around the age of 12, 13. No need for the amateur system. Mexico, you think you can ready? They'll turn you pro.
Yeah, Gennady's trying to get close enough to land an effective punch.
Uppercut from Canelo. Final seconds.
Time!
Do it. To stay close, keep the fight in the middle of the ring.
Both corners are calm and confident.
Eddie Reynoso is the main trainer. He is the son of Chepo Reynoso. Chepo Reynoso owns the gym in Guadalajara with Canelo locked into.
And it looks like Golovkin wants to step up his punch activity in this round.
A bit more active here to start the third.
But I'd like to point something out. We're used to seeing Golovkin march forward, and he's just staked out in the middle of the ring with Canelo.
Yeah, like I said, right now, Golovkin is giving respect to Canelo.
Is Canelo respecting Golovkin?
Yeah, so the key is, I think, the power exchange here. The biggest, Triple G don't want to collapse in this fight already. Canelo is more comfortable with me in this fight right now.
Triple G looks stiff.
He's a little stiff, a little lethargic, like he's trying to figure out. He looks a little bit slow. His timing is off.
Well, I think he's out of his ring identity right now. He's used to guys backing away from him. He's used to cutting off the ring, hunting his man down. And Canelo has staked out the center of the ring. He's standing his ground. And many times, he's the one who's initiating the exchanges.
Yeah, I haven't seen Gennady go to the body at all.
He hasn't, Kevin.
He's gotten upstairs. Throw some jabs. He hasn't put any combinations together. Canelo trying to go to the midsection of Gennady Golovkin here, halfway through the third. You're right. Every single punch Canelo lands, the crowd's going to go overreacting with it.
And that can have an effect on the official judges.
Well, Gennady's sticking to that jab.
That's a smart thing, right?
He's sticking to the jab. Very smart. Like I said, if he does that for 2 or 3 rounds, you know, his distance and range is how you find your distance and range.
Okay, Gennady blocked by Canelo. Again, blocked by Canelo. Blocks the jab. That one lands. Canelo counters with a left hook of his own. Body work, there's Canelo. Strong round for the Mexican fighter.
I think Canelo is gaining confidence in this round.
He's definitely gaining confidence.
And an uppercut. Split the guard there with the left.
And Golovkin is there to be hit by the uppercut.
Slipping that punches. Canelo back against the ropes. Top of it. 30 seconds ago, it's been a strong round for Canelo Alvarez.
I think Gennady's gonna go good. Left hooks, big left hooks.
Canelo moving around, bouncing a little bit. Feeling himself under?
Absolutely.
Looks good.
He's doing what he wants to do. Now, one thing I think he could do is go up against the ropes.
They told him to stay in the middle.
Yeah, not for long. I think he's more effective in the middle. I think when you back away from Golovkin, you add to his strengths.
Which is what he's been used to. 3 rounds in the books. Middleweight division, the belts are on the line. We were wondering if he was shave that beard. Nah, he's rocking that beard. Keep it going. This is the kid you saw make his UFC debut when he was 18.
Against Larry Mosley.
In a casino in the desert of Southern California.
That's right.
Now he's at the desert in Las Vegas, the boxing mecca. Is Canelo Alvarez. 3 in the books. How do you have it so far, Kev?
I have it so far 29-28. Canelo won the last round. He's doing very good fighting. He looks very effective aggression. He looks like he's got control of the fight. He's throwing bombs. Not so much reaction out of G, but we'll see what happens as the rounds go on.
So wrapping up points, though, and I scored the first 2 rounds for Canelo. I do think the first round could have gone either way.
Yeah. So I got it 28-29, of course, unofficially Canelo Alvarez.
And there's Canelo's jab. Everyone talked about Golovkin's jab coming into this fight. I wondered what factor Alvarez's jab was going to be in this fight, and if he would be able to connect against Golovkin with regularity with his jab.
Yeah, the question mark is how effective are those shots that he's landing, because I've seen it before with Cotto, I've seen it before with Chavez. There wasn't no reaction out of him.
Golovkin's walking through him, but it's Canelo who's landing the head-snapping punches, the eye-catching punches, the punches that the judges are going to take note of. He's racking up points even though he's not keeping significant damage on Golovkin. Canelo, this is the wrong place for Canelo.
What Jimmy's got to do is bring his chin down.
Let's go. He's trying to go to May. This is exactly what Canelo Alvarez did to Chavez Jr. in May. He's asking for it. Why is Gennady hesitant here?
Canelo's got to be very careful, because Canelo's kind of quick and he's getting some shots in when G falls asleep. So what happens is, as you can see, when he attacks, you know, he is a smaller man, and Golovkin knows that. So his speed, he's got to adjust to his speed. He won't get nothing wild and wild.
But obviously he respects Alvarez's power. Otherwise he would have stayed on top of him. He would let his hands go when Alvarez willingly went to the ropes.
While they were playing possum, Triple G said no.
Or maybe Golovkin saying, okay, you're obviously trying to set me up
for a reason, right?
And I'm not going to fall for it.
It's a chess match inside there. So that square circle. But you see the confidence from Canelo Alvarez. He's bouncing around the ring, shrugging his shoulders at Triple G, which nobody in a long time has done that in a ring with him. Look at this guy just showboating. Bailando. There you go, Canelo's bailador. Also goes punches 3-4 out of a time and then get out of there. Land 3, slip, and go with it around for another one.
That sounds like sound advice to me. And still Canelo's corner, cool, calm, and collected. Gennady Golovkin's corner, I think, beginning to show some concern.
Well, the biggest key is for Gennady right now to be quicker and penetrate a little bit better by throwing a hard, stiff jab. He needs to set the tempo into this fight. He's got to change gears. And right now, Canelo's got it in his pocket right now. And Alvarez is hard to hit. Like I said, he's very hard to hit. And he's against the ropes, against a man that you don't go into direction. Why don't you, if you don't do that against Triple G, you're not supposed to, why didn't Canelo feel like he can, Kevin? Of course, he's trying to destroy the confidence of Gennady. So it's a mind game. Exactly. See, I told you, 90% psychological with boxing, 10% physical. Well, Gennady's got to find a way to get to that body, throw a body shot to make Canelo pay attention, but Canelo's doing a heck of a boxing job right now. I think better than most people thought he would.
It was a fight with worldwide audience. A press tour that went across the pond in England, was all over the United States, ended in Hollywood with a red carpet affair. They're finally in the ring. People have been waiting for it. Work out. Canelo Alvarez right now, who at the age of 27 is in his athletic prime, and he's looking like he's in charge.
And he's showing that his edge in professional experience is more than a match for that amateur experience that Gennady Golovkin has brought to the pro ranks.
Golovkin, a 2004 silver medalist from Kazakhstan. Canelo Alvarez, 51 fights. He's 49-1-1.
Yes, 15 more professional bouts than Golovkin and 181 more pro rounds than Golovkin.
Right hand landed by Canelo.
And he's learning from that experience.
Triple G, Canelo says no. Keeps his guard down. The first time Triple G landed the shot. Canelo saying no. Golovkin saying yes. Canelo saying on the ropes. Standing up inside the T-Mobile Arena.
This is what we wanted. This is what we expected. This is what we're getting.
Canelo trying to counter, shaking his thumb, no que no, mijo. Look at him, both of them. I slip, you slip, we all slip. They're both missing shots. Canelo wanted to do. He's been waiting and waiting and waiting. Finally, he jumps off the rope. We're in the middle of the ring in an exciting fifth round. They're throwing him, but they're also slipping him.
Fans are jumping out of their seats.
And if they had a monitor, they would see that they're slipping around them. Nothing really landing flat. But it is a fun fight. And it's starting to heat up inside the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Wow. Good round.
Nice beard. I also have a nice chin underneath this beard.
Eddie Reynoso said you allowed that right hand because you decided to go on the ropes. That's what you wanted him to do. Well, he did it. Don't do that.
Echa la guardia, la defensa, listo.
Alvarez's
cerrado.
Bien atento. Prowess was excellent while against the ropes.
And he also added, when you're on the ropes, you get it, better move your body, move your head. Shot from Canelo.
I think Alvarez is more effective offensively speaking in the center of the ring.
So does his corner, bro. Canelo doesn't listen to it.
Some nice combinations exploding. And like I said, this is the best I've seen Canelo look. And understandable, he's in a man that can knock him out. So we have to be very careful. He's being explosive, he's being quick. I'm giving him control of the fight. G doesn't have as much explosiveness as he normally does. He's not landing after his punches. So he's missing a lot, and so that could tire a man out like G.
Good hot from Canelo, the drop of Gennady Golovkin. But it was one, not the combinations that Eddie Reynoso wants from Canelo. Right hand from Triple G. To the ropes.
No. Stand it up. Touch up. All right, there you go.
For what's been usually respectful press tour.
When Canelo used to do that?
Yes.
Yeah, let's see. Canelo's
very relaxed. That means that he's taking chances and risks.
But that's not who he is.
That's true. We're not used to seeing him show that.
That means he's confident. You feel like you can do whatever you want?
Well, he's starting to feel comfortable, but he can't take risks.
Up, bring him up. some risks he can't take because I see Gennady right now is getting a little bit stronger, and he's starting to wear out and get closer. He's starting to wear out. Okay, Canelo a little bit. As this fight goes on, it's going to get more daring, getting more dramatic as they get tired.
The defense from both of these fighters, extraordinary. Slipping punches, blocking punches. A Kazakhstan fighter in Las Vegas with a pro-Mexican crowd chanting Triple G. That's Gennady Golovkin. That's the following that he has. Gotta do it for that.
Like that.
No, they haven't liked it early on, Doug. This is, I think Kevin, as you said it, the confidence, he's feeling himself.
Yeah, he's getting better and better. I got this fight actually right now dead even.
I have it 4 rounds to 2 for Canelo Alvarez, but I have Triple G coming on. I've scored rounds 5 and 6 for Golovkin, but I think those rounds are close.
Yeah, right now he's starting to muscle Canelo around. Close fight, I got 57-57. The last one, like I said, Canelo's taking off a little bit here. The last round really took off a little bit. He stopped being effective as he was. He was good jab, good counter hooks, and he's carrying the weight around right now. So we're gonna see how this, as the fight progresses, how he does as far as cardiovascular.
Gennady Golovkin, Kazakhstan, and 2 brothers, 9 military service for his country. Will not talk about him. Won't really talk much about his childhood. His brother Max, they say, was the better boxer. When it came time for the Olympic program, Gennady got the call. Max by his side. Recently had his 2nd child. He lives in Santa Monica. Could that have been a distraction a little bit? He saw for a few hours and went back to camp in Vegas.
Comes with the territory, then your prize fight.
There you got adjust and adapt. Adversity is your friend in your fight. Okay, you got to overcome anything that's going to stop you from doing what you need to do.
Now this is the Triple G pressure that we're used to seeing.
And that's the elusive Canelo Alvarez.
He's moving a lot, but he's not really a stick and move fighter by nature. He can do it, but he's not at his best doing it.
We're seeing new wrinkles to Canelo Alvarez tonight as he makes his debut at 160 pounds.
Yeah, right now he's trying to adjust and adapt. As he moves, he's carrying more weight with him. So as the rounds go on, like I said, Gennady now is starting to get kind of range. And so is Canelo going backwards.
Yeah, he's boxing okay going backwards, but not as effectively as when he stands in the center of the ring. I'm starting to see a little bit of fatigue on his face. Maybe it's from carrying the weight. I'm thinking it's Golovkin's his punches and these punches that he's landing. We're seeing a sporadic jab from Canelo. He needs to work his jab more to keep Golovkin straight.
Yeah, he's taking his rounds.
Triple G looking solid in this round, controlling it.
I think this is Golovkin's best round so far.
He's chasing Canelo around. He's not playing around this time. Lands 1 shot to the body, that was it. 10 seconds ago in the 7th round, Gennady getting strong. Canelo right there with them. Mexican Independence Day. Canelo Alvarez has fought 7 times around this holiday. His only loss was against Floyd Mayweather. Tonight he's taking on Gennady Golovkin. On a holiday that is reserved for the Mexicans. Triple G lands against shot. Canelo goes against the rope. This time he's not saying no. This time he's putting his guard up. This Triple G. The last couple rounds has looked stronger.
Yeah, it seems like the punching power of Canelo is faded a little bit, the snap that he had earlier. Now he's more of a thumping puncher. And Triple G shots are more direct and more current. And they're a lot harder. It seems like G wants to get a good confrontation with him.
Right hand from Canelo. Splitting the guard. Triple G. Gennady Golovkin.
Nice body attack by Alvarez, but the great thing about Golovkin is he never abandons his jab. And I think Alvarez has done that sporadically throughout this fight.
Well, it seems like Gennady wants to get a lot closer. And he's trying to do that right now. And Canelo's allowing him to.
from Europe. A lot of fans from Kazakhstan have made the trek to Las Vegas, chanting for Gennady Golovkin.
They're being treated to some quality stuff here between these two middleweight champions.
Watch your heads. Golovkin is making his Las Vegas debut. He sold out LA, he sold out New York. Here he is in Las Vegas as the B-side fighter. A lot of irritations back and forth in negotiations. A lot of concessions as to who would come out first, who would be recognized as the champ, because Gennady does have the belts. Canelo known as a linear champion. And how do you sell it? In the ring.
The fight kind of has taken on the complexion of the Marvin Hagler, Sugar Ray Leonard fight, in which Leonard, the faster, more athletic fighter coming up in weight, was crisper with his punches and kind of out-hustled him over the first 3 or 4 rounds, and then the middleweight champion comes on with his pressure and his consistency offensively in the middle rounds. We'll see how the late rounds play out.
But it was one punch. His corner's been telling him to throw combos. 24 seconds ago, Abel Sanchez won Gennady Golovkin. Do not slack off the last 20. Has to finish strong. Will he listen to him here in the 8th? As Canelo attacks the body. That might have been on the head. Gennady keeps on coming. The pressure from Gennady Golovkin here in the final seconds of the 8th. He's listening to his trainer. Another solid round between Canelo and Gennady Golovkin. Both of them will land their own shot.
Time!
Fight in the corner.
Which I agree with greatly that Sanchez says. If you look at it, Canelo is walking straight into the right hand of Gennady. So Gennady should throw a straight right hand, like right there. Okay? When Canelo moves to his left, he's walking straight into the right hand.
Abel Sanchez said something about throwing the right hand as a hook. Like
exactly. Because that's how he knocks most of these guys up. There you go. But that's a left hook. He throws a right hook.
Together, Canelo Gennady Golovkin picking up the pressure. Canelo moving off of those ropes.
He wants to get in competition. Cannelo's trying to knock down,
beginning to get overwhelmed. Yes, Canelo's looking like he's beginning to get overwhelmed. I thought he looked arm-weary in the last 2 rounds. Kind of seeing it on his face as fatigue is setting in.
He was on the rope earlier, bouncing on. Here, he's leaning against the ropes. As Gennady Golovkin has him. Canelo with the hook. Separate for a bit. Canelo right on top, and Golovkin right on top. Not allowing the Mexican to breathe. Now both of them fight for one another.
This is the big drama show, folks. This is what we wanted. This is what we waited for. This is what we yearned for. It's so awesome that we're getting it.
It's like I said, though. I've seen Canelo land those shots against Cotto, land those shots against Chavez, and the same reaction. I didn't believe there wasn't enough punching power to make Gennady pay attention.
Triple G is walking through him.
Gennady's bouncing on his toes here in the 9th round. Canelo moving around that ring. He wants to finish this.
How demoralizing is it for a fighter to nail your opponent with your best shot and have him just walk right through it?
You want to run home and get your gun. It's like an alley fight. I went through with Troy Dorsey. Troy Dorsey kept coming and coming. It's very demoralizing.
In the corner is Canelo keeping his hands down. Asking for it. Again is legal. There you go. There's an uppercut.
Do that. I'm saying for Gennady to go to the body.
Playing possum. Off of the ropes to the middle. Gennady Golovkin has looked strong the last few rounds. He's getting stronger as the fight is going on.
Because I believe what's going on here is that Canelo is getting weak. So because the thing is, the longer the fight goes, the more that weight of Gennady becomes a factor.
Final seconds of the 9th. Another fun round between Triple G and Canelo in Las Vegas.
Yeah, not on my scorecard. I gave that round to Triple G, but it was close and competitive. I wouldn't be surprised if at least one of the official judges did.
Championship rounds. You know they're getting at their TV or computer or laptop in Kazakhstan. You know, Don Jose is yelling, "Vamos, Canelo." They're going for their fighter. The 10th round. This is when you separate, as they say, the men from the boys, or the champions from the contenders.
Absolutely, brother. This is championship time.
This is gut check time. You heard it from Eddie and also saying it's time for him to go and pick it up. Perfect rounds remain.
This is where Canelo is effective. Center of the ring. Driving combinations. Left balance.
The urgency. T-Mobile Arena on their feet. All the fans here. Even Bernard is watching inside on his feet here in the tent. Oh, so much fun between Gennady Golovkin and Canelo Alvarez.
This is great stuff.
There's the exchange unit. Warriors going at it.
This is beautiful brutality.
Now, Gino in the hold, he pushed Canelo off. He wants to go to war.
Sit back. Watch your heads, guys. Watch your heads.
Very small fight. But I think Gennady right now, those punches, that's the kind of fight that he wants.
I don't like the position that Canelo's in right now. He's to stay out of corners, stay off the ropes.
He's been so effective in the middle of the ring in this shootout. He's been in
His corner, Canelo's corner, White urged him to win the next 3 rounds. He's got to win these next 3 rounds. They failed to seal the decision. So Gennady's putting the foot on the gas and saying, let's go. Let's make this thing happen.
Triple G looks strong the first half of the round. Will he be able to finish it and finish strong? Can Canelo get himself back into this round? It will be a tight fight. And you see stalking him is Gennady Golovkin. Canelo came out.
Let up.
I thought Alvarez came out balls away.
Alvarez breathing heavy, isn't he?
Oh, no, in front. Here you go, guys.
Bad mistakes. That he's got more muscle weight, takes more energy. So honestly, he got stronger.
Work out, fellas. Work out.
He's really tough
Stop.
weight because that weight's slowing him down.
Kevin, who do you think is winning this round, Ted?
Right now, Golovkin is definitely in the round. Gennady's doing a heck of a job. It's going forward. It's called a range ownership. Canelo, I want Canelo to explode, but Canelo he's got discouraged when he got hit with those punches.
Canelo did explode in the first minute of this round, but it's not enough to carry the entire round.
Like I said, he's got to be strong throughout the round. And right now,
He's doing it. He wants to. He's landing. Canelo slow here in the final seconds of the 10th. Punches for Canelo, nothing on him. Gennady Golovkin closing out the 10th round.
With that right cross, it wasn't from Canelo's punch.
yeah, but we want the rest of the round, so it depends on how these judges are looking at this fight. I'm looking at this fight as Gennady coming forward. Okay, because right now Canelo, he has his moments, but they're so infrequent.
That was a nice right hand. It's punching off the flank.
Yeah, but it's infrequent. Then he lets Gennady come back into the fight, and he lands 4, 5, 6 more punches, and that puts him back to the left. Right there, that jab. That left jab is amazing. So he's making a good shot.
In front.
But if you're going to steal a page from Sugar Ray
There you go.
Leonard's playbook against
All
Marlon
right, here you go.
Hagler, you got to let your hands go more than that. You got to flurry. That's what Ray Leonard did.
First of all, the last 20 seconds of the round, this is got to win. And Gennady is doing that. Canelo should be doing that.
Both fighters predicted a knockout before the 10th round. Didn't happen. We're in the 11th. Gennady Golovkin is a slight favorite coming into this fight at the biggest sports book.
Work out, fellas.
My prediction, I thought it was going to be a body shot round 10. I have not seen Gennady go into the body. Canelo is doing, I think, a good boxing job, a decent boxing job. Better than most people think.
The head movement from both guys. This is high-quality boxing, but lots of high-quality punching.
That's why they're the elites. That's why they're pay-per-view main events. That's why their fights sold out immediately.
And they're giving the fans the beautiful right cross from
This is what it's all about. When Nobby gets hit, let's give you another one. Come on. Vente, mijo. First punch is able to win the round. There's still a minute and 5 to go in the round. Up for grabs. And a much better looking round for Canelo Alvarez. Who will be able to close it?
He stepped on that
because if you change your hands up, you're punching.
That was a nice cross that Golovkin landed to Canelo's ear.
Uppercut by Canelo in response. Second is where he's changing his stress about Steiner. Finish strong with those 20 seconds. Uppercut from Triple G. Hook from Triple G. Canelo takes a breath. 10 seconds to go in the 11th round. A tight one. And we head to the 12th.
That's close rounds, including the last round, including round 9. So I think Abel Sanchez is right. He needs to come out there and decisively win the 12th and final round.
They touch gloves, they hug, and then they go back to scrapping. Gennady Golovkin, undefeated, now put belts in 160-pound division. Canelo trying to take it away.
Step back, step back. Work out, work. No. Keep him in front, fellas. There we go. Don't hold.
Junkyard dog. He's doing it. To that great chin of Gennady Golovkin. Another right hand for Canelo. Golovkin right there with him. Combination from Canelo.
Step back. Watch your head. Step back clean. Step back. Watch your head, guys.
They said early that this could probably be the beginning of a trilogy. Yeah, I think we all want to see it again, no matter who wins. The fans are winning tonight. This is real boxing. This is a real fight. Nice shot from Triple G.
Don't stop. Step back. Watch your head. Watch your head.
Going at it. The G's playing the wall. There they are. A minute to go between Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin.
No. Watch out. Work out. Stop.
A very tired Canelo Alvarez. You've seen his hands down. This isn't his division. It's the first time he fights at 160. Gennady Golovkin has ruled it for a while. Look at that. Smart from Gennady. Nope. Frustration on the face of Canelo. He's thrown his best tonight. And Gennady's been right there with him. Very strong. Gennady's been having a body attack. They both wanted the big shots. There was no body shots to Gennady. Final seconds of a fantastic and fun fight between Gennady Golovkin and Canelo Alvarez.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the scorecards after 12 rounds of boxing. Adelaide Bird scores it 118 to 110 for Canelo. Dave Moretti scores it 115-113 for Triple G. And Don Trella scores it 114-114, a three-way split. This is officially a draw.
I wonder what the odds on that, if you would have bet the draw.
Bernard Hopkins will be decked out in the brown, as you see, and across the way, De La Hoya in black and white. Kenny Bayless calls the two combatants to the center of the ring, and we'll have this one underway for you. The Unified Middleweight Championship. Bernard recognized universally as the middleweight champion, but here we go.
Right here, any punch thrown in this area will be considered a clean punch.
Trunks are okay here. Now, guys, we went over the rules in the dressing room. I want you to keep the fight clean, protect yourself, and what I say you must obey. Good luck to both of you. Touch up.
All right, this will be interesting again. This is one of the problems for Oscar De La Hoya tonight, is he's fighting a guy that's taller than him, and when he fights the tall guys, he has a little bit of trouble. But he's a master boxer. But this guy is a trap setter. He is a master boxer himself. He knows every trick in the trade. And his 44 victories, remember, one of his losses was to Roy Jones Jr., and the other loss goes way back to his very first professional fight. So basically this guy is 44-1, even though the record's a little bit different than that.
And he's a throwback in the sense that he has stayed in the middleweight division. He has become a force over the many years in this division, whereas Oscar De La Hoya has moved up from being a champion at 130 pounds. This is the natural spot for Bernard Hopkins.
Bernard sometimes looks like he's waiting, but he knows exactly what he's doing all the time. He's a master ring technician, and Oscar has to deal with that tonight. Oscar a little bit quicker, but this guy knows how to roll with punches. He knows how to avoid power. He can give rounds away and still come back and get you. And that's what Oscar has to look out for. Nobody really open up here. A lot of caution. You expect it to be a chess match early. Nothing done in the first minute. Now Bernard goes head hunting. But Bernard does a lot what Oscar has done in so many fights that we've called. Bernard feels the guy out sometimes for 2 or 3 rounds. He tests his jab, he tests his hook, he tests his right hand. He moves back and forth, side to side. A master ring technician.
It's a 12-round story, or a little bit less, when Hopkins fights. The veteran fighters know how to relax early, try to make the fight come to them, set up the situation that works best. And Hopkins is a guy that, you talked about the traps, that's very significant. You have to hustle him, and here he mugs you. He throws a right-hand lead as if he was a left-handed fighter and gets away with it because he is so quick.
Well, he's a Philadelphia fighter, and he shows it. Talk about 2 nice kids. Bernard had problems early in his career before he really got into boxing. Had to serve time as guest in the state of Pennsylvania. Learned a lot while he was on vacation and came out, and he's a model citizen now and a wonderful, wonderful guy and a terrific fighter, Bernard Hopkins. Everybody knows about the Golden Boy, a different upbringing. 92 Olympics, and he's a master boxer and a wonderful kid too.
The biggest difference between them is that De La Hoya has been getting his due since 1992 with the Olympic movement and all the titles. Bernard Hopkins outspoken for many years about not feeling he got his recognition, and it has started to come his way, especially with the victory over Felix Trinidad.
Well, the local networks in the United States had him actually on their telecast when Oscar De La Hoya took the title from Felix Sturman. We saw it afterwards when actually he was praying that De La Hoya would win because he knew that this would bring him a lot of recognition too if he could in fact beat Oscar De La Hoya tonight. But certainly the money is there as round number 1 ends. First round, there wasn't a lot between them, but he did find a home for more cleaner punches, I thought, than did Bernard. But remember about Bernard, he's a guy that can mess around with you, make you look bad all the time, and then boom, all of a sudden you find yourself on your keister. And that's the way Bernard is. He has all the tricks of the trade. And he's so subtle, oftentimes it's hard for us to pick up what he's doing. And this is our business too.
He's one of the few guys that not only has power, but can make the waiting game work to his advantage because of the traps he springs. And it's a risky type of fight style, and you have to be an exceptional athlete to get away with it, which means that when you set the traps, you have to be successful a very high percentage of the time because you don't get that many opportunities.
Bernard Hopkins to the right of your screen, Oscar to the left, kind of with his back to you now. Bernard doesn't worry about anything. He does what he does. You know, when he feels the pressure, he circles away from it right away. Makes guys look bad. And he's just pawing with his jab. He's looking to load up a big right hand or left hook to the body. Oscar smothering most of his jabs. and people getting a little antsy in the arena. Bernard tests his right hand here. We're only in round number 2.
Well, Hopkins will give you the impression he's not going to throw a punch for a long time, and then it might be a right hand lead, something he shouldn't get away with, and he'll start a nice combination for himself.
And De La Hoya very aware of what this guy is doing. These are 2 master boxers, different styles of master boxers. Bernard will coast along in a defensive frame of mind, never pushes it, can go to 12 rounds. But mind you, in his 44 victories, he's got 31 knockouts. That's more knockouts than Oscar De La Hoya has. But again, for Oscar too, moving up to this 160, I don't think it's his optimal weight, and it certainly is for Bernard Hopkins. And again, we mentioned the age earlier, Dave. Hopkins is 39, but he's not an old 39 because he's never been beat up.
He's 39 going on 30.
Yeah.
And for Hopkins, he was salivating about this matchup and certainly praying that Oscar De La Hoya would get past Sturm because he believed that Oscar has come up too far, coming up from 130, and that his level was in the 147 to 154 pound range. So he intends to assert himself as the dominant middleweight, the natural middleweight here.
And when we talked to Bernard yesterday, he was telling us, I've got to get angles on this guy and set him up to land a big shot. Now, Oscar lands a nice right hand of his own, but Bernard has found his target. Now, Oscar threw 6 or 7 shoe shine punches in the first one, and then he comes up just before the bell and misses his last shot. So by the De La Hoya, the slow motion really showed it that we didn't, when we called it live, you can't really tell. But again, Hopkins rolling away, doesn't take the brunt of the punches, and that's why he can fight into his 39th year. He told his mother that he was going to retire at 40, but we'll see. No fighter that I know of is retired, but he said he would. But Bernard promised his mom, I'm going to retire at 40. But again, Dave, this guy is not a 40-year-old body. He doesn't blow up in between fights. He stays at the middleweight, maybe 5 pounds, but he hasn't got to kill himself to get ready for fights, and he doesn't take any punishment in fights. Even in the Roy Jones Jr. fight, he didn't take any punishment.
And you like the fact that over the course of time, keeping the body that way, most guys naturally drift up a couple of weight classes, even if they eat their way up a couple of weight classes just by natural age. But he is a phenomenon in terms of his body, is Bernard Hopkins. And there's that right hand lead again from the right-handed stance. You have to be really confident in your angle and your ability to fool your opponent to get away with that as a right-handed fighter. And he did.
Oscar a little squared up at the shoulders. He's got the drive from the back foot to get his jab through there. But Bernard is the one that gets the angles down. Now he grabs him, pushes him back, roughs him up a little bit. Kenny Bayless says, don't do that. Keep your hands up and keep your head up, too. Halfway through the 3rd round here in Las Vegas. It's a hot September night outside, but inside here, it's perfect boxing weather.
Keep him up, Oscar.
He just waiting the shoe shot. He fighting like an amateur. He waiting the shoe shot. Pop that chain. Be the professional.
Sliding around to his right, trying to get the angles is Bernard. This is going to be a chess match throughout. Bernard tentative. That's by design, by the way. He goes with the right-hand lead that time, and that's why he was short with the jab. This guy doesn't miss an opportunity to do what he wants to do. Loaded up the right hand and took a bunch of shoe shine punches from De La Hoya.
He'll make you come in, and he'll work the angle on you, and he's patient enough, and then he'll spring the shot as you come in. And from the De La Hoya perspective, a little more bounce in his step than in the Sturm fight. His body looks a little bit more on the muscle, and he looks fresher than he did in the Sturm fight coming in against Hopkins, and he'll need every bit of that to do his best here because this is a guy who can exploit more opportunities than Sturm could.
But you know, in the Sturm fight, that took place last June, and here we are in September, so you know Oscar didn't take much time off punches to win the 3rd round. And that was a close round, but I kind of leaning toward De La Hoya in that one, but that's the type of round that the judges could have gone with Bernard just as easy. And Oscar, since he's moved up in weight, is fighting an awful lot of close rounds in fights.
It's harder for him to be dominant as he's not overpowering guys, so he's taking more to stay in the punching zone. And that's showing up on the scorecards. The first few times he hits guys, he's not shifting them, he's not moving them, dominating them. But between rounds, the riot act being read to De La Hoya's cornerman saying, "This is the worst I've ever seen you." So he's really trying to rally De La Hoya, feeling that when Oscar gets in front of Hopkins, he's not throwing punches, and there's an illustration.
Well, I think Oscar feels, the power of Bernard Hopkins. He's felt it on a couple of occasions here. And like when he fought in the Stern fight, he was a bit on the cautious side there and barely eked out a win. And he's fighting in a little bit similar way. But this guy that he's fighting now is a master boxer. So you always have to be cautious. And I think that's what Oscar's thinking. I don't know that, but I think that's what he's thinking. At least that's the way he's fighting. And Floyd Sr. doesn't seem to like it.
No, he's not getting enough situations where he's getting off first. There was an example where he did. But what Hopkins is doing on the countering side is waiting, landing a good shot, even a couple good body shots, and then tying De La Hoya up, limiting any opportunity for an exchange. It's, I hit you pretty well, and then it's over.
I don't know what Bernard's saving his left hook for to the body, but, here it is. Oscar getting the best of this. Bernard, most of the time, has been headhunting, but, that might be one of the traps he's trying to set. Who knows? But I'll tell you one thing. He knows what he's doing. Feigning. Oscar doesn't bite. A lot of strategy here. This is not a street fight. Kid from East LA and a kid from Philadelphia, some tough sections and some tough cities. I think Bernard's waiting a little bit too much here, and Oscar could steal this round from him.
It has been the Hopkins game to wait and then land a quick right hand. And the more De La Hoya gets comfortable with that pattern, he can try to break through it, get off first, and punch through the target.
Well, I think the flasher of the two fighters in the fourth round as the bell ends. It's the unification of the 160-pound division. Bernard holds 3 of the titles, and Oscar De La Hoya holds the WBO version of it. The brown trunks with his back to you, of course, is Bernard Hopkins, reigning undisputed middleweight champion of the world. Oscar disputes that because he holds the WBO title. And one of these guys should be an absolute undisputed champion when this thing's all over.
Work out, keep him up. Work out.
Round number 5, I'm the Colonel Bob Sheridan with Dave Bontempo. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada. Jab. See that sneaking right hand uppercut, and then Oscar hits him low again.
This time, though, Hopkins figured out the distance. We heard from the corner between rounds, you're getting closer with your jab. And that time, Hopkins got all the way there with his jab, and he came straight behind it with a nice 2-punch combination. The jab is one thing. The sneaky 2-punch combination behind it is what did the damage.
Bernard is so intelligent and knows so much about boxing. He could be doing things in these early rounds, trying to set something up for a round or two from now. That's how patient this guy is.
Let you feel confident about one particular area, make you forget about a body shot, say, or a hook, and then make you pay for it later.
Well, he tested his hook upstairs that time. Now he's hanging the left hand down. There's a reason for that. He wants to try to sucker De La Hoya in. He throws the right hand. Oscar's able to gobble up the jabs here. This is a better round for Bernard Hopkins.
He's dangling that jab hand down low, hoping that De La Hoya lunges in.
Well, this is part of what we call setting the traps for opponents. Nobody does it better than Bernard. Oscar moving back and forth. It's a nice, slick defense. Bernard Hopkins never gets beat up, even though this is a close fight. He doesn't get beat up.
And one of the reasons is he shortens the fights. With the waiting, with the trap setting, a 3-minute fight might really be 1:40 of the round rather than 3 minutes. And because of that, basically he knocks about 3 rounds of action off the fight. Multiply that by fight over fight in his career. And he's preserved himself well there and put himself in favorable strategic situations.
Well, there's several things about Bernard Hopkins. Number one, he doesn't balloon up in between fights. Number two, he's a master boxer and ring technician. And number three, as you just said, Davey Boy, he really does shorten fights and shorten rounds by doing exactly what he wants. I think this is a Hopkins round. Oscar staggered a little bit, and all of a sudden Bernard jumps on him. I don't know if he tripped or got on the end of a punch, but that's a Bernard Hopkins round. But his legs aren't bad. That he makes you think his legs are bad. Floyd knows that, but he's trying to give confidence to Oscar De La Hoya. Again, as I look at my score sheet, Oscar slightly out in front in this fight, maybe.
And I'll go one more disagreement with the corner. They said it's easy.
No, not against this guy.
It's easy from where you're sitting, maybe. But in a unified championship fight against a master trap setter, anything but easy. Of course, what they're trying to implore Oscar De La Hoya to do is, hey, take more chances. Don't let him lull you into a slow-paced fight.
And don't forget, Hopkins defeated Felix Trinidad, who has beaten Oscar De La Hoya. So he won that tournament of the middleweights.
And he really has just started to, since that fight, capture the acclaim on a large level that had eluded him prior to that. He's starting to enjoy the limelight and being a celebrity and being recognized. And that is something, obviously, that Bernard Hopkins covets now that he's finally gotten the love, so to speak, that he wasn't before.
Gee, it took him till he's actually 38, 39 years old to get the respect. He's having a nice round here so far at the midway point. Oscar set up right in front of him and gets off the right hand. But again, he gets it off as Bernard's pulling out. He got a real decent jab there that time. Bernard will give you what you think you're taking. See, he goes with that sneaky right hand.
Stop when I say stop, gentlemen. Here we go.
Kenny in total command. Boy, Kenny Bayless has come a long way. He's a terrific referee now. Getting a lot more assignments in the Nevada State Athletic Commission.
Well, he's getting his point across, but letting the guys fight. He's not the story here. They're doing what he says, and the pace of this chess match is allowed to continue, and that's what these guys are involved in. Boxing in the chess match situation set forth by Hopkins.
Yeah, and Kenny doesn't want to invade on that. You'll see him sometimes come in and think he needs to break it up. You'll see his hands go up in the air, and then he'll leave it alone. He'll back off and let the fighters fight. Good instinct by our ref, as well as by both of these fighters. Man, oh man, I don't think Bernard's done enough in this round. You talk about patience. Hopkins, unbelievable. Look at this. Oscar showing the footwork. Bernard doesn't like being shown up like that. But that's a nice round, I think, for Oscar De La Hoya. Here comes the bell. That's it. Well, they think he's out in front in the fight, but in reality, it's too close to call. I've got Oscar out in front slightly. Now, I'm a huge Bernard Hopkins fan. We all love Oscar, so, I mean, we're not influenced like perhaps the judges are, because we do so many more fights than they do.
Well, in going back and forth, the corners are looking at the possible scoring based in terms of how their plan was set up beforehand. And in the Hopkins corner, they liked the fact that he was setting traps and he's doing what he wanted to, but he's not taking enough initiative offensively if you're looking at it from the De La Hoya perspective.
Things are going well for him right now, though. And he has turned it up a notch here on Oscar in round number 7. Oscar waiting. This is when we went Hopkins to go with the jab and throw more right hands. He gets it on the chin of Oscar, but not with a lot of force.
Watch how Hopkins cuts off a ring slowly and drives a guy back to a corner. Maybe we'll get the opportunity to see that. He slices the ring up ever so slowly and into small pieces, and little by little suddenly guides you back into the corner. You didn't even realize you were going to go there, and then he does his work.
So slick at that. You know, he really wants to land the right hand, so he paw with the jab, bang. Or he'll go with the right hand lead and come back and nail you with a hook, either to the head or the body. This guy can do it all. Here the chant goes up for Oscar. Oscar in the western part of the United States of America, and not too far from LA, it's De La Hoya territory. Boxing fans in the United States, two of the biggest cities in the area of Philadelphia, New York, Boston, they could be big fans of this man, Bernard Hopkins, out of respect for his style of boxing. See, Bernard tried to turn it up a little bit, but Oscar's doing a nice job defensively right here with a minute to go. This is anybody's round.
I think the separator here, though, is that Hopkins has been the more effective aggressor, actually getting punches off, because De La Hoya has been backing up and playing a little bit more of the waiting game. Yes, good defense, but the offense has been with Hopkins. I think this is his round to this point.
I agree. With 24 seconds to go, it's his round to lose now. Jab, jab, jab. Was the right hand, Bernard. Oscar bouncing back. He hasn't taken anything hard yet. But again, remember, this is the guy that is he's testing things, Dave, that he might have an idea for the next round or the following round. Setting traps all the time is Bernard Hopkins. Bellends, I got to get that out in front, but just as easily, Dave, as some judges, because of all the close rounds, could have it 1 or 2 points the other way. So don't be surprised. And if it goes the distance, it'll be controversial again.
As since Oscar De La Hoya has moved up from 147, a lot more subject to interpretation at 154 and 160, as he has to trade a little bit more with guys, as the boxing is something that he can't sit outside and control. The bigger fighters don't mind coming after him. And interestingly, they only told Oscar De La Hoya to jab. Nothing about the hook, nothing about moving. I just think that he can do it with the jab and set it up, but he needs to be moving.
He's not moving at all, and Bernard will give him a feint and try to shift him one way or the other. Just get the feeling with Bernard, you never know. That's a very good left hook to the head. Hasn't gone to the body as much. Oh, there's a good one underneath the elbow. I think Oscar felt the power.
After the headshot, he starts with the right hand and finishes with the hooks. And many fighters will start with the hook and then go upstairs. So he's using the hook at the back end of the combination, and it's another part of his mastery.
Bernard Hopkins having a good 8th round. Oscar waiting, I think, a little bit too much. I mean, Oscar probably can't knock him out, so he's got to box with him. And waiting won't help you with this guy. You got to continue to try to outbox Bernard. But, you know, I'm saying that, but you folks who know boxing know as well as I do that this guy is very, very difficult to outbox. And look at the jabs, jabs, jabs.
The speed in much more real time than it is in the gym, and you can't afford the mistake. And you also have to wonder about if the specter of the right hand by Hopkins and the fact that he has set some traps and landed some right hand leads has kept De La Hoya from moving to his left so that he doesn't walk into something.
Oh, I believe that totally.
That he has been frozen by the idea of the right hand of Hopkins.
And just when you think you get the right under control, this guy can snap a left off to your head or to your body. Comes with a jab, jab. I think Bernard's boxing very well here in the 8th round. If it continues this way, I get this fight dead even going to the 9th. Now, the crowd would like to see Oscar doing more, but in reality, this is a terrific, terrific prize fight. two strategic geniuses in there. And Oscar lands a couple at the end, and that could influence the judges to go his way. But right now, after 8, I get it about even. Oscar hasn't fainted as much in this. And actually, in his last 2 fights at middleweight, he hasn't fainted as much as when he had Gil Clancy working with him.
Bernard Hopkins has answered his feints when he's tried to do it in this round. He knows all about those too. Hopkins saying between the 8th and 9th, he said, this is my round here, very confidently.
Yeah, well, he's picking it up a little bit in the last couple rounds. Good uppercut by Bernard.
Stop. Step back, fellas. Clean. Here we go.
First 30 seconds gone by, and Oscar's felt a little bit of the power in the last round, and in this round for Bernard. If the fight's not even and De La Hoya's ahead, Bernard is certainly making him pay more now than he was earlier. The heads came together. Let's see what Kenny has to say.
Stop with the foolishness, guys. Keep it clean. Keep it clean. Here we go.
Hopkins is trying to mug him for a purpose, and the referee does not want the mugging to include a headbutting. So that's where it's at for Hopkins, as he's trying to do a street job on De La Hoya right now, rough him up.
And that's not a bad idea either. Oscar much more tentative now than he was in the early going. As I say that, he gets off a few jabs, but look at the Hopkins now, as opposed to waiting and setting the trap like he normally does. He's much more aggressive here now. He sees something.
And he cut off the ring on him as De La Hoya was trying to circle out of trouble.
Well, he's a master at that. Oscar comes with an uppercut, does a body shot. Oh, he really whacked him with that left hook. If that's on the liver, Oscar, the way he's reacting, may not be. Oh, he's not getting up. It's up to 7 and 8 and 9 and 10. Oscar De La Hoya is knocked out by a left hook to the liver by Bernard Hopkins. How about that thing?
We've seen
go.
Okay, jab and then downstairs. The second punch. And then the one after that. At the tail end of the combinations, he's finishing with the body shots.
There's the one that hurt him.
And then upstairs, and he's nailed him with that shot. And it was the second shot in the sequence, coming behind the jab. Quick left hand. Upstairs, down. Bing, boom.
Referee Kenny Bayless counts to 10. The bout comes to a halt at 1 minute, 38 seconds of round number 9. The winner by knockout victory, and still the universally recognized, undisputed middleweight champion of the world, the pride of Philadelphia, Bernard, the Executioner Hopkins. For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Fighting out of the red corner, wearing blue with white, official weight 153 1/2 pounds. Professional record 28 victories, including 22 knockouts, 6 defeats, 1 draw, 1 no contest. De Managua, Nicaragua, the former welterweight world champion and former super welterweight champion of the world, Ricardo El Matador Mayorga. And fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black with gold, official weight, also 153 1/2 pounds. Professional record, 44 victories, including 37 knockouts, 5 defeats, and 1 no decision. From Pomona, California, former lightweight world champion, former welterweight world champion, former super welterweight champion of the world, Sugar Mosley.
So referee David Mendoza will clear the ring, and we'll have this one underway. Dave, did you notice in the corner, I don't know if the people could see it watching at home, but Mayorga making all sorts of taunting movements towards Sugar Shane, and Shane just laughing at him.
Well, you know, that's how Shane Mosley handled everything this week with Mayorga. And Mayorga loves being on the road and being everybody's bad guy. It fuels him.
Yes, it does. Well, we're set to go here. And while there is no world title at stake, I can't wait for this fight to get underway.
Better believe it.
All these years we've been doing fights together, Dave, I still love it. This is terrific stuff. Ricardo Mayorga and Sugar Shane Mosley. Mayorga decked out in the blue trunks with that silver trim around the middle. Sugar Shane in black trunks with gold. Again, scheduled for 12 rounds at 154 pounds. All right, here we go. And Mayorga, as he always does, comes out of a cannon and fires the first round. And he counters with a nice right hand that time as Mosley reaches inside. There's a wild right hand again. So there's been 3 right hands by Mayorga. 2 of them have got a piece of Mosley. There's that stiff jab by Shane, and Shane, at the height of his career, terrific jab. And that's what you want to do with this guy. Jab, jab, throw his own right hand.
He'd like to come up the middle. There's Mayorga with the right hand to try to discourage the jab. And a little bit of theatrics early on.
Yeah, he grabs hold of Mosley with his off arm from the referee, lifts him up, and then he looks at the referee and says, hey, look what he's doing. He's a street fighter. You talk about the good guy, bad guy. In reality, Mayorga is not as bad as he appears. He's a real character. He is foul-mouthed, that's to be sure. And you don't like to see that with athletes where youngsters are influenced by them, but that's not what this is all about. This is a prize fight right now. Wild left hand catches Shane. Now, he doesn't look like a 7-1 underdog right now, does he?
When Mayorga lands the left hook, he's a guy that feeds on whatever direction he's headed. He's doing well. He'll continue to do well and increase. If you start to get to him, he'll go downhill. The highs are the highs and the lows are the lows. That's the way it is for Mayorga, whereas Mosley is much more consistent.
Mosley really blasted him in the kidneys. And that's a good thing to do with a guy like that. The guy wants to bully you. Even if the referee took a point away, it was a smart thing by Shane. See, Shane's no fool in there. You blast a guy with a kidney shot like that, and it's going to take something, some steam out of the sails of Mayorga. That really was a punishing right hand to his kidneys.
And the odds are the referee will not take a point in the first round. So you're going to get a warning, and that's it. So it's a high percentage foul.
But that was not any mistake by Shane Mosley.
No, it's a calculated move. The odds are they won't take a point. It's so early, and if they do, so what? But there's the Mayorga right hand, too.
He may have hurt Mosley a little bit. His legs are a little bit loose of the knees right now. Chopping right hand again.
Now, his punches come from such a wide angle. He can catch you on the temple. And that's the old equilibrium shot.
So Mosley's got to continue to move the head. And don't stand right in front of him. Move side to side, trying to land his own power shots. And he knows when he's inside to hang. He protects himself like he was a lamb, right? I mean, this guy is an entertaining fighter. However, this first round is a Mayorga round. Here comes the bell to end round 1. It's an entertaining fight. As we expected.
Mosley, big move for Mayorga.
Yeah, how he was able to stand up is another question. That's conditioning. Here we go, round 2, scheduled for 12. Plenty of fireworks in round 1. And plenty of fireworks to come yet in this fight. Shane Mosley in the black trunks with the black shoes, in the blue with the silver. Ricardo Mayorga. It's a 12-round fight. A lot of ramifications for the winner of this fight to fight for world title shot very shortly.
In terms of strategy, for Shane Mosley, you've got to figure that Mayorga's best energy is early in the fight, and you have to try to be patient and break him down. If you're Mayorga, you like the instant strike thunder capability, and then to try to build off that momentum.
Well, Mayorga's a guy like any other bully or street fighter that'll come at you with everything he got knives and guns are blaring in the early going, and you got to weather that storm. And now he complains about the heads coming together. Mayorga, who's a tough guy, complains about every little thing because sooner or later he's going to do something dirty. And he's trying to influence the referee and thinking that the other guy's doing something. Shane is a real clean sportsman, but we mentioned the calculated shot that he took at the kidney, and a very smart move at that time when he did that to Mayorga, because Mayorga doesn't have the same bounce right now that he had in the first round. So Shane's weathering the storm all right, and that's all he has to do, and then turn it up a notch. Mosley's a very smart fighter. Referee David Mendoza knows how to handle these guys.
Look where Mayorga has his left hand, trying to dare Mosley to leap across with the right hand, and Mosley did, but he came up short.
Remember, Mosley has a considerable reach advantage. It doesn't look like he's got a 4-inch reach advantage in there, but he does. And the height's exactly the same, and it looks like Mayorga's taller than Mosley as you look at him, but he isn't. They're both 5'9". They both scaled 153.5 yesterday, so they're the only real difference between them is that reach advantage, and Mosley not really taking advantage of that right now. No, he didn't give that time. He planted his feet and tried to counter, and Mosley an excellent counter puncher.
And Mayorga scoring from a distance. The looping overhand right.
Mosley hasn't done enough to win this round.
Watch your head. Watch your head.
Here comes the bell in the second round of the fight. I think you got to give that to Mayorga as well.
Yes.
All right, here we go. This is round number 3, scheduled for 12. We're in the 154-pound division of the junior middleweight division. Sugar Shane Mosley in the black, and in the blue trunks with the silver trim around the middle is Ricardo Mayorga. By the way, that's the color of the flag of Nicaragua. Got waiting. And you're right, Dave. You know, he has that left hand hung down low, and Mosley can land the right hand.
Mosley's trying to get in, but he has to leap his way in, and then he gets caught there because it's not pretty on the way in.
It's tough. The heads came together, but nobody cut in that case in the third round here.
And this is a fight where, you know, heads will come together, so will shoulders, and so will elbows on heads.
Yeah, but this fight, and that time it was the head of
Mosley hitting it to Mayorga.
Watch your head.
Again, Mosley is cute. He knows exactly what he's doing in there. This is a very experienced, very good fighter. You know, win 4 world titles in 3 different weight classes without being some kind of fighter. Big question at age 37, how much longer can he do this? This could be his next to his last fight. And if he loses this fight, it might even be his last fight.
Interesting. I don't think he would let himself go out on a loss.
I don't think so either. It's not his making, but his marketability without a win tonight. Certainly is not where it could be if he can beat Ricardo Mayorga. And again, you know, there's a chopping right hand by Shane that catches Mayorga.
Don't get him in there.
Mayorga very concerned about the head. And again, Mendoza, the referee, warns Shane about blasting him. But the fact of the matter is, when he comes in, Mayorga turns his back to him. That's illegal too.
Shane, pick him up. Pick those punches up. Come on.
This is one of those rounds where both guys are trying to convince the other guy how tough they are. Look at this.
We're trying to send a message with it because look at anybody for a jab to get inside?
They just waltzing right in there and letting it fly. Those wild shots by Mayorga, but not with the same steam they had in round 1.
Okay.
So Shane, as far as I'm concerned, is fighting, in spite of the fact he may not have won this round, he's still fighting the way he has to fight this guy and needs to turn it up just a notch. He turned it up a little bit more in this round, but I don't know if he's done enough to win the round.
Can't ever remember seeing Shane Mosley leap in on guys to try to get on the inside.
There's certainly been a bit of frustration for him too against this guy. This guy can work on you. And I think you'll see it in this round, David. Colonel Bob Sheridan here with Dave Bontempo. You're watching Shane Mosley and Ricardo Mayorga from Carson, California at the Home Depot Center. Mayorga's probably won 2 of the first 3 rounds and maybe all 3 of them. But it's time for Shane Mosley now to turn it up a notch. Rough, tough from time to time. Looks like a street fight. Mosley showing some nice foot movement that time. Avoiding the bull like a bullfighter would. The quick step to the right and then back in front of him. And you mentioned about him getting angles to get in there, and that's, of course, is what he's trying to do.
Yeah, it's time for him to do that. He's starting to work that in. Maybe he feels that Mayorga will slow enough that he can exploit that advantage.
Well, in the first minute of the 4th round, nobody's won that at all. Nobody's landed any significant shots here. Shane works on the inside. When he's on the inside like that, he should come with the uppercut. Just don't tie up immediately. You get that right hand free. Try to nail this guy. That left hook he threw. Boy, he threw that with bad intentions.
And then he moved straight back, and Mayorga nearly landed the big right hand, but Mosley cut him off.
That's the type of punch that Shane has knocked guys out with, the one that he threw. He's trying to set it up and set it up. And he wants to get it underneath this left hand of Mayorga when it's down. It's a hard round of boxing. Nobody winning this round yet. As a right hand lands by Shane Mosley.
Second time through, he pumped it. That's a little sharpshooting exercise there. Then he covers up on the inside.
The chant goes up for Mosley. Of course, Mosley down the street is his home in Pomona, California. And if this was in Las Vegas or Boston, they'd still be rooting for Mosley. Because Mayorga is the guy they love to hate, unless you're from Nicaragua.
They trade right hands, and that time Mosley came out okay with that trade.
Mosley making a statement more in this 4th round now. He's getting back in this fight. Clever guy is Shane Mosley.
Stop.
See, again, he'll do everything he can. He grabs the head, he walks him around, hooks the arm. Now, this is another close round, but I think Mosley's won this one.
He landed the one big shot.
And that's basically the difference in the round. The punch of the fight landed by Shane Mosley. Here we go, round number 5 from Carson, California. We're glad wherever you're watching around the world that you can be with us. In Europe, across the Middle East, into China, India, down in Africa, South America, Pacific Rim. Welcome one and all. Glad that you can be with us for this one. Shane Mosley and Ricardo Mayorga doing battle. Mayorga to the left of your screen, Shane to the right of your screen in the black trunks with the gold and white trim.
Mosley's got a target set up for that right hand now. He is feeling it. Landed it big in the last round. Came up just a little bit short in this round. Tries it again. And he is starting to pattern his offense around getting that right hand in.
Mayorga, not so much the bull in this, the 5th round, as he was back in the first couple of rounds. Not landing those wild shots like he was in the first couple of rounds. So Mosley has done, Dave, as we discussed he would, and that's weathered the storm through the first 3 or 4.
And now for him, time to step up and take advantage of a fight that's playing into what he wants to do.
Chopping shots, but missing shots by Mayorga. Shane paws with the left hand, and that's not the way for him to throw the jab if he wants to get off that right hand. He wants to time another one of those right hands that he threw it in the last round for the first time, and I think he knows he can hit Mayorga, and has just got to get in position and pull the trigger at exactly the right time, and he'll drop Mayorga. If he had caught him with that shot that he threw, Mayorga's on his feet.
Interesting double jab there by Mayorga. For Mosley, it's getting a lot easier for him to get inside now. Remember, he had to leap in before. Now he's there, and he hurt Mayorga with that right hand.
Caught him with the left hand just about 4 or 5 seconds before that than the right hand. But now there's more consistency of the right hand that Shane's landing. And you know, Mayorga, when he assaults, even though his angles are strange sometimes, he squares up and he can be hit with the right hand. We talked about that at the very outset of the fight, that Mayorga, as the fight wears on, can be hit. And Mosley's taking advantage of that. This is the chopping shot, and he leaves himself exposed. That time he came in, Mosley whacked him with the right hand. Mosley beating him to the punch right now.
And it's a loaded punch because he knows he can get him with it.
Yeah, I was going to say more steam on it, and you're exactly right. It's a loaded punch. Caught him again on the jaw.
Well, he has had a right-hand carnival in this round. And Mayorga's attempt to buy a call does not endear him anymore to this house.
But Shane has hit him on a couple of occasions in the area, on the lower part of his back in the kidney area, and that could take a toll on this guy.
Well, Mayorga's starting to look gassed.
Yeah, he is. As the bell, and that's a Mosley round. Last 2 rounds definitively for Mosley. And Mosley lands 2 or 3 punches like that in the 5th round. Again in the 6th. By the 8th and 9th round, those punches will drop Mayorga.
Yeah, he's getting to him. That was a fine round for Mosley.
Well, Mayorga's got to go back because the only way he can beat him is by wild roundhouse punches. He can't get in a boxing match with a master boxer. There's the right hand, gets through. Oh, nice left hook by Shane Mosley.
That brought out the renewed fire of Mayorga. But Mosley is landing big shots, ducking here. You know, you have to stay in when a guy's shooting big shots at you. You have to get down low enough to let them fly over you. That's not human nature. But Mosley getting low enough to come up firing, and he is landing a high percentage of power shots.
This is where the master boxer is showing now. Mayorga lacking the swagger, as you put it, that he once had. Mosley making him look bad right now here with 2 minutes to go in the 6th round. And the important factor is the fight began to turn in the 3rd round after Mayorga did what he always does in the early going. Shane weathered that, and he really began to take over in the 4th. And the 5th round had a terrific round, and is certainly leading with a minute and a little bit more gone here in the 6th round.
Heads came together, and Mayorga embellishing it.
Keep it up. Let's go. What?
And Shane just kind of throws up his arms and he says, "Come on, you big baby, let's fight." Heads are going to come together.
Well, that's a sign, though, to Mosley that Mayorga is coming unglued.
And he is coming unglued. For a guy that has everything he has to say, look at the hand speed. Now Mayorga will get some sort of second wind here.
And he is being drilled. Mosley hitting him with everything.
Watch the elbows. Watch the head now on Mayorga. But Shane digs him low to the liver that time. Shane's doing almost what he wants at will right now. A dramatic turn in this fight. Shane threw that right hand that time, but he didn't throw it with bad intentions.
Right now, he could call a press conference to announce his right hand and score with him.
Not backing up. He's planning and hanging right in there with his guy. It still has enough hand speed to counter Mayorga when he comes in wide and wild. Look at these shots. Shane loads up the left hook, comes back with the right hand. Wild with the left hand is Mayorga. 15 seconds to go in the 6th, and another brilliant round for Sugar Shane Mosley. Look at this. And there he had the chance away from the referee.
Even the low blow got shielded.
No mistake what Mosley did. Banged him hard in the kidney again. All right, here we go to the 7th round. Can Mayorga do anything to stop this now? As the right hand gets through again by Shane to open up the 7th round. Mosley just a boxing lesson for the last 2 rounds against this guy.
At least for Mayorga, his left hand is up now. No trap being set. Mosley has caught him too many times with that right hand. And now these body shots are having an effect too.
But you know something? Shane Mosley has out-street fought this guy. You know, those shots to the kidney, in no way do I believe they're mistakes by Shane Mosley. Especially the last one. There's no question in my mind. He knew exactly where the referee was. He got Mayorga to help him because Mayorga turns his body away from him and he blasted him when he had the shot. Referee didn't even see it.
That was always one of the underrated aspects of Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah.
What a great street fighter he was, and no matter how exquisite he looked, he could still rob your heart on the inside and do all these things that you see Shane Mosley do.
And Mosley even, I mean, Ray Leonard was a sweetheart outside the ring, but this guy, you know, is just like the guy you'd love to bring home and meet your mother, you know? I mean, that's the kind of guy he is, but yet he's shown time after time in tough fights that he can weather the storm, and this is just another example. Chance go out for Mosley. And here's Mayorga trying to roughhouse street fight Mosley. Mosley able to parry off and block most of the stuff. But look at the face of Mosley, virtually, you know, a little bit of puffiness by the left eye, but Mayorga's face beginning to blow up a bit.
And really, Mayorga doesn't have a plan B. His plan B is to land the big shot on Mosley, and that's it. Once the bully was taken out of him, he's left there vulnerable.
How about at 37 years of age for Shane? You know, we talked about at the peak of his career, the great combinations, the great speed. Maybe a slightly slow, but not really noticeable. Of course, this guy's a perfect guy to look good against with combinations.
Yeah, but for Mosley, whatever happens, it is so subtle, and he's the kind of guy that might be able to compensate with wisdom if he loses a step.
Well, and certainly his wisdom is shown in this fight, and the way he's out-toughed this guy, who put a lot of pressure on him in the early going. I mean, nothing is going Mayorga's way right now, and he's trying as hard as he can. He's trying to get back to that old tough stuff, but Mosley's picking off the shots. This isn't as big a round for Mosley as the last couple, but he's won the round. He's had the more crisp shots. He's landed the more clean punches.
We'll see if Mayorga gets some confidence back out of it, though. He landed some good shots at the end.
In his eye, he probably thinks he's won that round, but I think Mosley won it. Flying at us over here. Here we go. Round number 8, scheduled for 12. It was the Bull Mayorga on the charge. They call him the Matador, but he was like the Bull. But it's been Mosley and his speed from the 4th round on.
And here we go. We're seeing Mayorga get off first for the first time in about 5 rounds.
Well, Dave, you made the point that he may have thought he won that 7th round, and that might be just enough for him to get going again. Because he had a better 7th round than he did 4, 5, and 6. But I didn't think it was enough, in my opinion, to win that. By the way, the referee, David Mendoza's done a good job with this wild man in there in the ring. Not as good as Mosley has.
Here we go.
Shane kind of cruising through the first minute of this round.
It's a fight that stylistically is tailor-made for Mosley. Once he's able to tame the tiger, he can move laterally, he can just slice him apart. The first thing he had to do was mug the bully, and it took a while to do that.
The bully having a decent 8th round, but not making it definitive yet with the first minute 15 seconds gone. Mosley not doing a lot in this first minute and 20 seconds, almost a minute and a half now. Now the Matador looks over to his corner. He throws a chopping hand. Nowhere near the sting on that chop that there was back in the first couple of rounds of the fight. Shane just gobbles it up. Shane walks in without throwing jabs. It really surprised me. And I don't think, has Mayorga thrown a jab in the fight?
We've talked about how unusual it is to see Shane Mosley leaping in to get inside the guy's jab, or just walking in without having to jab his way in. And he hasn't paid that much of a price for it.
Let's go.
No, he hasn't, because I think he times the wild shots of Mayorga. Yeah, Mayorga throwing both hands at the same time.
And Mayorga threw an uppercut from a great distance, and that's a cardinal sin. Yeah, Mosley blocked it.
Yeah, you got to be on the inside, like right here is the time for the uppercut for either guy.
Break.
Mayorga trying to mug him in the 8th round. And with 30 seconds to go, he can win this round. He needs that one final flurry. 20 seconds to go in the 8th. Mendoza giving a lot of warnings to both guys. Shane sort of taking this round
He did take
off.
this round off, and I think he might have given it inadvertently to Mayorga.
Yeah, Mayorga has won the 8th round. Here comes the bell to end the 8th. That's it. Mayorga wins that round.
Well, now he feels like he's been revitalized by that. And remember, the high highs, if you let this guy build some momentum, or what he perceives as momentum, you'll get a different Mayorga. And right now, he is full of vigor and in Mosley's face.
And Dave, you know, when you give, 4, 5, 6, and 7 to Shane, and if in fact the judges see 1, 2, and 8 the way we showed, there's only 2 points separating this fight right now. When Mosley clearly was dominant for the middle portion of the fight, but I think Mosley's conditioning will show in the last 4 rounds. Let's see how it unfolds here. Mayorga definitely has the second win here, doesn't he?
And this
at
fight,
least attitude-wise.
This fight was rapidly heading south on him and out of town before he was able to right the ship. And he righted it mostly by the fact that Mosley stopped punching a lot. And we haven't seen the big Mosley right hand that was prominent in 4, 5, 6, and 7. And we're not seeing Mosley gamble to get himself in position to throw them.
And there's Mayorga complaining again. It was a low blow. It was a low blow. But again, these are the slick, cute things that Mosley can do. Knows how to get away with it. I'm not saying he did that on purpose, but he knows what he's doing in there. He's a slick fighter. Now, Mosley hasn't changed from his fighting from the 8th round. Well, there you get the right hand in there that time. Right back with a chopping shot is Mayorga.
And as Mayorga ties Mosley up on the inside, he's taking away some of those big right hands that Mosley landed earlier. And he's making the flow of the fight a choppy one, which makes it harder for Mosley to get into that rhythm he had before.
You know, Dave, while nothing was going Mayorga's way through 4, 5, 6, and 7, in his mind, he's right back in this fight now. He's fighting a different Sugar Shane Mosley than fought those 4 or 5 rounds. And is this now the beginning of the age factor of Shane? I mean, he's in great physical condition, but he is 37 years of age.
And we've seen him slow a little bit, trying to buy some time in the middle of the fight. And Mayorga trying to turn it on, and Mosley trying to play the clock a little bit and then sneak in and steal some rounds.
And Mosley was beating the heck out of him through those middle rounds, and this is not the same fighter as 4, 5, 6, and 7. Mayorga takes advantage of it. Shane comes back with a little bit of his own, but with 20 seconds to go, I don't think Mosley's done enough to win this round. Closing seconds now. Mayorga caught him with an uppercut that time. The bell ends the 9th. I don't see how you can give that round to Sugar Shane.
Lefty when he threw that.
Well, we told you it would be an entertaining fight. And it's 7-1 with the points separating him. The people that betted Mayorga are on their toes now, as is Mayorga. Now let's see what Shane has left now for the last 3 rounds. And can he get back into the way he was to the middle rounds? Mayorga with his back to you. Shane Mosley facing you now to the right of your screen as Mayorga walks him back on his heels. Boy, it's amazing the way Mosley just shut down in the 8th round, isn't it?
He was well on his way to distancing Mayorga and putting this fight in his pocket. We've seen him do it so many times before. Once he gets a guy in that position, he turns it on and doesn't let a guy get back in.
You know, he's trying to spin this guy, trying to get some room, but Mayorga's the one that's scoring punches right now.
And Mosley will have to get back to what he was doing in round 4. Start with the angles. Make Mayorga come to you, separate the shoulders, and that will create the opening. If you move straight back, that's what Mayorga wants. And Shane Mosley is breathing heavily, a little more so than Mayorga here.
Amazing difference in the last 2 rounds of this. This round, by the way, is still up for grabs. But the momentum is in favor of El Matador. Chopping hand, nothing. I don't think that Mayorga can knock this guy out. But he certainly has made it an interesting and entertaining fight. Shane got hit with the right hand, missed with his own counter right hand. Shane's hand speed doesn't seem to be there right now.
Well, you know what? The right hand over the top that was there in round 4, 5, 6, and 7 has to go a greater distance now. And look, we've got Mayorga doing the moving here. Yeah, he's moving. He's up at his toes, in and out. Shane doesn't have any power at all right now, and Mayorga banging him to the inside. I mean, Mayorga is not fancy, but he's winning the round again. And he's basically, it's a situation where he's got a chance to win more low-scoring rounds. The only one problem, and that's in the judges, Pat Russell, Tony Krebs, and Nelson Vasquez. You know, at what stage in the really close rounds of the fight do you swing for the guy that you don't like? Because Mosley is a very likable guy. In that close round, those little tiny things like that can often make a difference in the scoring of a round. Especially in low-scoring rounds, which you can say neither guy did much. You know, there's always a question, has Mosley get some sort of muscle pull or hand injury or something? Because he's not throwing any punches right now. And that's Mayorga's round. See if there's any problem with any hands or any muscular situations or anything with Shane Mosley, because this fight turned after the 8th round, and Mayorga, I mean, he's in my opinion, has definitely won the 9th and 10th round, and it's dead even on my score sheet now with 11 and 12 to go. Mosley is reverting to the style that he was involved in rounds 1, 2, and 3 when Mayorga had a better shot against him. He's trying to outmuscle a stronger guy. When he came in 4 through 7, he moved to the side, he came over the top, he dominated. And now he's back to moving straight ahead. And Mayorga, who got his second win in terms of attitude, now senses weakness by Mosley. Shane loaded up the right hand that time and caught a piece of Mayorga, but Mayorga got his glove enough to block it so that he wasn't hit. Turns his back to him again. Almost hot-dogging it is Ricardo Mayorga. Caught him with the right hand coming in, and Shane's got that look on his face like, man, what's going on here? He is exasperated, fatigued. The heads did come together. But he's taking more time, like when the referee allows him to do it, he's taking it. Mayorga beat him to the punch that time. Is this what happens to a 37-year-old fighter? I mean, all his experience, all his class and everything certainly rose to the occasion after 2 and certainly after 3 through 4, 5, 6, and 7. And then all of a sudden it's another fight here. And it's a sloppy fight right now, but that plays right in the hands of the street fighter and Ricardo Mayorga. Mayorga wants a clutch and grab fight, not too much offense, where the speed of Mosley is negated. And Mosley's negating his own speed by fighting on the outside. Where is the foot speed of Mosley here that we saw in 4 through 7? The angles that he created. Not there now. And does he have the ability to do it anymore at this age? He caught Mayorga that time and spun his head. Mayorga right back with the right hand of his own. Now he says, let's trade him again. A lot of that Latino mooch. Play into the crowd is Mayorga. They boo him, and in the Latin countries when they whistle, they're not whistling in favor. Now he loves to be the bad guy. He feeds on it. There's a Mosley's shoulder caught the jaw of Mayorga. Mayorga is winning this round, I think. Shane needs to try to lay one real good shot on him to have any hope of getting any judges to give him this round. Mayorga has outboxed the master boxer in this round. Look at this. Man, the bell's coming up here, Dave. There it is. I can't give that round to anybody but Mayorga. Are behind by 1, and we couldn't really fight about it. So both guys need this round. All we can do is tell you how Dave and I see it, and explain to you how the judges might be seeing it.
This is the final round, and it's been an entertaining fight to say the least. Both guys absolutely need this round. Mosley's got to land something powerful, and it's Ricardo Mayorga who's throwing most of the punches right now. He knows how to tie the guy up. He wants to showboat while he's doing it too.
A good body shot there by Mosley, but look at the theatrics. Yeah, they were there for Shane Mosley early to fight off the bull. And now he needs to rekindle some magic from 4 through 7.
Well, Shane is reaching down as best he can right now. First minute of that round, not a lot between the two of them. While Mayorga thinks he's won the first minute of the round, he walked into 2 or 3 decent punches by Shane Mosley.
And they continue to throw the shoulders and the chins at each other on the inside. But what's interesting is, if this does not go Mosley's way, he'll have to cite the fact that he had fewer jabs in this fight than we normally see from him, and he walked straight in, and he made the job stylistically easier for Mayorga than he would have wanted to.
And at this stage, with 1:30 to go in the fight, there's a distinct possibility of a draw here. That sets up some nice fights in the 154-pound division for both guys. Neither guy embarrassed by any way, shape, or manner. Who wants it the most and who's in the best condition for this last minute, 13 seconds. And now it's down to almost the last minute of this fight. I think Shane's had a better 12th round than the last 2 or 3 rounds. And he caught Mayorga good. And again good. Mosley may just pull this thing out by the skin of his teeth. Right back comes Mayorga. Based on those 3 heavy punches, I think that maybe Sugar Shane has won
this is Mosley's round to this point.
And he's
question is, can he get an exclamation point, maybe a knockdown?
Well, if he can knock him down, he'll win the fight. If he knock him down, he'll win the fight. And he's on top of him. The old veteran champ. He's got Mayorga, and Mayorga goes down.
Oh, did he need that, perhaps?
Mayorga goes down to the 12th. And that's going to give Mosley the fight by 1 point in my score sheet. Because we're out of time in this fight. And he goes down again before the bell. What's this? Has he said the fight's over?
He did.
So does he score a knockout? We don't know, because right at the bell he went down. We're going to have to wait and get the official scoring, because
he waved it off with no count.
Yeah,
but the bell sounded.
Remember, in the state of California, the bell in the final round of the fight signifies the end of the contest. So in reality, it shouldn't be a knockout.
Right.
114, 112.
Here's Mosley with the big right hand. This is the last 30 seconds of the fight now, where all of a sudden Mosley finds another gear. After the left hook comes in, the right hand, big left hook here. And you talk about the right hand coming, how big this is in the final seconds of the fight. Remember, rounds 3, 8, and 11 were difficult to score. Mosley probably had 5 clear rounds, and then he's got this one. You get the knockdown. And then he'll score another one.
Now this comes, Dave, at 2:59. Watch this.
That's the second knockdown. And he hits, and the bell sounds right after. Referee comes in, doesn't bother to count. Starts with the 1, takes a look at him.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes in round number 12, the final round. The official time of the knockout, 2 minutes, 59 seconds. The winner by knockout victory, the pride of Pomona, California. He's so sweet, he's sugar. The officials are ready. The fighters are ready. Are you ready? Damas y caballeros, están listos. From the site where legends are made, Caesar's Palace, Las Vegas, Nevada, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing red, green, and white. He weighs 144.5 pounds. His professional record, 104 bouts, 100 victories, 84 of those by knockout. He has only 2 losses with 2 draws. Tonight, he comes to the ring with 2 things on his mind: revenge and victory that will return him to glory. Here is the challenger, a 6-time champion in 3 divisions, the former super featherweight world champion, former lightweight world champion, and former super lightweight champion of the world, damas y caballeros de Culiacan, Mexico, Julio Cesar Chavez. And across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wearing red, white, and blue, and weighing 146.5 pounds. He captured Olympic gold in 1992. And now, as a professional, he is a 4-time world champion with a perfect record of 28 consecutive victories, scoring 23 knockouts along the way without a loss. Tonight, he plans only victory and his ongoing march to boxing history. Ladies and gentlemen, from East LA, presenting the former junior lightweight world champion, the former lightweight world champion, the former super lightweight world champion, and reigning, defending, and undefeated WBC welterweight champion of the world, El Niño de Oro, the Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya.
Okay, we've both been here many times before. The rules and regulations still remain the same, and I will enforce them. Shake hands and good luck.
Steele, who refereed the great fight between Hagler and Hearns, who gave Chavez a victory, a controversial victory with 2 seconds to go when he stopped Meldrick Taylor. De La Hoya unbeaten in 28 so far, 23 by knockout, 4 world titles, charming, charismatic, glossy. Chavez is their one last vintage performance left from the Mexican legend in the red trunks here. De La Hoya was only 11 when Chavez won his first world championship in 1984.
Well, you can see the height and the reach advantage that De La Hoya has over Chavez. He's got to use that. The jab is the key for De La Hoya in this fight. It worked so well in the opening stages last time, and he'll need to get that on very quickly here.
The key for Chavez is whether he can find a way past that jab to get to work to the body. That's his usual game plan when he's at his very best, but he hasn't been at his very best for 3 or 4 years now. He needs to turn back the clock here, Chavez, to rediscover that relentless, fluent rhythm that he used to have when he was chalking up 90-odd wins over 13 years and 11 months and 14 days.
De La Hoya has talked about how badly he wants to make Chavez pay in this fight. He's got to be careful that he's not over-eager and makes mistakes.
Cautious start from De La Hoya, but he's often like this. He's put a little more emphasis on defense more latterly in his career. But there's the dazzling combination.
Well, La Hoya just falling short with that jab, hasn't quite got the range.
But great speed as well, De La Hoya. He says himself that has been the key to a lot of his victories. Speed, power, lacerating punches from the outside. Tends to damage his opponents, as he did Chavez in the very first minute of their first meeting. Cuts must be a worry, Chavez. It's happening to him a lot in recent fights.
Well, they're both very cautious in this round.
All caught with a left hook on the way in, Chavez that time, as the action begins to warm up towards the end of the first round.
That's what Chavez has to be beware of. He can't be caught on the way in. He's got to have good head movement, use angles well, get to De La Hoya without being hit.
Can Chavez rediscover the old zest and sharpness as the bell goes to end the first in this great atmosphere? He said that this time he'd have a completely different plan, but can Chavez do anything differently? Had so much success just doing what he does so very, very well through his heyday years. A bit low, the left hand from Chavez. Good right hand from Chavez there. And getting closer here to De La Hoya. This is where he wants to be.
De La Hoya not wanting to give ground, wanting to match Chavez coming in, showing some blinding speed as Chavez did. He caught again with the right.
This is already better for Chavez than anything he did in the first fight. Just that little interlude of punching. He never got into the first battle. And this time, no facial damage for him.
And that's a couple of times that De La Hoya has been caught. He's just thinking too much, not letting his jab go. Doesn't seem as relaxed as the first time.
Very pro-Chavez crowd, except, of course, for the enormous army of female fans. Now, is there a cut for Chavez? Looks to be some kind of mark over the left eye. Nothing much at the moment. We'll try to get a closer look for you. De La Hoya spears that area with his jab. Oh, vicious punch. The uppercut from De La Hoya. Suddenly opening up here, the Golden Boy.
The speed is blinding from De La Hoya.
Well, a toe-to-toe showdown towards the end of the second.
De La Hoya more prepared to stand and trade with Chavez. Could that be a mistake?
Is he so emotionally involved that he's going to forget strategy, De La Hoya? You'd be surprised, really, on everything we've seen from him so far. Is there a bit of the macho man trying to get out here, you wonder?
Watch your shoulder.
Decent left hook from Chavez in close. Still De La Hoya doesn't want to give ground, wants to meet Chavez.
Caught him with a clubbing left hand there, De La Hoya. He's got great variety too. Uppercut and right cross, De La Hoya. Good round this already. Keep the punches up, says Richard Steele. It's getting better, this. De La Hoya, you sense, not just content to try and outbox Chavez from range, but showing that he can get the better of him too if it goes into a toe-to-toe brawl. Chavez trying to get in close again for his body shot, and a very low one. Doubled up in pain for a moment. De La Hoya snarls something across the ring at Chavez in Spanish. De La Hoya's okay. They touch gloves rather reluctantly. No point deduction that I saw for Chavez's low blow. But he's having to take a lot on the way in to try to get there for these body shots, Glenn.
Yes, he's really focused for this, De La Hoya. He looks angry in there. As Chavez comes at him, he lets these punches go and just blinding speed, really letting them go very fast.
De La Hoya not frightened to get involved, and look at his hand speed, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Excellent combinations from De La Hoya as Chavez comes forward.
Left hook though from Chavez, and De La Hoya shows the quality of his chin. He has been down a couple of times in his career, both times getting up to win early on in his career, those knockdowns. Chavez might not be entirely discouraged that De La Hoya is trying to do this with him.
I don't think he will. I think really that's probably the best thing that could happen for Chavez. De La Hoya is standing and fighting, and that will suit Chavez.
The only time in 104 fights that Chavez has failed to go the distance was when De La Hoya stopped him on the cuts last time. Been a flood of money for De La Hoya to win on points here. Ooh, left hook, looked a damaging shot, then a body punch from De La Hoya, who looks quite clinical at the moment.
De La Hoya getting his hooks up very sharp, but I'd like to see more of the jab. A key in the first fight that really was the punch that did all the work, and he hasn't used it as well in this fight.
Again, that speed of punch from De La Hoya. Chavez never had a hope of slipping it. Oh, but he catches him. Chavez just spun him round momentarily, right at the end of the round. Super middleweight. Here's round 4. The blue and white half trunks of Oscar De La Hoya, the 25-year-old from East Los Angeles, Mexican-American, with the crossover appeal culturally in the United States to both sections of the community. Chavez, the legend from Mexico, 18 years a pro. It's a better fight than the first one, isn't it?
A much better fight. But I think really De La Hoya is not doing it as well as the first fight. He boxed very well behind the jab. He gave Chavez more respect. This time he's standing with him. He's prepared to fight, and he's been caught because of that.
Right hand, Chavez, despite the reach disadvantage. Maybe De La Hoya's corner have been telling him not to get quite so involved and use that jab. Whoa, one from Chavez, but 2 back with blinding speed from De La Hoya. Picks him up again with the right hand. It sends the sweat spraying under the arc lights.
This is better now from De La Hoya, starting to get into range, use the jab better, look for fast combinations.
Big chance of Chavez. Chavez from the Mexicans here in the sellout 18,000 crowd. Among those judging it here, among the 3 judges, John Keane from Northampton. Big appointment for him. looks a magnificent athlete, doesn't he, De La Hoya?
Yes, he really does. He's a thinking athlete. Beautifully prepared, very, very professional in his approach.
Ooh, combinations to the body this time.
Now this is much more De La Hoya. Just a little bounce on the toes, getting the jab working, looking for fast combinations behind the jab.
Chavez having the occasional success, but De La Hoya looking the boss at the moment. The cut is holding up okay for Chavez, unlike the first fight. De La Hoya's round.
That time giving it everything for De La Hoya.
I gave Chavez a share of the opening round. Here's round 5 for the WBC Welterweight Championship held by De La Hoya. Cesar Chavez as the challenger. This time when they fought before, it was at light welterweight and Chavez was champion and De La Hoya was looking to take that title from him, which he did, of course. They were telling De La Hoya in the corner, just a bit more lateral movement and keep on working with that jab.
Yes, that's when he's at his best, when he gets his work behind the jab. There you're seeing the skills just on the back foot. Chavez, on the other hand, has got to try and use good movement of the head, get into his rhythm, cut the ring off and put constant pressure on De La Hoya.
It was a brilliant piece of skill just there by De La Hoya as he slipped backwards as Chavez lunged towards him, slipped to the side and caught him with a punch. All in one movement, it seemed. And Chavez getting there with the jab. Interesting.
Watch your head.
Chavez just being made to look a little one pace by comparison. But this is a little bit like the old Julio Cesar, isn't it? Just stepping forward and letting the punches flow.
Yes, he's got to try and keep a constant pressure on De La Hoya. When De La Hoya has the space, he can let the combinations go, and they're very, very eye-catching.
Great jab from Chavez. This is better from him in round 5.
Nice short left hook from De La Hoya just after the jab. But really, De La Hoya shouldn't be getting caught from jabs from Chavez. He's got much more height and reach, much the better boxer.
Watch your shoulder, watch your shoulder.
Chavez hunting his man down, stepping in, ripping in the odd body shot. That's his game. When he's doing that, like that, there are signs of optimism. This is as well as Chavez has fought in a long time.
This is a better round for Chavez. He's just managing to block the punches, getting through with his own good body shots.
And De La Hoya being drawn into battle at the end of the round, a round I think that Chavez just might have nicked.
So this is a much different fight from the first one.
Round 6. Looking to step up the tempo, you sense, Chavez, in this middle section of the fight. It's a much, much tougher fight for De La Hoya than many people thought beforehand.
Well, I think we'll get a test of the character of De La Hoya in this fight, because Chavez is very well prepared for this. Growing in confidence, landing again with that jab.
Little nod there from De La Hoya as Chavez got in with a body shot. Julio chant the crowd here. A lot of sentimental attachment to Chavez and everything that he's done.
Well, can Chavez turn back the clock to the excellent performances, the like of when he beat Edwin Rosario, which was really boxing at its very best?
Look at De La Hoya looking to prove his strength, just shouldering Chavez away from him and clipping him with a right cross.
He's got to be careful about the shouldering. He's been warned a couple of times from Richard Steele. He still carries on doing that.
It's becoming quite a grueling battle, this. Here's a real test of De La Hoya's bottle and guts.
Well, I don't think the trainers of De La Hoya will be happy with their man in this round. He's standing too much, trading with Chavez.
Well, maybe in his head he reckons that Chavez is an old man and he'll wear him down this way. Looked another lowish one from Chavez. Keep them up, says Richard Steele.
Chavez is doing well in this round. He's getting his hands up, not getting caught too much inside.
There's another low blow from Chavez, but punch for punch, toe-to-toe exchanges. It's not what we thought we'd be seeing. Oh, what a left uppercut from De La Hoya. But Chavez has always had an absolutely rock-solid chin. Only ever floored once in his whole career by Frankie Randall. Chavez.
Good body punch from Chavez and a beautiful left hook from De La Hoya.
These are big, big shots that would have a lot of men down from De La Hoya. Well, millions of dollars were put by the punters in Las Vegas on this fight, going either under or over 5.5 rounds. It's gone over.
That's how I've got it. De La Hoya just a few points in the lead, with Chavez winning that last one.
Judges from Thailand, Belgium, and Britain's John Keane, remember. Oh, Chavez looking to switch for a moment in style. Well, Chavez said he would be a lot better in this one, and he has been.
Well, we said you couldn't discount a fighter with the record, with the pride of Julio Cesar Chavez.
Chavez, and De La Hoya answered it immediately. It's quite a fight, this, between the modern Latin legend and the old one.
Chavez landing with a big right hand.
Chavez getting there with the right hand. De La Hoya not slipping many of those. And then he throws in that combination with blurring hand speed.
Well, he hasn't been hit in a fight like he's been hit here. The defense is poor from De La Hoya, carrying those hands very low, and he's been made to pay for that.
Huge right uppercut from De La Hoya again. Chavez hardly blinked. This is where I think he's dispirited so many people down the years. Very, very good fighters. They've hit him, and he's just there and keeps on coming forward at them.
It's very, very hard to keep a fighter off like Chavez.
De La Hoya Doing it very nicely there, though.
Beautiful skills from De La Hoya. What a combination.
Flashy brilliance from De La Hoya. Okay. Now, round 8. A lot of people thought it wouldn't take De La Hoya this long, but Chavez still very competitive. Probably behind on the scorecards, Glenn?
Yes, I would think he's behind. The better boxing has been from De La Hoya, but he's still there, and that makes him dangerous.
Well, De La Hoya here is hitting it with some punches that would knock down the walls of a city.
He's gritting his teeth, De La Hoya. He's really trying to make Chavez pay. But Chavez just keeps shrugging them shoulders, coming forward.
And Chavez turning the tables in De La Hoya on those ropes. I think he's looking to out-grit him, outlast him here, maybe take him late. You couldn't rule that out completely, could you?
You couldn't. He's going to try and really test the heart, the nerve of De La Hoya.
Julio Cesar Chavez is dangerous until the final second. Ask Meldrick Taylor, who was stopped with 2 seconds to go when he was ahead on the scorecards. That was back in 1990. But De La Hoya is being asked a lot of questions here about his grit and character, and you'd have to say so far he's passing that test.
He's passing the test, but it's hard for him. He's been drawn into a fight. It's not really the sort of battle that suits him.
But I think he wants to do it this way.
I think it's pride. He wants to prove he can out-tough Chavez.
Yeah.
He was upset at the comments last time. He wants to prove he's more man. He's tougher inside, but that's a dangerous game he's playing.
He's playing Chavez's game, really.
You don't give a man like Cesar Chavez any advantage.
He's looking to out-slug Chavez here, De La Hoya. But he's letting Chavez in with a chance that he might not have had he boxed behind his jab coolly. But the upshot of that is a tremendous battle between these two. What a fight it's developing into. Look at this.
Tremendous action. It looks as if Chavez may be cut, or the damage may be worse.
The crowd were on their feet during those exchanges.
Well, what do you know about this, Ian? They said it was going to be an easy fight for De La Hoya. They didn't account for the immense pride and toughness of Cesar Chavez.
Look at the finish of De La Hoya, who wanted to carry on after the bell. Oh, what a round! What a round! Sensational stuff, Glenn.
Absolutely unbelievable fight, and what a round of boxing. Oh, damage to the mouth of Chavez. He looks in some distress from that.
It's going to take more than that, you feel. Richard Steele, the referee's in there close to look.
The doctor's in there as well.
Yep.
He's shaking his head, Chavez. There seems to be a problem.
I don't think he'll want to go out like that. What a 8th round this was. In this arena that staged that fantastic heavyweight title fight between Riddick Bowe and Evander Holyfield, the first one of their triumvirate. But it's over! It is over! Chavez is pulled out! De La Hoya has done it again! It's another Oscar-winning...
The challenger's corner advised referee Richard Steele that he was unable to continue. The end comes at the end of round number 8. The winner by knockout victory, and still the defending and reigning undefeated WBC welterweight champion of the world, El Niño de Oro, the Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya.
the evening. 12 rounds of boxing in a rematch for the WBC and WBA Unified Welterweight and the WBC Super Welterweight Championship of the World. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and boxing fans joining us around the world, live from the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, it's showtime! Introducing to you first, the challenger on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing red trunks, hailing from Margarita, Santa Fe, Argentina. He weighed in at a ready 146 pounds with a record of 35 wins and 4 losses. He has 31 wins coming by way of knockout. Currently ranked the number 3 welterweight in the world by the WBA and number 2 by the WBC. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the challenger, the hard-hitting and determined former 2-weight division champion of the world, introducing Marcos El Chino. The ring, really needing no introduction, the world over in the blue corner, wearing snakeskin trunks with black trim, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada. He weighed in at 146 1/2 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign in the ring with a record of 46 wins, no losses, 26 wins coming by way of knockout. Currently, the WBC and WBA Welterweight World Champion and the WBC Super Welterweight Champion of the world. Tonight, making his 24th world title appearance. Ladies and gentlemen, here is boxing's undisputed top attraction, the undefeated pound for pound superstar, the World Division Champion of the world, introducing the one and only Floyd Money. Once again, a referee in charge. Now to give instructions, Kenny Bayless.
Rex. Okay, chunks are okay on both sides. Gentlemen, we went over the rules in the dressing room. I want to caution you right now to keep this fight clean at all times, protect yourself at all times, and what I say you must obey. Good luck, Bruno Suarte. Touch him up.
This crowd is electric inside this arena. It has been 4 months since these two have tangled. They're about to do it again. Folks, it's time for mayhem.
Let's see if the beginning is different than last time as far as the style.
Mayweather comes out in the snakeskin trunks, black trim. Maidana in the red trunks. Keep in mind, Maidana came out with a fast pace in the first fight. Jumped right on Mayweather.
Mayweather is getting his jab out there first, trying to set the pace that Maidana cannot just run into. Mayweather got the jab there just ahead of the good right hand that Maidana tried to score behind him.
So far, Mayweather working off that jab. back clean, step back clean, fellas. There we go. A lot more active in the first fight with his legs. Here's a jab to the body of Maidana. Two, packed arena here at the MGM in Las Vegas.
Maidana coming out and trying to cut off the ring right away in this round. Lots darting to his right. When he did that, Mayweather went to his right.
Maidana trying to cut the ring off. Look at the trap floor.
Remember, he's working on his distance. Maidana thought he smothered himself. In the first fight. He got too close and was unable to operate in the second half. It really was the movement of Mayweather that confounded him. Here, he's got Mayweather who wants to in the second half.
Combination by Maidana.
Step back. Here we go.
Kenny Bayless, your referee tonight. He worked Mayweather's pro debut October of '96. This will be Bayless's fifth Mayweather fight. He did Mosley, he did Canelo, he did De La Hoya. Right hand. He cuts off the ring.
Mayweather caught him with a short, deceptive right hand on the way in, and Maidana was able to walk through it.
Let him up. Let him up. Here we go.
You hear the crowd chanting, Chino. There's a 1-2 right hand by Mayweather.
Sits back in the pocket, does his pot shotting.
Sidesteps, connects with a left hook. Right hand again by Mayweather. The lead right.
Right over the top of Maidana's left hand. And he is starting to see it. Right now, as far as what Maidana is doing, it's predictable to Mayweather.
Another right hand by Mayweather. And a left to the body. Here comes Maidana then. A 1-2 to the body of Mayweather. And that's the round. Here comes round 3. We're scheduled for 12.
Mayweather landing a lot better. That right hand, there's that crafty hook. Trying to get Maidana to walk right into trouble.
There's that shoulder roll.
Stop. Step back.
Difference in this fight and the first fight, Mayweather let that pulling tactic by Maidana prevail for 6 rounds of the fight. This one he knows that when Maidana's coming to him, he wants to be out of there moving out.
Right uppercut by Mayweather. Right hand again. Now nowhere early, it's just round 3. Mayweather taxing with the right hand. And he's struggling Maidana to follow him. He's following him instead of cutting that ring off.
Well, we talked about it at the outset that when Floyd becomes Floyd, he moves laterally. Scores right there. Maidana is trying to track him down, but when he takes a step to the right, then Mayweather takes a step to the right and negates the attempt to cut off the ring. So he makes the adjustment upon the guy trying to adjust to him. One of the things that makes it special. So you have to get another gear if you're Maidana. The second half of that last fight, Mayweather took it every one.
Stop! Watch a hole, watch a hole. Step back.
He's pressing the face, getting a good body shot. Sets up Mayweather there with the right hand counter because Maidana is exposed on the inside.
Here's a jab by Maidana. Right hand by Mayweather.
He waits, he lets you walk into it, and he gets everything he can.
Work out.
Maidana walk through it anyway.
Come on, stop.
15 seconds here left in round 3. That hook, Mayweather.
Time!
And that's the round. Good punch by Maidana. You saw Floyd stumble a little off that punch.
He shook him a little.
Step back, hurry, go, keep it clean. Let it down.
Maidana's style is set up to bring out the absolute best of him. Maidana's enough of a puncher. That's a wild card if he gets in tight.
Here comes the flurry by Maidana on the rope. Here's the right hand that connects by Maidana. Misses though with the right hook.
This is the best we've seen Maidana and the most vulnerable we've seen Mayweather as he's sitting back in the fight one mode where Maidana is slide into as we move along in this fight. Maidana still trying to cut off the angles that come right to him.
Right hand by Floyd.
I mean, that's why we have a real good fight, because they're both executing a specific style. Maidana hitting back his ears, coming straight ahead. Mayweather accepting that sometimes, going with some nice right hand.
Oh, he gets caught by Maidana trying to come in. Here's the left hook, clean left hook by Mayweather. Right hand again by Mayweather.
Step back, step back.
Mayweather is trying to home for that short, little right hand, but it has not shifted Maidana so far. We've seen him in the past land that shot hard enough that it would discourage his opponent from reloading and coming right back at him.
Big overhand right by Floyd, misses.
Stop, stop.
There's that left jab to the body. Mayweather loves to do that to get those hands to come down. Sets up the right hand.
That right hand is so unconventional. Only he can get away with the things he does there. Basically, he's throwing a right hand as if he's fighting a southpaw. Deep right.
Yeah. Left hook by Mayweather. Now the right hand. Good counter by Mayweather. Seconds now left here in round 5.
Stop, stop.
Final seconds here. Round 6. Scheduled for 12.
Interesting point brought up by Mayweather's trainer. The feeling that Maidana will be slowing down, and we'll see if that plays out or not. Maidana has to work to get to Mayweather.
No, let up.
Minute now gone here.
Work out.
In round 6. Maidana flicks out the jab.
Mayweather, the blueprint. Jabbing. Letting Maidana diffuse in terms of his power and then throw the counter right hand. That's his mode. For Maidana, get inside the jab and score before Mayweather can turn out shoulder and throw that right hand down.
Step back clean.
Well, if you're Floyd Mayweather, this is where you want to fight. More in the center of the ring. Maidana, I'm sure wants Floyd on the ropes.
Mayweather accommodates him by going straight back to the ropes, which he doesn't have to do.
And the problem is, this time Maidana can't connect like he did in the first fight. He did his best work against Floyd against the ropes in that first fight.
In front.
Mayweather used movement this time.
Stop.
That fight and try to do the typical Mayweather paint job.
Here's a 1-2 by Floyd Mayweather. Another 1-2. Maidana comes back with a 2-punch combination.
even though Mayweather is landing some excellent shots.
Work out, work out.
Here's the final seconds of round 6. We have come to the halfway point of this fight. Pound for pound king of boxing, Floyd Mayweather. Titles on the line against Marcos Maidana. We're at the MGM Grand Garden Arena here in Las Vegas. I'm Brian Custer alongside Dave Montell.
The first half of the fight has been a different one in terms of Mayweather controlling the action via the counter. He's had the numbers to his advantage. He's basically dominated all the categories. Maidana, the big numbers, the intangible one. Can he get close enough to land a big shot on Mayweather?
Right hand misses by Maidana.
Stop, 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 stop. Let up, let up.
Good body shot by Mayweather and the jab. The crowd is trying to summon Maidana, ironically, as Mayweather doing some of his best work.
We talked about how this is just only the second career rematch with Floyd Mayweather. First one came in 2002. It's Jose Luis Castillo. Mayweather made the second fight easier. He said that was his game plan and that's what he intended to do here tonight. Thus far,
he's done it. The Castillo fight was a long time ago for him, so he's got to use his brains more in this. What he's attempting to do here against Maidana. Down in front, controlling. Pretty much avoiding getting hit. The only thing that's been strange at times for Mayweather is his decision to voluntarily go to the ropes, where Maidana has a good chance because then he's in time.
Oh, a short right uppercut by Mayweather.
Work out, work out, work out.
And a couple of shots to the body. And now it looks like Maidana's the one slowing down, as Floyd Mayweather Sr. told him in the corner. Keep in mind, Maidana came to this fight late. He was late getting dressed. And so far, his performance has looked lackluster.
He just took the body shots, which is slowing him up here. You know, Mayweather, one reason it's just such a long time between stoppages, he doesn't really go for it. But there's a sense in him here, if it's there for him tonight, I think he will go for it.
Let's go.
Let's see if Marcos Maidana can start picking up the pace here in round 8.
He's now up against the shoulder roll. He's up against Mayweather, who has found his stride, the best fighter in the game, fighting with confidence now. So that's what's facing Maidana as he literally fights uphill here in the second half of this fight.
That chopping overhand punch by Maidana. Floyd looking to counter him off the rope.
Something to be said for Maidana, even in this fight, when you add up this one and last one. He's put Mayweather in more difficulty than did he.
Head up, head up, head up.
The Canelo fight was a much easier battle for Mayweather than either of these two fights.
You give credit to Mayweather to this point because Maidana has not been the most active kind of fighter, and especially if you compare him to what we saw in the first fight as Mayweather connects with the right hand.
Then part of that first fight is that Mayweather allowed that style to happen for 6 rounds. He wanted it to be tight. He said he wanted to give the fans a little bit of entertainment. And when he shifted gears and went to the lateral movement, The train left the station as far as Maidana being able to get to him. And he's shown more of that.
Break
in this fight.
clean, here we go.
Sidestep, tag Maidana with a left. Minute left in this round.
Stop.
We're seeing fewer Maidana highlights, maybe 1 or 2 opportunities around, whereas it might have been 3 or 4 times that much earlier.
Big right hand there by Maidana.
Don't hold him, don't hold him.
Here's a right hook by Maidana. Floyd comes back with a right hand.
Stop.
30 seconds now.
Time. Go in there.
Mayweather has been pushing down.
Where? I'm fucking beating him my goddamn hand. Oh, damn. Oh, man. I don't see it. I don't see nothing. He bit my hand right here. He bit my fucking hand. I understand. I don't see nothing.
Floyd is complaining that he's saying that Maidana bit his hand.
Where's the doc? There. He beat it. This motherfucker. No. Go back there. Go back. He said he bit him. He bit my fingers. There's no way I can tell. He bit my fucking fingers, man. My hands. There's no way I can tell. This motherfucker bit me, man. All right. I'll keep a close eye on it, but I can't tell. We can't see nothing. Hold it. I don't know what you did. No. Go over there, Floyd. Come here.
What did he do?
I don't know if he bit him or not. I don't know.
How can he bit him?
I don't know. I'm just saying, if it comes clear that he has, then it's going to be a disqualification.
But you didn't see nothing.
It's hard to see through the glove. It's hard to see through the glove.
Okay, Chino, usted sigue trabajando.
All right, time in. There.
Hard to see. Mayweather complained that he was bit.
Boxing doesn't really have the instant replay that other sports do. It's very hard to get it initiated. So you would have had to look at it.
Let up.
What a crazy round here in round 8. As Mayweather complained that Maidana bit him.
Disqualification anyway. You're winning.
All right. For the Olympia. Let's keep it clean. Here we go.
Here we go, round 9.
The referee will have to get there faster during the clinches to avoid a situation where these guys take not only the wrong hands or teeth.
Stop. Let him up. Come on.
I got a feeling Mike Tyson is sitting ringside saying, that's crazy.
Come on, Floyd. There we go. Let's keep it clean now.
Go for the ear.
Yeah, right.
Which became a verb in our society. This is something that he Van Gogh.
Well, they call it this fight mayhem. We got a little bit of that in round 8.
Stop. Come on, here we go, fellas. Stop.
Mayweather, because of his pedigree, was able to get the fight stopped and at least was looked at right in the middle just because he said so.
Hold it. I got it. Keep him up. All right, here we go.
Halfway through round 9.
Watch the elbow, Floyd. Watch the elbow, Floyd. Come on, fellas. Let's keep this clean for Olympia. There we go. Step back. Stop. Step back.
Minute now left in this round.
waste of enough time.
Let him go, Floyd. Let him go.
He's in charge.
Hey.
Crowd trying to urge on Maidana. The chance of Chino.
No, let him up.
Mayweather drifted straight back, which could have been trouble.
Here's a jab, stiff jab, catches Maidana coming in.
No. Let him up. Hurry up.
Final 10 seconds here, round 9. Left hook by Mayweather. And he continues to pile up the round. And look at Floyd.
We have seen more jabs from him in this fight than in many others.
Keep it clean, Floyd. Keep it clean, Floyd. Olympia.
This is round 10. Mayweather again on the attack.
Talk this week of this is going to look like Hagler Mugabe from years ago. A very strong puncher and a very patient champion will outlast him. We've seen some shades of that with Mayweather getting there, but respecting Maidana a lot.
Double left hook. Mayweather.
Stop.
Mayweather goes down on the clinch. 90 seconds.
Stay in your corner. Come here. 1 point.
They're going to take a point away from Maidana.
1 point. I warned you, and I'm warning you again. Cut it out. Time in.
You know, he was waiting after the one, he didn't have the conclusive evidence. But Maidana was in dangerous territory.
He's got to go for the knockout now. He's lost the point. He's lost a lot of rounds. And let's see if Marcos Maidana really goes after Floyd Mayweather. There's the right hand. He trapped him in the corner.
He's got nothing to lose. He has to win it here and hope that something he throws up there collects gold for.
In front. Stop. Let up. Stop. Let up.
Crowd urging on Maidana. The chance of Chino have returned. 30 seconds left in this round. There's an overhand right.
Sets it up for Mayweather, too.
Play Olympia.
We have come to the championship rounds of this world title fight. Three, Floyd Mayweather belt on the line.
Scenario for Maidana.
Step back
Wants
clean.
the
Here we
big
go.
one. He's just coming up a little bit short with that right hand.
Oh, Floyd Mayweather tattoos Maidana. another one.
It was low, Floyd. Keep it
And
up.
Kenny Bayless.
You want time? Then you want
He's
time?
right. It was low. The
Go to
second one.
Mitchell Cone.
You heard Bayless tell Mayweather, another one, you lose a point.
Mayweather tried to duplicate the first body punch, which was excellent.
Okay.
And the second one, the angle
Okay.
just was
Okay.
a little different. for
Time
him.
in.
So he came up short with it. Right back to it. That's unusual.
Right back to it, finished it off with a left hook.
That's a guy that should treat confidence. Usually when they warn you about a body
Here we go,
shot,
here we go.
first thing you do is, I'm not going to go there for a little bit, just to be safe so I don't miss. Mayweather went right back there. That was an unexpected shot, which is why it landed.
90 seconds here in round 11.
Don't use your elbow. Don't use the elbow. Here we go. Bring him up.
Right hand by Mayweather.
He's outlanded Maidana by about a 3-to-1 margin on anything other than a jab in this fight. That was a good vintage Mayweather lead right hand.
Tattoos Maidana to the body.
Mayweather down, and as he makes a step to the right to cut off the ring, Mayweather darts the opposite direction, and Maidana has to reset. But to his credit, he can try to reset all night.
Work out. Stop.
Established a good pace.
In front.
1-2 by Mayweather. Final seconds.
Stop.
We've got 1 round left in this rematch.
All right, touch gloves. Pelea Olympia, keep it clean.
Here we
Good
go.
Good luck,
The
Floyd.
last round of mayhem. If there were any who doubted whether Floyd Mayweather had lost the step at 37, I think he's answered that tonight, Dave.
He's been in control, and at times tried to toy with Maidana. He's really been sharp with that right hand lead punch, left hooks to the body, and he knows how to protect something. He's trying to frustrate Maidana here because he knows Maidana will be coming at him with everything.
Stop. Let him up. Where we go? Come on, Floyd.
Interesting how styles can make fights and what happens over time. Victor Ortiz had Maidana on the canvas a couple times, and Mayweather knocked out Ortiz.
Yes.
And yet against Maidana, who you can hit and knock down, that's been part of his MO. Floyd Mayweather has not been able to knock him down. And instead, it's had to be very crafty.
And he's using this last round to show off the legs.
And he's well aware that Maidana will bring everything. Kitchen sink, the center of the garage, everything into this last round.
Step back.
And he tried to defuse them with movement.
Again, Maidana trying to cut the ring off.
We have seen different from Mayweather. Something that bothered him. He landed some good shots, but not shifted. Maidana. And the right hands he landed in the earlier fights, last 4 or 5, moved his opponents off the mark and discouraged them from trying to load up.
Well, he was all business, Floyd Mayweather was. Going into the ring, doing a lot of theatrics like he's had in fights past. Had a tumultuous week. He made some comments about the Ray Rice situation. Apologized for that. But if there is anyone in boxing who knows how to compartmentalize despite what's going on with him personally, it's Floyd Mayweather, because he continues to rack up the W's. And tonight, barring anything that happens in this last 10 seconds, it's another one. He's most comfortable in this fight right here, inside that ring. And once again, Floyd Mayweather shows why he is the pound-for-pound king of boxing.
Gentlemen, after 12 rounds of action here at the MGM Grand, we go to the scorecards. We have a unanimous decision. Here are the score totals. Judge at ringside, Guido Cavalieri scores the bout 115 to 112. Judges John McKay and Dave Moretti both score the bout 116 to 111. All three in favor of the winner. And still the undefeated champion of the world, Floyd Money Mayweather. In charge, working in this his final bout as a referee, fair but firm, Joe Cortez. All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing for the WBC Super Welterweight Championship of the World. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and boxing fans joining us around the world, live from the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, it's showtime! Introducing to you first, the challenger on my right, fighting out of the red corner. Wearing white trunks with multinational, multicolored trim, hailing from and representing Riverside, California. He weighed in at already 153 pounds with a record of 30 wins, 4 losses, 1 no decision. He has 18 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the former youth and NABF champion, currently the WBC number 4 ranked contender, introducing Josecito Lopez. And his opponent across the ring, the defending world champion, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the colors of Mexico, red trunks with white and green trim, hailing from and representing Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. He weighed in at the super welterweight limit of 154 pounds with a record of 40 wins, no losses, 1 draw. He has 29 wins coming by way of knockout. And tonight, making the 5th defense of his title, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome one of the dynamic young stars of boxing today, the undefeated WBC Super Welterweight Champion of the World. Aquí está el gran ídolo mexicano, Saúl Canelo Álvarez. Once again, a referee in charge now to give instructions, Joe Cortez.
All right, gentlemen, I gave you the rules in the dressing room. Then we las reglas a todo el camerino. Espero una pelea limpia. Expect a good, clean fight. Protege en todo momento. Remember, guys, I'm fair, but I'm firm. Mucha suerte, que Dios lo bendiga a los dos.
All right, unified rules once again. 3 knockdown rule not in effect. There is no standing 8 count. Fighter cannot be saved by the bell in any round, and only the referee can stop the fight. And in this case, it's Hall of Famer Joe Cortez who says this is his last bout.
And what a career for Joe Cortez. He's seen it all, and he's hoping that this is going to be the cherry on top. And this is the moment we've been waiting for, the main event. Knockout Kings. Canelo Álvarez facing Josecito Lopez. We are on.
What
of the keys to each fighter in order to be able to pull this one off.
I think Lopez needs to draw Canelo into a firefight. He needs him to be stationary so they can just sit there and exchange so he can heap up punishment. And I think Canelo needs to be smart, work his jabs, and pick his spots to get off.
Canelo showing his speed right away and a little bit of power.
If Canelo is working that jab and stepping around Lopez, the power will come. He won't have to look for it. And I think that's what he's going to try to do. See him work the jab, work the hook, work the left uppercut. He likes to start off using his left hand a lot, and then he adds the right hand in subsequent rounds after the opening round. He's got a nice stiff jab.
Lopez was asked if he noticed any deficiencies in Canelo Alvarez, and he says every fighter has certain weaknesses. Didn't really reveal what they were, but apparently they were able to spot some during training camp. Another video.
Alvarez is not a perfect fighter. He's not a defensive specialist. He's defensively competent, though. He's defensively responsible.
We've seen him in trouble, and he's been able to come back from adversity.
He's a very good counterpuncher. He's working his left overtime.
And he packs a lot of power in that punch.
Yeah, the hook and the right hand. On the inside, he's really good with the uppercut. Lopez is going to try to go to the body with both hands and get Alvarez to drop his hands a little bit. Alvarez is being a little more aggressive than I actually thought he would in this first round. I actually thought he was going to be strictly boxing, and he is, but he's stepping forward and putting a lot of power punches like that one.
Trying to impose his will and also his size advantage.
Right.
Whether Josecito Lopez believed it or not, and whether he thought that was going to create some sort of difference in this fight or was going to be a factor or not, maybe he's just trying to establish that.
He wants Lopez to know that he's the bigger man and stronger man.
And he should respect that. His combination, it gets everyone here excited.
There's Lopez with the jab. We need to get that working.
First round. Speed and power punching, I think, takes round one. All right, here we go, round two.
Lopez already has a mark under his right cheekbone, probably from all those hooks and jabs that he ate. There you go, yep. Let's get some respect. So I definitely scored for Alvarez.
Bien hecho, bien, así es de izquierda.
Doesn't seem to face Josecito at all as he comes out even more aggressive in round two.
That was a nice right to the head. And when Alvarez is on the ropes, this is when Lopez can get his best work done. And he's landed some nice body shots, and of course the straight right that you noted. When Alvarez gets that jab working, everything else flows from the jab.
Lopez gaining a little confidence after that nice punch. Here comes Canelo saying, hey, show some more respect.
And he sent that message home with a beautiful left uppercut, or maybe sort of a hybrid uppercut left hook that seemed to stun Lopez.
That's one of those things that changes in midair. Going to the body there, that one's going to hurt. He kind of, trying to brush it off a little bit. That was reacted to that shot. Effective.
And he's backing up, and now Lopez is against the ropes, momentarily. I like the way Lopez came out hard, though, because he needed to. Because he soundly lost that first round. He needed to come out and try to get some respect. He had a moment, but he doesn't have Alvarez's respect. Not yet, anyways.
There you hear the chant from the crowd gathered here, Canelo, Canelo. Seems to pump up Lopez. the left hook to the body.
He's having success with that punch.
Yeah.
And you can see the redness around the left eye of Lopez from the right hands that Alvarez has landed. So the cut man in Lopez's corner is going to have his work cut out for him tonight.
All right, break. Bring out.
So you would have thought that Lopez's game plan would be to establish a little bit more of boxing styles, but Canelo's not letting him go.
Down goes Lopez.
Body shot again, but Lopez to the canvas.
6,
As we see
7, 8, 9.
There he is.
You okay?
He's hurt bad.
All right.
And a long way to go.
Saved by the bell. Saved by the bell, and the look on his face. I've never seen Lopez look like that. Oh, he's hurt bad.
Dejected.
Yes, that's it.
Can't stand in front of this fucker, okay? Look at
the damage already on his face.
You gotta change up your jab, all right? All the way in, Jose, or all the way out. Deep breath. Talk to me.
How we doing here?
Good.
I'm here to protect you.
We're fine, Joe.
I'm making sure nobody takes unnecessary punishment.
Let's get a look at what punch produced that knockdown. Alvarez getting him to the ropes, left hook to the body.
There.
And it moved him. It didn't just land and Lopez dropped. It really shoved Lopez to the side. Let's watch it from another angle.
First up top.
The jab. Uppercut that doesn't make it, but the left hook sure landed right on the button. And that was sort of towards the back area, the liver area. Splits the guard with the right uppercut, followed by a perfect left hook.
Brutal.
Oh.
Well, this is just the third of a long fight.
I don't know if it's going to go much longer. If it does go much longer, it's going to be a punishing one.
Lopez is going to have to now start to be a little bit more defensive, I think. Now it's
either that or go for broke. Well, if he doesn't feel he's got it in,
doesn't seem to hurt Alvarez really at all. Right. He threw a couple of punches in there that had a little effect, but not much on Canelo Alvarez. So I would say at this point,
it looks like Lopez is trying to box from a distance, stick and move. But Canelo is walking him down, and he's such a good counter puncher. Canelo will time right hand.
Appeared to be a low blow, but
yeah, it's hard to tell.
Didn't seem.
It was like a left uppercut to the midsection.
6, 7, 8. Okay?
Is he in over his head?
It looks like it. Looks like he's underwater and drowning fast. He's trying boxing at the start of this round. It's not working for him. I expect to see him go for broke and just go out on his shield. Go down swinging, as they say.
Canelo Alvarez just overpowering him, throwing tons of punches, dominating Josecito Lopez, who seems to be lost in this fight. Now against the ropes. Just where Alvarez wants to have him there.
Yes, that's where Alvarez got his hand there. That's where he can build his size. And so he's not just the bigger man, but the better man. With beautiful combinations. And you see how poised Alvarez is right now. He's not in a rush. Well, he's got to be careful, though. Can't fall asleep against Lopez.
Reacting there, also throwing the left hook to Alvarez's body.
Hats off to Lopez for letting those hands go, because he's taking a serious butt.
And for his desire to want to continue after going down now, what, 3 times?
Going down twice, but absorbing a lot of punishment.
More of the same.
And every time Canelo lets his hands go in combination, there's always punches to the body. And Lopez showing so much heart and so much courage standing in there and exchanging with this big, sharp boxer puncher.
Canelo Alvarez, excellent loading up. Viciousness every time. And somehow Lopez survives.
Hats off. delivers those combinations. Sometimes that's just as good as having one punch knockout power. You can get knockouts by putting your shots together in the right combination. He's finding the right combinations right now to dissect Josesito Lopez.
So you would imagine for Lopez at this point, it's just a survival mode right now. Yeah.
I think Lopez is too much of a fighter at heart to just try to survive and go around and hope that the other guy gets tired or something like that or does something stupid. He wants to make his fun. He wants to do it by fighting.
Getting Alvarez a little tired doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Lopez is not the kind of guy to hold on and grapple. That's one way of tiring out strikers. To engage in grappling and wrestling back.
Yeah,
all that stuff. And he's not that kind of guy.
Connecting to Alvarez's chin. And as you said, he's going to fight this one out.
It doesn't look like Alvarez punching power at all. And look at his face.
He's letting no mark fly.
And having that fair skin, you know, Alvarez is the kind of guy with, you know, every marks can show up, but his face looks clean. You see he tries to twist his body and block and parry punches. Alvarez does. He's trying to be a more scientific fighter, but really it's that body attack that does it.
Time.
I think that's what he is trying to indicate.
Whole time.
Cortez obviously believes so. So they've called time. There's a halt in the action. And Lopez will get up to 5 minutes.
Tell me when you're ready.
I don't expect him to take that long. Probably catch his breath for about 15 seconds and say, okay, I'm okay.
You gotta continue? You ready?
So let's see the replay here, see how it looks.
You got up to 5 minutes.
I think to the chest.
You got up to 5.
Right on the belt line here. Right on the belt line, a little bit low. But not an egregious low.
Outside a little bit lower than that.
All right, let's watch again.
Let's see it again.
Shot with shoulder plexus.
Yep, and then right there.
Okay, yeah.
You ready?
The majority of the glove was below the belt.
Go
But it
ahead.
wasn't one of those
Arriba.
cup shots. Not an Andrew Galata.
And Lopez, he's a tough guy. He could have used a lot more time.
There's so much pride there.
Because you know what? Let's keep going.
He's always going to give the fans their money.
Physically speaking, does it seem like Lopez prepared 100% for the fight?
He did. He's one of those guys, he's never going to look svelte around the midsection. Even when he was fighting at 140 pounds, he never had like a six-pack.
All right, 3, 4, 5 punches by Lopez.
Gets a rise out of the crowd.
So he'll never look like a bodybuilder.
No. And he carries his weight in his legs. He carries his weight in his thighs and his calves. So upper body
brutal combination by Alvarez. Drops Lopez again out for the third
6,
time.
7, 8. You okay?
You got about 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2.
But really the punch of the night, the key punch for Alvarez in this fight, left to the body.
Perfectly executed combination there. Can't throw that any better.
He has maximum leverage. He's in the right position where the other guy, it's hard for him to hit him back. And when he lands the punch that paralyzes a guy, that sends him down, he's always in position to throw that follow-up. Because really, Lopez probably would have gone down just from the left hook. But Alvarez was in position to land that right hand over the top as Lopez was funking.
Is that pure instinct or is that something you practice?
That's something he's practiced so much that
he's about ready to stop this.
And look at Lopez, he's still firing. He's not running around the ring, he's not trying to tie him up. He's a tough dude, yes he is. Cortez. But he's not in Alvarez's class as a super welterweight or junior middleweight. That much is clear.
He just figured the end is near. It doesn't appear like Lopez can hurt Canelo Alvarez.
Now, and Alvarez smells blood. He is a finisher. When he gets a man hurt, if he senses the man is ready to go, he will apply more pressure and more punches.
Every time the pressure comes, Lopez goes back against the ropes. Gets trapped in there. This is just target practice when he puts him in that position.
And Lopez can't land punches in return because Alvarez is in the right position. Lopez is letting his hands go, but Alvarez just takes a step back and he blocks him, moves out of the way.
And fighting, you know, he's game. He's still in it, so Cortez can't necessarily stop this. And there he is. Nice right cross. With a working like that, you figure, hey, I'm still alive and kicking.
Yes.
Partially uppercut, raising there. Didn't peg and nail him with the right.
A+ for effort for Josecito Lopez. I mean, he's trying. He's making this a fight as one-sided a contest as this is. It's smart of Alvarez to go back downstairs to the left. It's not good that Lopez is staying close to the ropes. It's a bad place for him. So much better leverage, more accuracy, and obviously more power than the punches from Alvarez.
Not scoring a lot of punches, but certainly scoring.
And Cortez wants to say
the game factor. That is it.
Lopez from himself. Good run for Alvarez. He needed to be impressive. He couldn't get the win. He had to dominate, and that's what he did. Let's see the final moments of this one-sided contest. The left hook, banging the arm and the rib cage and the liver of Lopez as Lopez's back is against the ropes.
It was just non-stop punishment.
And it wasn't just the left. It wasn't just the jab and the left uppercuts and the left to the body and the hooks. It was also right crosses like that one.
It was a full assortment.
And it was that right cross that started Cortez to step in and save Lopez from himself. He was too tough for his own good. You see how the right cross turns Lopez's body and sends him into the ropes where he's in line for more punishing right crosses, landing high in the head, left uppercuts, nailing him in the ear, and Joe Cortez doing the right thing. Doing the right thing and saving this young man from undue punishment. And in doing that, preserving his career.
Yeah, everywhere Lopez turned, there was a punch waiting for him.
Clean right cross. He's always coming back with the other hand, always in position to get off with the other hand.
And then welcome back with this one.
Good stoppage for Cortez. Good fight for him to go out on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 2 minutes 55 seconds in round number 5. Our referee in charge, Joe Cortez, stops the contest. He is the winner by way of technical knockout. He is still undefeated and still the WBC Super Welterweight Champion of the world, el gran ídolo mexicano, Saúl Canelo Álvarez.
Watching around the world from the site where legends are made, Caesar's Palace. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black, trimmed with red, and weighing in at exactly 147 pounds. His professional record stands at 64 victories, 32 by knockout with only 3 defeats and 1 draw. In almost 2 decades of competition, he has captured 5 world titles. He's undefeated in his last 21 consecutive bouts. And tonight, he comes to the ring ready to show the world that his time, macho time, has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, from Bayonan, Puerto Rico, here is the 5-time world champion, the challenger, Hector Macho Camacho. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wearing gold and weighing also exactly 147 pounds. In 1992, he captured Olympic gold. And now as a professional, with a perfect record of 25 victories, 21 knockouts without a loss, he has captured the hearts of boxing fans around the world. This to go with his 4 world titles. Tonight, he plans on victory to maintain his recognition as pound for pound one of the best there is in the world today. Ladies and gentlemen, from East LA, presenting the 4-time world champion and reigning undefeated WBC welterweight champion of the world, the Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya.
Richard Steele will call them in now.
Okay, I've gave both of you guys instruction in your dressing room. I'm cautioning again, obey my commands at all times. Shake hands, good luck.
All right, so we're set to go. The much anticipated fight between Oscar De La Hoya, the 4-time world champ and a 5-time world champion in several divisions, Hector Macho Camacho. Camacho much more experienced with 64 victories, just 3 losses and a draw with 32 knockouts. He has more knockouts than De La Hoya has fights, but very evenly matched going into this fight. Let's see how Oscar handles the southpaw. The last time we saw him against the southpaw, he was fighting Pernell Whitaker.
You look for the right hand lead by De La Hoya, the double left hook. He's got an excellent left hook, and he's a great combination puncher to the body.
He caught him and put him back on his heels that time. Crowd loves this. Camacho's a guy who knows how to avoid shots for the most part. He's slick, he knows when to hang on. In a lot of ways, he's a defensive fighter and picks his shots to go offensively. But you don't, win 60 fights strictly on fighting defense. Right now, Oscar's all over him here in the early going, and the crowd, of course, absolutely loves it because, as we mentioned, Dave, Camacho, for a lot of reasons, is a guy people root against, but as you and I know, he's a terrific kid.
And De La Hoya, crowd sensing to his quick start, he did hurt Camacho with that early left hook, and he's cut off the ring here, trying to hone in.
Camacho in the black trunks, red trim. He always comes out in flamboyant trunks, as you know. Boy, Oscar's having a terrific first round here. I know we're only midway through it, but things are going well for Oscar right now. Richard Steele finally has to separate the two.
Well, he can't miss him with the left hook so far.
It's just underneath the outstretched right hand of Camacho. Camacho's got to get that right jab going. Instead, Oscar just bores in on it and throws the left hook with power. He's getting above it all the time. Remember, Dave, there is a serious height and reach advantage for Oscar, and he can take advantage of it so far and is taking advantage of it with Macho Camacho.
Fighting the lefty in textbook fashion here. The angles he's using, staying outside the lead foot. The left hook has been there, and he is boring through Camacho thus far.
Well, Camacho's making a big mistake in that he's pawing with his jab. And when you paw with your jab, you're not going to hold off a guy with a longer jab that's, as tall as Oscar is. And it's a real problem in the early going here for Hector Camacho.
No holding.
Richard Steele, no holding, no holding. See the jab, what I mean, Dave? He's almost hitting like you hit a speed bag with the back of your hand.
Well, this is a jab that gave him the speed edge on fighters throughout his career. But now at this point, he's trying to muscle guys. He did that against Leonard. But De La Hoya is younger, faster, and stronger.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Leonard in his prime. And De La Hoya is right in his prime. So, and probably, not probably, definitely Camacho's beyond his prime, but still he's so slick that he's tough to hit. The bell ends the first round. Nothing offensively for Camacho. That's a 10-9 round for De La Hoya. Oscar hit him with a whale of a left hook, and he was able to maintain his equilibrium and not go down, which is credit to the conditioning of Camacho. All right, this is round 2. I'm the Colonel Bob Sheridan along with Dave Bontempo. Our principals in the gold trunks, Oscar De La Hoya, Hector Camacho in the fancy trunks, black and red. Third man in the ring is Richard Steele. We believe unofficially that Oscar won the first round. Our official judges, Anik Hongkantam from Thailand, Johnny Keane from England, and Chuck Giampa from right here, representing the Nevada State Athletic Commission. Richard Steele, of course, from Nevada as well. Oscar just picking off that right jab of the Macho Man. He's got to throw some more right hands. He tries to let it go, and Oscar does a nice job slipping it. Wide with the left hand is Oscar that time.
Good body shot by De La Hoya with the right hand. Got to Camacho along with the hooks that we have seen.
See, when Oscar gets squared up a little bit, he'll let the right hand fly. And you know, he's been working with Emmanuel Stewart getting ready for this fight. And Manny's got him, I think, unleashing that right hand a lot better.
Quick to recognize it, quick to see the opportunities. He could use it as the right hand lead with this matchup. And De La Hoya with an excellent combo left hook uppercut there, driving Camacho back. And we're seeing Camacho being overpowered early. It's a unique position for him to be in.
He just fights offensively in spurts, and Oscar just keeps plodding forward, plodding forward. It's going to be a little frustrating for De La Hoya not to be able to hit this guy cleanly, but it's a long fight scheduled for 12 rounds, and if you don't know it, both of these guys can go the distance. Both had a lot of early knockouts early in their careers, and of late they both have shown that they can go the distance. Although in their last fights out, they both stopped opponents. Oscar had a second round knockout over David Kamau, and Hector had a 5th round stoppage of an aging Ray Leonard. It's a good combination here now, Dave.
Good left hands by De La Hoya. Also notice how he's closed the distance on Camacho, getting into good punching range, setting up perfect positioning. He's let that left hook fly, and he is getting to Hector with his power punches.
Yeah, he is. And notice the way, as soon as he gets in on him, that Hector will grab him. And the other thing that happens is when Hector feels that rope up against his back, watch the way he doesn't linger. He slides one way or the other, usually to his right. Bell ends the second round, and you know, I got to give that one to De La Hoya as well. He's on the offense all the way. This is round 3. Oscar in the gold, the golden boy. Camacho in black.
Well, both guys issued orders about technique, but Emmanuel Stewart had a little bit of motivation for Oscar De La Hoya as well, as far as picking it up and working into your routine. Jab, then the hooks, don't go for the one big shot.
And Pat Burns' instructions get a little bit busier for Camacho and closing gap a little bit, and he's trying to do that while he moves exceptionally well. Oscar plods forward, tries to cut him off in the corner. But you see, this guy's excellent at tying opponents up, including Oscar De La Hoya. And as soon as he can't throw anymore, he will grab. A couple of light jabs by the Macho Man, nothing serious. Oscar looking to plant that right hand on his chin.
He has to avoid the tendency to load up, but he's been successful with power shots, and human nature is going to enable you to want to load up. You see an opening, you go for it.
Hector felt that last one, Davey boy. That uppercut snapped the head back, and he had a pretty good right hand in before it. Oscar's lethal with either hand. And he goes with the right hand lead, misses the uppercut that time. But when he lands that uppercut, it can be lethal.
Watch the leverage of De La Hoya, whether he throws the right hand lead or the left hook. He is always in punching position right after that and right on top of Camacho, something you would expect from the younger fighter against an older fighter. In Camacho's corner, they said make De La Hoya work. That's actually to De La Hoya's advantage.
Still more punches being landed by Oscar De La Hoya. You know, the Macho Man works all the time because he's moving all the time. But like Pat told him, he's got to start landing some shots, and it's tough. You know, we saw Pernell Whitaker a couple of fights ago, Dave, when he was able to, you know, bend down at the knees. But you know, Camacho can do that sometimes. But that's a very tough skill to be able to pull off against a guy who can really hit you down with a solid right hand.
De La Hoya teeing off again with a huge left hook, and he's not only cut off the ring on Camacho, he's cutting it into corners.
Oh, hit him with a good body shot that time. Another one right behind the elbow. That's the old Julio Cesar Chavez behind the elbow shot.
Seeing the reach of De La Hoya, he can load up on the big shot.
Watch your head, don't hold
and
it.
with the proper angle, does not get hit in return, and he is landing all the power shots in this fight.
Break! Step back.
Well, we're in the third round, of the closing portion of the third round, and I'm going to give that round to De La Hoya as well. So yeah, balance is a key thing always with Oscar. Here we go. This is round 4. Thomas and Mack Center, sponsored by Caesars Palace in Las Vegas, Nevada. At stake, the WBC Welterweight Championship of the world at 147 pounds. Both of these guys have held all kinds of titles on the way up to 147. And as a matter of fact, Camacho went up to 160 to fight the IBC title and won that. Oscar's only, Hector Camacho's only losses are to world champions, including Greg Haugen, who he avenged that one, and then he lost to Julio Cesar Chavez and to Felix Trinidad. So nothing to be ashamed of there in that league.
We add up the scorecards of his 2 fights with Haugen, all 6 scorecards, they come up exactly even in a series that went 1-1. They each won a fight.
Haugen, the former tough man, is a tough man. Approaching the halfway mark here in round number 4. Camacho trying to turn it up a little bit here and see if he can grab him around, and he needs it. Double, triple with the jab in the face of Oscar. Oscar holding his zone, won't be backed off. Misses with the uppercut, catches him with the light left.
Now, in addition to the hook, the uppercut will be there for De La Hoya all night because Camacho trying to hold him down behind the head. De La Hoya can pick up on that and fire a shot off of the clinch.
Left hook lands, snaps the head. You hear the crowd reaction. Anytime Oscar does anything, the crowd's very pleased here in Las Vegas. That time a pretty good right hand by the Macho Man. Trying to do what Pat Burns told him and try to get more punches in the face of Oscar, but it's a tall order against a guy with the reach and height advantage that Oscar possesses.
You talk about a tall order, they're telling Camacho to get small. Get down low, try to bob and weave. And that's not the style he is most comfortable with. He's comfortable being on the outside, dictating the pace, and not having to be the guy to go inside and try to make the fight.
And 64 times in his career it's worked, so how can you argue with the Macho Man? But this is a whole different kettle of fish. A young, up-and-coming, very strong, very skilled Oscar De La Hoya. And again, one thing about Oscar, and I'll say the same thing for the Macho Man, these guys always come, they're consummate professionals. They come to fight, they're in shape. Look at these shots inside. Camacho tries to hang on, and Oscar just keeps throwing shots. Now Richard has to separate him at the bell. Boy, I don't know. I can't give that one to the Macho Man. Like to. De La Hoya's getting to him more. Let's see if Emanuel Stewart complains about it. Very a matter of fact, Dave, in between rounds, Emanuel says, "How you think?" He says, "Okay." Yeah. This is their office, you forget.
Well, Emanuel Stewart telling him to use the jab more, too. Set up the second shot, that you're getting closer, and he is. But he wants De La Hoya to operate off the jab, and then it will be a more natural movement for the hook, or maybe something behind the hook can get in. And for Camacho, they want him to focus on a second shot, but that's harder to get against De La Hoya on the inside because De La Hoya is out muscling him.
This is round number 5. We're in Las Vegas. I'm the Colonel Bob Shedden with Dave Bontempo. Loading up shots there is Oscar De La Hoya. Able to slip away from Hector Camacho. Camacho in the black with the red trim. Nice little feint and then the right hand that time. There's slick little things that we can see right here at ringside that is so tough for people to see at home.
And including that nasty uppercut by De La Hoya. That had a huge effect, and he threw it from far out, but he was able to get away with it, and he rattled Camacho momentarily. So he's got a lot of different weapons are scoring for him in punitive fashion, his muscle shots.
Every time Camacho seems to get a little bit offense going, Oscar takes it away from him by his own aggression. Oh, nice right hand that time. Camacho was rolling with it so he didn't get hurt, but it looked a lot better than perhaps it was to the head of Camacho. Of course, we're not taking the punches.
Still a message was sent, though, to Camacho that you can't afford for me to catch you with that, and it does make you a little more gun-shy. Camacho being pushed around in manners that he usually is not.
And you notice we're only in the 5th round, Dave, with about a minute to go. Camacho in the first couple of rounds, as soon as he would feel that rope in his back, man, he was snapping out of there left to right. Usually he'd slide to his left, but now when he touches it, he's much slower getting off that rope, which allows things like this to happen. The uppercut, slinging body shots here. Uppercut again.
That speed and power coming at Camacho from a younger De La Hoya, who's on top of him here. And this is why Camacho is not getting small like the corner wants and getting down and bobbing and weaving. There is a risk associated with that you're in line for more fire. And he doesn't seem to want to be in that line of fire right now.
Now, Oscar's having one of the better rounds of the fight here. On my score sheet, he's won them all, but this is a very definitive round. Nobody's been down, nobody's shaken. No cuts. Even with the hand speed of Camacho there in the closing seconds in the 5th round, Oscar's able to parry the punches off his gloves. The leather would slide off it a little bit better when he is hit. We're coming up to round number 6 at the Thomas & Mack Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. At stake, the WBC Welterweight Championship of the World. It's Oscar De La Hoya in the gold trunks and in the black, with the red and the fancy trunks and fancy shoes, Hector Macho Camacho. How many times have you heard this week in Las Vegas? What time is it? It's Macho time.
He gets a lot of attention with people.
Are you tired, Dave?
Nah, you know what? He's one of the guys who realizes the necessity for marketing, and it's just a natural extension of his personality anyway. So it's not contrived. It is him, and he's effective that way. It's helped him throughout his career. Now in this fight, just finds himself in a position where the other guy's got more muscle than he does, and he's in trouble.
That's one of the best combinations of the fight by Oscar. Hurt him to the body. He started with it upstairs and then hurt him to the body. And now is Camacho in a bit of trouble here. Trying to land one big right hand power shot now.
And De La Hoya senses something. He is right on him.
He's a little impatient, though. I know Manny would tell him to go back to the jab, work your way in, and then let it fly. But yeah, when you see, and you're a fighter, and you see you got a guy back on his heels, but this guy is so slick. You know, you got to really set him up to drop it.
Yeah, much easier said than done from the corner. Yeah, the speed of the fight, and you sense an opportunity, and you're instinctively a warrior, and you have to balance that with the knowledge of a great trainer.
Yeah, it's like late in fights when, you know, different corners will tell their fighter to cruise on the way ahead. It's not the nature of a fighter. Look at this. I mean, De La Hoya's probably won every round of the fight, and he just keeps coming forward, and Richard has to warn Camacho about hanging on.
He hurt him again with that left hook, and he's getting closer and hurting him more with these punches.
Yeah, and also his jab has turned into kind of a jab hook, and just like that one there, and he's catching Camacho a lot, which is banging that head around quite a bit. You wonder how much of this he can take. But Camacho is very, very tough to knock out and stop. He's only lost 3 fights, and all those went the distance.
De La Hoya has done a disciplined job in this fight of cutting off the ring and getting himself into prime punching position. He's put Camacho in the corner, loaded up with the big shots.
As I watch him in the last few fights we've done, Dave, this kid's just getting better and better and better. And he's such a likable fella, is Oscar.
He brings all kinds of people to the fights.
Well, that's another thing. I mean, he's from East Los Angeles, but they come over here for the weekends to Las Vegas, and they love it. The bell ends the 6th round. We're at the halfway point, and I haven't given around to. You're talking about the balance of De La Hoya, and it really is sensational, especially when you get a guy. Now, Richard calls timeout. Got this corner of Camacho cleaned up. And he wants some tape. Look at that. It's right next to us. Cake. You don't get that on us.
Clean it up good.
Yeah. All we need is the mud, the blood, and the beer from the corner, right? And the ice.
Meantime, though, they give about by the time it's all over, they'll give close to an extra minute of a break to these guys. So you kind of think these guys might come out with a little bit more fireworks now that they've had a 2-minute break.
Well, you know, Angelo Dundee was always famous for that, messing up the corner, pulling a bit of tape up, and if his fighter was behind, to give him a
glove.
Yeah, cutting the glove. The old pro Angelo, still going strong. Here we are in the 7th round now, and it seems to have Oscar as ignited as the Macho Man.
All right, these guys are coming off of an extended break now, so they should have a little bit more
zippity-doo, yeah.
And nice little headbutt by Camacho, trying to make it look inadvertent on the inside.
Richard Steele right on top of it, though. Jab, jab, sneaky right, left hand. The jab, Oscar's catching all his jabs, and that time he walked past them. It's got to be frustrating for Camacho, who's had so much success in the ring, to be fighting this guy, and he can't quite catch him.
He doesn't have the speed, too, and De La Hoya flawless so far, technically, and we look for something on the inside. Will he adjust at some point with Camacho always holding him to fire an uppercut? It's one thing to hold, but you can't do it repeatedly and give the guy the same look all the time. He'll react to it, he'll adjust.
Well, Oscar, if you notice, gets squared up a little bit to throw his right hand, but see right now he's a little square. Now he jabs, and now you expect, well, I was expecting the right hand behind that, but he has to chase this guy down so much.
Yeah, he does. He gives you a quick shift back. He's squared up, and then it's a quick shift into a power position.
When he has that right leg up beside his left heel, he's coming with a hook.
Right. Step back, clean.
And you know, you almost expect in the right hand. You see it's up there now. Let's see what he does. Yeah, he comes with the right hand that time because he'll with the right foot was back. Uppercut on the inside, but he can hit with either hand, and I'm afraid for Hector Camacho is beginning to feel it here in the 7th round.
3 tremendous left hands.
Ooh. That punch there, Dave, would have dropped the lesser opponent, I'll tell you.
And the fact that he kept the balance and landed 2 shots.
Right, step back.
And the first one was a pretty good sized bomb, and the second one was awfully good right behind it.
You know, a lot of people think you have to have big, bulky muscles to fight, but in reality, professional fighters with these long, striated muscles, Oscar De La Hoya has almost a perfect body. And boy, he's making Camacho pay for it right now. These last couple of rounds have been great rounds, I think, for Oscar. And you know, the Macho Man hangs in there, but he looks like he's wilting a little bit to me.
Now, this is De La Hoya sticking to business all the way. Tremendous sense of focus. His technique has been terrific.
Bell ends the 7th. Oscar, load up your shots now, and Pat Burns made it quite clear to Hector that he's behind in the fight, and he is, and that he's got to turn it up a notch. Let's see who's going to win this battle of wills.
Well, for Camacho, in order to land those short shots that they were telling him about, he's got to get inside first, and that's the gamble.
Yeah,
because on the inside, he's getting clipped.
You're right, Dave. He can't get inside the way Oscar's fighting tonight. Oscar's got the jab going. He'll come with a sneaky right hand lead. See him, he'll bounce the left hand off straight down the middle, then come back with a hook. And then the right hand. I mean, he's fighting a perfect fight against this guy.
Another good thinking man's fight here for De La Hoya. Just picking up keys and reacting to how Camacho is moving and what sets up for his own attack well. We see him shift into the left hooks. We see him shift into the right hand leads. And we see him go from squared up into a power position in a very subtle way. And that's some of the things that you really can't teach. The guy has to have that sense on his own.
Another thing to observe here is that, you know, Camacho, when he gets fatigued and gets caught up, he grabs to the inside. I haven't seen Oscar really hang on at all in this fight. He wants punching room.
Yeah, and that uppercut, something short on the inside, is there for him when Camacho is tying up.
Wants to pull the gun and pull the trigger on that right hand.
Punch! Punch to get out of there!
Richard Steele likes what he sees. Punch and get out of there. Punch and get out of there. Well, I tell you, if you're an Oscar De La Hoya fan, you gotta love this. It's a long night, it looks like, for the Macho Man. But there's no quitting this guy. There's no quitting this guy. He's as tough as nails. Oh, big shots by Oscar.
And he moved into the uppercut and the hook. Didn't even have to reset for each shot because the natural body flow took him into these shots, and he was able to get 3 very good ones together.
You know, for as awkward as Camacho is, I think when he fought Pernell Whitaker a couple of months ago, or earlier in the year anyway, that, you know, he learned how to fight an awkward southpaw, and whatever he learned that fight, I mean, he's just really dominating this fight now. Hasn't been able to drop him, but that's the conditioning of the Macho Man.
Watch your shoulder, watch your
He's
shoulder.
making the right move all the time. De La Hoya.
This is one of the best fights I've seen Oscar fight to this point in his career, and we've seen a lot of good ones. But against this particular opponent, who can frustrate a lot of people, Oscar's having a great night. He broke him down in the early rounds of the fight. Now we're in the 8th round. But for the last 2 or 3 rounds, he's really taken advantage of him. And this 8th round was another terrific round. And Oscar just looks so much stronger than does Hector right now.
You have to trust that the guy is good enough not to get caught to tell him that.
All right, this is round 9. The Colonel Bob Sheridan with Dave Bontempo. That's Oscar De La Hoya in the golden trunks with his back to you now, and facing you to the left of your screen is Hector Macho Camacho. They're both reigning champions. Oscar is the 147-pound champion of the WBC, and Hector Camacho is presently holds the IBC 160-pound title, but he's been a champion, 5-time world champion in 5 different weight divisions. So this is something tonight for Oscar to be able to give him the kind of boxing lesson he's giving him so far. Remember, Camacho's the type of guy, there's no quit in him, and neither guy has been down. Things haven't been going well for Camacho, and that's why I admire him so much as a fighter, Dave.
Yeah, he's maintaining a sense of trying to hang there and put himself in position to do something, but De La Hoya has been so sharp tonight, and you know, we're seeing something different than in the Whitaker fight. The Whitaker fight, he made a mistake about this point in the fight and got dropped. But here, he is staying right on what's working. And if he knocks him down, he knocks him down. If not, he's content to outpoint him. But he has hurt him yet again.
His Camacho going back on his heels, and he knows how to hang in there when he's hurt a little bit. You see, he feels the ropes, and he just bounces off the ropes and grabs Oscar to try and get his bounce back in his legs. Now, this is where Emmanuel would like to really load up some right-hand power shots. He goes to the right hand. And another one. Digging body shot. Digging body shot. Again, 3 good body shots by Oscar De La Hoya. And another one. Those are Julio Cesar Chavez type left hooks. Borderline and punishing. Right hand gets through a little tap of the right hand by
Watch your head.
Camacho. This is a really, really tough fight for Hector right now.
And he can't move out of the way of trouble too easily because these body shots by De La Hoya sapping something from him. He's trying to hold on here, but he has been mauled and manhandled from the beginning.
Uppercut with both hands. Look at this, and finally he goes down. Well, Camacho doesn't go down too often. Counts up to 5 and 6. He'll take the standing 8 count. And now with 25 seconds to go, can he survive the rest of the round? Oscar moves in, nails him, and he hangs on. 17 seconds to go in the round. He doesn't want to get dropped again. He's already losing this round, 10-8. Oscar knows he's hurt him. He just can't finish him up. The bell's coming up to end the 9th round of the fight. That's the first knockdown in the fight here in the 9th round. Another brilliant round for Oscar De La Hoya.
I told you that was going to be a key part shot for you right there.
Deep in here, deep in
That's a very good shot for you. Keep the left uppercut in the right hand, okay? But do what you did. When you get him hurt, just keep running over him, just like you did. Okay? Keep the pressure on him when you get him hurt.
Power generating through the hips, maintaining your balance. Watch De La Hoya, the balance, left hand, right hand. It's not one definitive shot, it's the cumulative effect. Terrific left hook. Bounces the left hook off the shoulder. Right hand gets in, left hand grazes. The shot that put him down followed that one. But he kept on him. Watch how he's on balance here. Just keep throwing the shots. And this is typical of the effort he has given throughout this fight.
Just hunted him down and finally dropped him.
Get the corner!
All seriousness is the look on the face of the Macho Man now. Let's see what he can do and see if he can survive the next 3. He's a very proud man, a very proud fella from Puerto Rico fighting a very proud Mexican.
Watch your head, break!
Mexican-American, I should say. So again, De La Hoya in gold, the Macho Man in the flashy black and red trunks. This is round 10, scheduled for 12. De La Hoya down, rather Camacho down in the 9th round.
Break!
Against a different type of a fighter, Camacho might be able to shorten the fight a little bit, tie up, disperse his energy wisely, and then try to maximize what's left. But here he is facing a fighter who is infinitely quicker, stronger, and completely takes him out of his game. This is all survival mode now for Camacho.
Yeah, there's not really much else Hector can do right now. He hasn't been able to hit him really a clean shot, maybe 2 or 3 times during the course of this fight. And in the last round, actually he's been breaking him down throughout the course of the fight, but really, Dave, setting a heavy pace for the Macho Man, 7, 8, and 9. Of course, he knocked him off his feet. Another body shot, and that's right underneath the heart. That can stop a beat sometimes. I'll tell you another shot that he's open for is the left hook as he reaches with his right hand.
No holding, right?
And you can start to add a few things to that list as Camacho tires. That one, the right hand lead, of course, the uppercut with the Camacho leaning over. But look how De La Hoya is always on top of him. He doesn't let him breathe.
No,
doesn't step back.
And that's Emmanuel Stewart just saying, okay, stay right on top of this guy right now. He's broken down. But hey, give credit to Hector Camacho. He's one tough cookie because things are not going his way, and he's not going to lay down. That's why I admire prize fighters. I mean, these guys are so tough. They're just a different brand of athlete. Look at him, he's trying to get the jab going. Nothing's working for him. A little bit of offensive assault for him, but nothing there.
He just finds that De La Hoya is so elusive. And there's again the punitive left hook to the body by De La Hoya. These are the ones he's going to feel next week.
He could drop him again here. He's got a lot of pressure on him, only 18 seconds to work with him. And Camacho's legs are gone right now, but he knows how to hang on. Richard separates him inside of 10 seconds to go now in the 10th round of the fight.
Don't jump.
And this really could be scored a 10-8 round. Most judges won't do that, but I mean, Oscar has done everything but drop him. I'm going to score 10-9. And on the other side, Pat Burns telling Camacho, come on, you got to pick it up. You can win. You can still win this fight. Pat probably knows in his heart how tall a task that would be at this stage of the fight. And there they go, putting the tape off. I don't know whether that's intentional or not, but it gives Camacho a little bit more time. Don't forget Camacho's 35 years of age against a 24-year-old tonight.
Let's go.
So round 11, time is back in. Camacho in the black, Oscar De La Hoya in the gold. Oscar just catching shots right now. You know, Dave, look at the way the determination of the fighter Camacho was. Nothing going for him. He walked into a right hand there, and yet this kid, there's just no quit in him.
No quit in him. He'll tie up. He'll try to work this clock, get out of here and survive, and hope that he might get lucky. But for De La Hoya, they've had a sense that if they could get some power shots in on Camacho early, that they would be seeing a lot of this in the second half of the fight. Camacho just trying to survive and not being able to hold off De La Hoya. The most impressive thing for De La Hoya is he has taken what's worked for him throughout this fight, and he has not deviated at all. No rounds off, no change of styles. Just go right back to the bottom. Very Chavez.
Yeah, he hasn't even taken 10 seconds off. He's right on top of him. Most of the night he's had to hunt him down. He's always throwing when he comes in. And you know his arms have to be heavy here in the 11th round. We're only approaching the midway point in the 11th round. And the pace has been very, very good. I mean, Camacho does a lot of backing up, but there's still a lot of movement. Look at this. Look at this. He's trying to finish him off. Camacho has the wherewithal to hang on. Look at the bruise in the right cheek of Camacho. Camacho was down back in the 9th round. It wasn't one of those ones where he was all over the place with the legs reeling, but he was knocked down with a series of about 3 or 4, at least 2 solid punches to drop him. Nice straight right hand that time, and back goes the Macho Man, and he has the hang on and tackles him. It's just because he's sloppy right now.
Yeah, something subtle by De La Hoya, illustrating some of the special qualities he had. On the inside, he timed the separation command of Richard Steele. And then right after that, he nailed Camacho, aware that Camacho was depending upon that and was going to try to work some time off the clock and hold on. But De La Hoya timed that, and right out of it, maintaining the punch being legal, he jumped on Camacho and hurt him.
About 30 seconds to go in the 11th round. Las Vegas, Nevada. De La Hoya way out in front of my scorecard. And with the series of judges that we have here, the professionalism involved with these guys, it's got to be the same on their scorecards too, because it's really been a clinic for Oscar De La Hoya. Defending his WBC welterweight championship against the Macho Man, and he has been brilliant to this point. All right, here we go. This is the 12th and final round. It would take a knockout for Hector Macho Camacho to defeat Oscar De La Hoya. Everything has been favor of De La Hoya tonight. Just a brilliant, brilliant fight for him, David.
Not only such a brilliant fight, but this is one of those, could be a mood enhancer. Somewhere down the road, you're having a bad day, you're not happy, go put in the tape of this fight. Take a look at it. Cheer yourself up, because he has done so many excellent things in this fight. Between the leverage, the pressure, the reflexes, the athleticism, and the sense of staying on top of a guy who he knows is older, and he's not letting him into this fight.
In the head game too, leading up to the fight all week with the Macho time, and that's just the way Hector is. It hasn't affected De La Hoya one iota. 2 minutes left in this fight. It's been all Oscar De La Hoya. Nobody's really been hurt, although Camacho was down back in the 9th round. And other than that, it's been all Oscar De La Hoya. Camacho has tried to do some brave things during the course of the fight, and it just hasn't worked for him. Trying to speed bag De La Hoya's head, but he's short with those right hand punches. And look at the power that Oscar displays here. And at 30 seconds to go in the fight.
And again, one punch and grab by Camacho. He's trying to skip one punch lucky here. As, you know, when it's not going your way, that's all you can really do. And he just wants to hang in here and not get stopped.
Yeah, he's out of gas now. You see, he lets him fly. He does catch Oscar, but look at Oscar. The people on their feet, they absolutely love what Oscar has done in this fight. Both guys are fatigued. And Richard Steele calls timeout.
1 point. 1 point.
He takes a point away from him for holding.
1 point. Don't hold. Time.
It's inconsequential.
Yeah, it's academic. It doesn't mean anything anymore. And look at Oscar try to finish strong here. 45 seconds ago. That's still, you know, you got to talk about his conditioning to be able to do this at this stage of the fight. And while he hasn't got hit an awful lot, he's had to chase this guy around. That's tough on the legs. Oscar's not going to leave a heck of a lot in the ring when this one's over.
We have not seen Camacho ever be manhandled like this, bell to bell.
Just has to hang on. Richard took a point away, although it was academic. He just has to make a statement to Camacho and other fighters that you just can't hang on totally. And the bell ends the fight. I got it scored 120 to 106 with the point taken away from Hector Camacho. 120-106 in favor of De La Hoya with the final decision.
Palace, we go to the Budweiser scorecards. Chuck Champa scores the bout 120 to 105. John Keane 120 to 106. And Anek Pantangkam scores at 118 to 108. For the winner by unanimous decision and still WBC welterweight champion of the world, the Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya.
And now, here he is, boxing's #1 attraction, Floyd Mayweather.
You can't catch him, you can't stop him. I go by them gold moves. You can't beat them, then you
Here we go with the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing for the Super Welterweight Championship of the world. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and boxing fans joining us around the world, live from the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, it's showtime! Introducing to you first, on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the colors of Mexico, green trunks with red and white trim, hailing from Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. He weighed in already 152 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign in the ring with a record of 42 wins, no losses, 1 draw, with 30 wins coming by way of knockout. Please welcome one of the exciting young stars of boxing today, tonight in his 8th straight world title bout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the undefeated, unified WBC and WBA Super Welterweight Champion of the world. Demos la bienvenida al joven orgullo de Guadalajara y todo México, introducing Saúl Canelo and his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, really needing no introduction the world over, wearing blue trunks with gray trim from Las Vegas, Nevada by way of Grand Rapids, Michigan. He weighed in at 150½ pounds. His record is unblemished with 44 wins, no losses, 26 wins coming by way of knockout. He currently holds the WBC welterweight and WBA Super World Super Welterweight titles. Ladies and gentlemen, here is boxing's undisputed #1 attraction, the pound-for-pound superstar and the 8-time 5-weight division champion of the world, introducing the undefeated, the one and only Floyd Money Mayweather.
two guys that look...
Once again, a referee in charge. Now to give instructions, Kenny Bayless.
Coming to their office.
$60 million already.
Okay, Mr. Mayweather, Mr. Alvarez. We went over the rules in the dressing room. I want you to keep this fight clean at all times. I want you to protect yourself at all times. And what I say, you must obey. Good luck to both of you. Touch them up, Brennan Suarte.
Great speech by Kenny Bayless. I hope that you heard it before. He told the corner of Alvarez and Alvarez's people, I don't want any low blows. I don't want to take any points away. I don't want you roughhousing. If you do, I don't want to be seen in this fight. I don't want to interfere with this fight. This is your show. Brilliant, brilliant statement by Kenny Bayless, operating in the biggest stage that he ever could possibly operate on. So the referee, a lot of pressure, but he's handling it tremendously. Here we go. Both of these guys are focused. Remember, in the early going, everybody thinks Saul Alvarez must pressure Floyd Mayweather. Let's try to roughhouse him. Let's see if we can catch up with him at all. Here we go. Alvarez, needless to say, in the green trunks to the left of your screen. Floyd Mayweather will try to show speed, and he gets out the first shot. Alvarez goes with a straight right, a little bit of nervousness there as his off balance slides off to his left. He's okay, no question about it. Quick feints and then throws. Where kicks come in.
Shoulder by Mayweather. See that he comes in with the jab, and once he gets a comfort zone, almost impossible to hit him. That's where the idea for Canelo of starting early comes from. You have to try to get him out of that. And Canelo looking to land a right hand over the top there. A little fake, fainting.
Well, his size, remember, he is a middleweight right now at 165. Actually, he's a super middleweight, because the super middleweight is 168. And that's the... So he's gone up 2 weight classes since the weigh-in yesterday.
He weighs in by 15 pounds, and if he can convert that into power on his punches, then he really has something. In many cases, usually when one guy outweighs another by 15 pounds, it's a mismatch for the heavier guy. This just happens to be that exception.
The exception because this guy has extraordinary hand and foot speed. You just can't nail Mayweather with a clean shot. And if he can, then he changes the fight immediately. But nobody's been able to do it in this guy's career of 44 fights.
You saw Canelo just try to do that, launching the right hand after Mayweather hit him twice with the jab and was backing off. But Mayweather creates reach for himself. Canelo came up a little bit short. He needs to be entitled before he launches that right hand.
You know, his balance doesn't look great to me. He's got brand new shoes on to go with his outfit. You know, strange looking shoes with some sort of material coming down over his ankles, and he keeps sort of stumbling on them. Stepping on the front foot of Mayweather. But watch this, folks. It looks like he's dragging his feet on the canvas, and his toe is getting caught, and his heel is getting jammed up.
I think there are some nerves coming into play for Canelo with that, and I think he'll settle down in the following round, getting this one out of the way.
Well, he needs to get it out of the way in a hurry because he's got 37 seconds and he's done nothing so far. He tries to counter. Of course, the crowd thinks that punch right Mayweather, but like all of the punches, he rolls with it. See the way he pity pats in there with his right hand and just slaps that punch away? Evander Holyfield is a great advocate of carrying his punches.
You see Mayweather, he can jab and back up and score at the same time. So he's scoring and becoming elusive simultaneously, which is something only he does.
In the first round, Canelo was yet to hit it. And that's exactly the way Mayweather fights. That's why I said, and have said for many years, he's the greatest defensive fighter that ever lived. That's Mayweather's round. No question about it. WBC, WBA, and Ring Magazine Super Welterweight Championship of the world. In fact, Saul Canelo Alvarez, his weight tonight was 165, and Mayweather came in a pound lighter than yesterday's weight, or a half pound lighter, I should say, at 150. So there's 15 pounds in weight advantage for Canelo. That should spell power, but hitting this guy is a whole different ballgame. This is round 2. It's scheduled for the championship length of 12 rounds. MGM Grand Garden Casino coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada.
When you watch Mayweather study in great defensive maneuvers, the shoulder, the reaction, the feinting, all the instincts, playing off of Canelo and then starting himself. The jab, and watch the balance for Mayweather. Always in position to throw that next punch. So if Canelo's going to get to him early in this fight, is his chance. And I think now that he's shaking off the cobwebs, this is the round he's going to take his first fight.
Well, he landed a sort of body shot on the side of the body of Mayweather. Folks, as you watch Floyd Mayweather Jr., watch the way he attacks with the left hand. He's in and he's out just as quick.
Stop.
That's what my good friend, the late Angelo Dundee, used to say to Ray Leonard and Muhammad Ali. In and out, hit and don't get hit, son. Hit and don't get hit. That's the object. And it's what Floyd Mayweather Jr. lives by. Canelo Alvarez, certainly the future of boxing, but the present is still Floyd Mayweather.
And Mayweather catches him coming in as Canelo was trying to load up. And the right hand attempted by Mayweather, just reminding him that there is no direct way in.
You know, Dave and I have pointed out several fights that you shouldn't pull straight back. Floyd can get away with this because he's so big. He can get away with a lot of things that aren't textbook boxing because, number one, he's tremendously gifted, skilled. Number two, he's in tremendous physical shape, and he just knows what to do in the ring.
So that can be a right hand lead by Mayweather against the righty, which he would never do. It could be pulling straight back. It could be even lingering in the kill zone and getting away with it because he's got the speed to overcome.
In this sport, speed kills, and that's good. I don't mean literally, of course. His speed, as you all challenges seem to go to pass into the future. This is very early in the fight. We're only in the second round. There's all kinds of anticipation. I was just barely touching him with the crowd. Primarily a Mexican crowd here in the hometown of Floyd Mayweather. They want to see Alvarez win. At least two Mexicans who all paid $50,000 to sit at ringside. But that's Mayweather's round, without question. Both my brothers with Alex Vela enjoying this at the Rebels Club down there in Sydney, Australia with Jeff Bennett, the world champion, the Hall of Famer. Or wherever you're watching around the world, in the Vatican. We hope you're all enjoying it all over the world tonight because we love it right here in Las Vegas. Round number 3, scheduled for 12, as you know. Canelo Alvarez to the right of the screen tries to chop him right hand.
And he's coming in with more intensity. He's going to make his surge and his attempt right now. I said in the beginning of round 2, he would try to do it more, and he's trying it with more ferocity here. This is his attempt to gain entry into the fight. A key moment in the fight for Canelo to try and establish respect for Mayweather and try to nail him while he is still fresh.
Keep it clean, fella.
One thing that's very clear to me that Canelo's balance isn't great against this guy because he keeps him off balance. And Floyd continually, you know, is stepping on his front foot. All the time he's stepping on his front foot. It's unusual when you have a couple of orthodox fighters that do that. You always see it with the southpaw to right-handed fighter.
Well, with Floyd Mayweather, you're getting a righty, sometimes a lefty, sometimes a squared-up guy because he can do it all.
You never know. That's the way he comes at you with these different angles. Lines up, steps in the foot again. He'll step on the foot on purpose sometimes, get you off balance, and then whack you with the right hand. As he lines up his foot totally perpendicular to the foot of Canelo Alvarez, who has his pointing, both toes pointing like his shoulders are. But that's not the case with Floyd, and footwork is so important. Floyd knows every trick of the trade. There's a right hand in the corner. There's a second right hand. He says it doesn't hurt, but it does on this judge's scorecard, and that's what it counts. It doesn't figure that Floyd's going to knock him out anyway. And so far, Canelo hasn't won a round, and he's certainly not winning the first 2 minutes of this.
He can't cut off the ring here against Mayweather. Good move by Mayweather to go back as Canelo was about to cut off the ring with him. Floyd changed and then made Canelo reset and come out.
You know, don't forget that. We're talking about Mayweather, who's 36. I don't see any deterioration in his skills whatsoever because he's never been hit. So in reality,
Adrian Groner told me Thursday that his work ethic is sick.
Yeah, it is. We know that. We know that. And that's why he's such, you know, I said he's a gifted athlete, but on top of that, he has so much pride. Anybody that works that hard deserves exactly what he gets. And he's won the first 3 rounds of this fight. Easily, he's won them. Not controversially, not close. He's outboxed this guy as he planned to do. 3 rounds in the book for Mayweather. More of a look of concern in the face of Alvarez now. Let's see if that brings out urgency here in round number 4. Canelo, of course, is next to the screen with the green shoes, red trim, green trunks.
Let him up. Let him up.
Flag. Because he's the pride of Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. And he wants to get him turned out to see him.
Work out, work out, work out. Stop, stop, stop.
There's some of the rough housing that Canelo wants.
And that's what he should do.
Jab, the hook, and then tie him up. Try to make it a rumble on the inside as he gets close and tries to score with that hook. You know, what's interesting about Mayweather's style here, we saw in the Guerrero fight, he chose to be in front of him more and make him a little bit more overdrawn to entertain people. Against Canelo, he's gone back to the using the angles and doesn't want to get hit. This round is a little bit more of the Guerrero feel.
Well, until he softens up by this kid, he can't take a chance to get hit by a guy who's 50 pounds. Kenny Bayless right on top of getting him off on the inside.
No, don't break. Understand? Don't make it hard.
Great job is Kenny Bayless.
You okay? You want time? You okay?
Referee, or he wouldn't have got this assignment.
Okay? Pull that. No. Pull that Olympia. Keep it clean. Understand? Okay, ready? Time in.
All right, time is back in. Here we go.
Keep it clean. Pull that Olympia.
Continues from the MGM Grand.
Well, you notice that little thing with Mayweather, he wanted to tap up with Canelo, and the fans remembered the Ortiz fight, and they reacted to it. And Canelo did not even go to tap up with him.
He didn't bite at all. Didn't bite at all. Again, nobody down, nobody shaking, but the eyes of Canelo underneath him are getting puffy. Get that very fair skin. You don't need me to tell you that, but sometimes it can be subject to puffiness around the eyes. Of course, he's never been hit like he's going to be hit by Floyd Mayweather. Look at the hand speed. Look at that mouse coming up underneath the left eye. Slowly, Floyd is busting up that face of Canelo Alvarez. Meanwhile, Mayweather seemingly unmarked and filled with confidence. Look at the way he protects himself. Kind of exposed to the left side of his face, though, the way he's holding that left hand down. He could be hit by a right hand if he's at home when the right hand lands.
Canelo's been trying to get to him with. He's gotten close, but has paid the price for getting close and not scoring, because then he walks into the roof of Mayweather.
If he doesn't score, he's going to get time for sure. See that? I mean, it's almost like Mayweather's inviting him in to throw his own right hand. He's trying to sucker him in. Canelo goes to the right hand lead, and it falls short. That's not by an accident. That's because Floyd's so quick on his feet. In and out. That is a straight left hand by Canelo. That should give the Mexicans something to cheer for. Right back comes Floyd. So he gets hit by one and he lands 5 since then. Closing seconds though of the 4th round.
He gets hit once. He wants to make sure it doesn't make a lasting impression.
That ends the 4th. Whether you're watching in China, South America, Africa, the Middle East, across the South Pacific, Thailand, welcome one and all to the MGM Grand. Floyd Mayweather, so far, it's been boxing lesson time for the young up-and-comer, undefeated 2-time world champion, Saul Canelo Alvarez, who holds 2 belts at 154. Tonight, he weighs 165. But yesterday, he got all the way down to 152, which was the contract weight for this fight. So much for the contract. He met that and then did what he wanted to do. He hasn't landed anything. Went for the uppercut that time.
There's that short right hand by Mayweather. Lead right hand against the right-hander. Not supposed to work, but it does for him. In every fight we have seen that because of his reflexes. How he's able to block things, get out of the way here, score, and then a shot whizzed by him. Canelo keeps trying to come in. All he wants, one opportunity to open the jab, and he's just missing.
But that's Floyd. He's not just missing because he's inaccurate. He's just missing because of Floyd's defense.
Stop.
Floyd's going to get caught at some stage, but he's in such great physical condition, it'll take a lightning bolt to put him down. This guy's tremendous strength. and he's brutally punished himself. And he loves it because he knows he's the man right now.
No, let him up.
That's sensational. The more I see Floyd, you know, like everybody else on the circuit, the Romans are not like him. But I know the family, and I love the kid. And I'm really, really, really impressed with his boxing skills.
And the fact that fight to fight, you don't see any change in his workout. If he knows what his work is, and it brings him into that same level of preparation.
No. Let him up clean.
Has all the money to get soft. That's where he deserves a lot of credit for not getting soft with all that money. Many people have.
If I had his money, I would have been dead 7 years ago.
You don't marvel anything.
Now number 5, people beginning to chant USA, getting into the skin of the many, many more numerous Mexican fighters.
Stop. Let him up.
There are a lot of Mexican fighters here as well. How about that celebrity list? Jack Nicholson, Enzo Walker.
Bring him up.
Canelo
Bring him
tries
up,
to
Floyd.
This is with the left, this is with the right. Stands right in front of Floyd. Got to get frustrated soon. Now look at his hand come down. Watch what Floyd does with that. Watch what Floyd does with his hand down. He doesn't have the speed to hang his left hand. Floyd will land him with the right. As soon as he gets in position, he'll try to land it before the end. Only a few seconds left in round number 5. Perfect fight so far for the champion. Well, they're both champions. But I'm talking about Floyd Mayweather. A little bit of disgust in the face now. Point. The Alvarez family, a little bit of a look of concern on their face, and it could be. Running about Sheridan here with Dave Bontempo. If you're all enjoying your Sunday afternoon in New Zealand, the Rico boys, we got a big one coming up with Joseph Costa, who's here, enjoying the lifestyle in Las Vegas and training just as hard as Floyd Mayweather and Canelo Alvarez. On number 6. 2 champions. I understand that you didn't about Mayweather, but I think this is the 2 world belts that Canelo Alvarez has. Inside. Look who lands the blow.
The phenomenon against Alvarez as he keeps trying to get in here is that all of his other opponents now resemble slow motion when he goes up against Mayweather. There's just the subtle speed that Mayweather has that prevents him from getting there. Punches that he is used to landing against other opponents. Punches that have dropped other opponents. Punches that have stopped other opponents are coming up short or wide against Mayweather. You do get the sense he still feels that he will land a shot, a good one, sometime in this fight, but that's only one isolated moment. He hasn't been able to work Mayweather.
You know, that's what's exciting for me and hopefully the people watching around the world is the anticipation of what Canelo might be able to do with a solid right hand. But his kick just misses. It's not that he's inaccurate, he just misses because of the defense of the sensational Floyd Mayweather. Mayweather continues to take, lands.
What's the shoulder?
He's just missing better than many of Mayweather's opponents.
Keep it clean. Keep it clean. Keep it clean. Let's go.
I've never really seen Mayweather rock Shane Mosley landing in the 7th round of their fight. And he was not able to do anything after that. You get a moment with Floyd maybe, and that just seems to be about it.
Oh, he got hit with the right hand. Canelo was a little annoyed with the guy. Floyd tried to get under his skin, which is what he does. Take him to the back of the glove. The gloves are hitting the head afterwards. So the concussion is still in the head. Look at the amount of shots missing by
Stop.
And one thing that makes Mayweather frustrating to fight, he'll land these right hands, but he will not engage in a slugfest. He's still getting hit with 6s and 7s on a scale of 1 to 10. Consistent 6s and 7s, but he's not open enough so that you might land a big shot on him.
That's the amazing thing that the new prize fighters, and the natural tendency, at least for street fighters, is to, you know, somebody hits you, get him. But this guy is so much under control. Look at the way he makes out. He's making him look like an amateur. And this is a 2-time world champion. Look at Floyd, 3 in a row. They don't hurt him, but he's winning a round. I mean, there's no question he's winning a round. Losing seconds, here comes the seven to end round number 6. All right, here we go, round number 7. Floyd Mayweather in the blue trunks. They're actually blue snakeskin trunks. I guess he could afford snakeskin. He's getting $82 million now, they tell me, for this fight. It started at 41 guaranteed, now it's up to 82. And you know something? We talked about the historic event of television today, which this is a historic event in sports and in television, but it's going to turn around the Showtime Network, which is great. Now you get two big networks in the United States, Showtime and HBO, tremendous fights around the world.
There's a lot of good boxing on television now. It's a nice era. Headlined by big fights and set up by the smaller ones that lead to the major showcases. Every weekend, it seems there's something special in boxing.
But I mean, this one is over the top. Again, Alvarez misses. The crowd thinks he caught him, but he didn't. Look at this pop, pop, pop. Point, 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 point. Back in the bank for Floyd Mayweather. Just keep chaining up the piggy bank with points for him. And he walks out of here with 82 mil. You don't walk out of here with that anyway. But that only sets up another 82 mil for the next one. Hey, Dave, who's coming up if he continues to give the boxing lesson like this? Who's he fight next? Who's the next scorecard?
It's really going to be an interesting question because there isn't anybody really emerging. I mean, they might take a different path, I think, with Danny Garcia. And that would be something that would be maybe, they can get Floyd to come down and they can do another catch weight there. But this is the big fight. It took a while to get to here.
But Floyd's been fighting better since he's been busy. He's also, since he signed with Showtime, cleaned up his act a lot and is ingratiating more people, which I love to see because I really like Floyd and I think he's a terrific kid.
He's got a $200 million contract for 6 fights. This is number 2 on there, so you're going to see him quite a bit.
Nice up there. He's doing what he wants to do. And again, Dave, you said, when have we ever seen this kid in a corner like this? Backing into the corner, not getting mad, not coming up. Why doesn't he grab him and throw him down? He's letting this guy beat him up. Look at that right hand. Does he hurt it? I don't know. Look at his face. Certainly doesn't have the same attitude. Tries to go the right hand lead, tries to toughen him up. I mean, Canelo is tough. But this isn't working for him, Dave.
He's tough, but he's now beleaguered. In the corner a couple times, was hurt by that uppercut. It's a shot that you get the idea Mayweather can land whenever he wants, as effortless he wants. You have to go on the offensive mode.
And Dave, it's not even a question of getting the idea. He can actually do it. It's more than an idea. He's executing. Look at this. He's got this guy with his legs crossing, his ankles rolling. He's got him totally off balance. Put another one in the Nickelodeon. Kenny Bettis, by the way, doing a sensational job refereeing this fight, keeping it clean. And he told me before the fight, he said, all I want to do is not interfere with a great fight. Stay out of it as much as I can, because this should be a sensational fight, and it is. It's lopsided, but you always have the hopeful anticipation that Canelo Alvarez is going to turn it up a notch and catch this guy to make it real interesting. One whistle past the bridge of the nose pretty good. But Floyd, with that natural ability, just roll his head and make the punch miss. Floyd's toying with it right now.
Canelo's frustrated. He's trying to work real hard. Moving side to side, trying to cut off the ring, but then he jabs it, comes up a little bit short. And it's the 36-year-old that looks like he has the legs of the 23-year-old. We've seen this so often from Mayweather. Unbelievable sense of defense. I mean, he is the best fighter in history, not only defensively, I mean, the best fighter changing from defense to offense as quickly as he did.
Well, he just took off the first minute of this 8th round, just dancing around, making the kid miss, depending on his conditions. Now he starts to pot shot Canelo. This is he never been treated like this. He's being disrespected by being outboxed. He was frustrated. Bam! He taps him on the chin. Bam! With the right hand. Back with the left hand. Canelo catches him to the body, but it doesn't hurt Floyd. Floyd dances back, slides his left hand to his right. Sets up in front. Here comes Canelo inside. Misses. Catches him with the still. Misses that one. These are all in the shoulders, all in the body. Absolutely no damage done in spite of the crowd reaction. We can assure you that they're only 3 feet away from us in that particular flurry.
Floyd almost grinning now. He's thrilled with what he's able to do as he bounces around to his left. The other kid plods after him. Canelo coming in. He's frustrated. Wants to land something big. Lines up. Can't catch him. Bounces left. Back to the right. Upstairs with a hand. Canelo comes in on him. Jab, jab, jab. Miss, miss, miss. Miss with the right hand. There he is again. Miss, 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 miss. Oh, misses.
He has to gamble.
He's got to gamble, David.
He's got to get inside. Even though he's lining it up, he has to throw the technique idea to the window and just lower his shoulders and go after Mayweather. Whatever he pays, so what? He has to pay for that privilege to try and get that close shot. Otherwise, Mayweather can just throw it in as well as he feels like.
And that's what he's doing. Now Floyd has decided he's going to box that. I'm going to give this kid a boxing lesson now. He's up on his toes now. He's bouncing to his right. Slides his right again. Continues to slide his right. In comes Canelo. Canelo just can't land in.
Stop!
Ties up. The great champion, Floyd Mayweather Jr. What a boxing lesson he's given this kid today. You're going to see a lot more of Canelo Alvarez. He's a huge star. And look at the misses. Bell ends. Floyd Mayweather, the other sport. Super Bowl. World Cup soccer. You combine them all. You put them together, you multiply it times 10, and you still don't have the audience that's watching this fight. This is unbelievable for all you folks that are watching, and I hope you're enjoying watching one of the greatest fighters in the history of boxing rip apart a kid who's a two-time world champion, and he's only 23 years of age, been a professional since he's 15, and he's never met anything like this. Floyd Mayweather executing his game plan perfectly.
Now you see the shoulder come in. Give him a little bit more angle. Give Canelo something else to push his right hand over the top of so he comes up short.
Floyd preaches hard work, dedication, a good team. And his dad is back with him. He credits him to all of this help, and his uncle Roger working on the pads with him in the ring. Everything working perfect for Floyd and the family with a minute gone now in the 9th round. Canelo has got to grab him and throw him and roughhouse and do something. Lose the point. Let Timmy Bellis take the point away, but try to frustrate this kid Mayweather, because right now he is in his office and he is controlling all the phone calls.
Uppercut by Mayweather. Good shot. Canelo just missing over the top with his right hand. Mayweather with the shoulder up. You know, it's one thing to talk about the work ethic and the hard work and dedication which is there, but there is also something else. Mayweather has a rhythm of his own that he couldn't teach anybody else.
Work out.
His. He owns it. His instincts are flawless.
Well, now it's about time him to turn it up. There's only a minute and 14 seconds to go, so he usually turns it up just to be sure the judges will give him a round. Unlike Ray Leonard, who's touched by Andrew Dundee Muhammad. Solid right hand cracks the big jaw and the chiseled jaw of Alvarez. No matter how chiseled it is, you get another shot like that. You know, Floyd has had problems with his hands throughout his career. And sometimes he breaks his hands, he certainly bruises his hands. Has to go to the doctors for his hands after a fight. But right now, his hands are perfectly executing whatever he wants. From the brain to the end of his fist, Floyd Mayweather is in command. A Raven couldn't tap that like this. Remember Raven? Hitchcock? Actually, it was Edgar Allan Poe.
Let you have it.
Oh, you were going to attack me?
I was just going to let you have it.
It's Floyd with another chop behind the head. Thank you, Dave. You didn't put me up with that. You always protect me on the air, and I love you for it, son. I love this fight. I love watching perfection, and that's what we're seeing tonight. And you still have the anticipation at all times as it goes one more into the piggy bank of Floyd. Hey, I love 10. Woo! Talk about a 10. All right, we go to round 10. Well, right now, the only way that Alvarez can win is to knock him out. It ain't happening, folks. He can't touch him. He can't get a glove. But still, don't go anywhere because you never absolutely know for sure what can happen in a prize fight. So don't go anyplace. Because he's going to have to start throwing real bombs soon. It's his only hope to win the fight. And this guy is a warrior. 23 years old, fighting as a professional in Mexico since he was 15. 8 years experience, and as Davey said, he's only 23. He's the future. Floyd is the present and the future for the next 4 fights till he cleans up that, what is it? How much?
$200 million contract for 6 fights. This is number 2.
But he's surpassing all of that. Showtime is surpassing everything they prayed and hoped for. They put the dreams of the network on the line for. Somebody up there is doing a great job. And taking a chance with this kid is a sensational move for the Showtime network.
Right hand lead again by Mayweather, but his angles, his leverage, he lands a punch and he just cannot catch up to him. And fighters take the bout with him and they think, I've seen the tape. Everybody has seen the way he fights. So this is not a mystery how he comes out. Everybody's had the blueprint and they can't catch up to him.
Look of concern, corners of the mouth down, a lot of grit in the face of young Alvarez, but he can't do anything with him. Back in the ropes, double right hand. Look at the jaw come down now. He's just mystified by this guy. The jaw goes down, the eyes pop up. He's flat-footed. He still gets some bounce in his legs, but slowly he's being broken down by Floyd Mayweather. Perfect execution in the perfect storm. That's what Floyd Mayweather did. Makes him miss again. Look at this. Nothing lands. Nothing. Look who lands the blows. Look, he threw 3 more jabs. Nothing lands. In between, Floyd bangs one off his forehead. Floyd loves this. Look at that one. Just barely slipped a punch. Everything just misses by a whisker.
He had a stat on him sometime about how many punches have missed the last in the fight.
Well, there'd be 100 punches in this. If you total up all the misses, you still wouldn't have much but a couple of hairs. Canelo flat-footed. At one time, he was, really stumbling over, crossing his legs and getting crossed up. He's running out of time. The cheers go up. Canelo, Canelo. But it's not happening tonight for young Saul Canelo Alvarez as number 10 gets 10 more points. So now it's 100 to 90. Always go for the home run now. It's all that's left for him. And that's what's still exciting. So don't go away. Just imagine if it landed, what explosiveness there'd be in this crowd. They're all sitting in their hands right now because it's 90% Mexican nationals that are here.
That's all right. Come on, fellas. That's okay. We're all right. Just keep it
really
clean.
kept this a good fight and stayed out of it. That's a sign of a good referee. Kenny tonight. He's a great referee tonight. Took absolute control and stayed back out of the action. Alvarez does want a pot shot. He wants to land, but he can't land. All he can do is land on the hips, land on the back.
And Mayweather always has that sense of anticipation as to when Canelo is going to charge him and make a bull-like run at him so he can dart out of trouble, or when it's going to be a slow situation on the inside that he can take advantage of. Mayweather's instincts.
All right, stop. Step back clean.
Now we're at the 1 minute is gone, so it's time for Floyd to pick it up. So at this stage, he usually goes on offense. Off comes a hand, tries to set the kid in, taps him with the left hand. Watch him go on offense now, bangs him up the forehead, misses a couple. Big left hand. That was a solid punch. Big right hand. See what I mean? At the 2 minute mark, it seems like he's got a clock in his head. He fools around for the first minute, wears the kid down, takes away his aggressiveness by taking shots in the hips, then he takes over. Look at this boxing. That's about 3 straight hooks in a row that he's landed. Bounces back to his right, stops, plants, throws the right hand, comes back with the left. You never know from whence it's coming. Then he grabs him and walks him back.
And the difference when you're fighting Mayweather versus somebody else would start to walk away, and you know that they're going to get to a spot and plants and come back at you. Mayweather plants and dances his way back at you, and he's back on top of you way before you're ready. And that's what separates him from everybody else.
Canelo tries an attack here. Floyd takes some right shots, mostly on the shoulders. Dancing blows upstairs. This guy just doesn't get hit. I mean, what would happen if he didn't nail him with a shot? I'll tell you what would happen. The guy's in such great shape. You can see him in the gym when he does those neck exercises with the weights, and that's what gobbles up power. And that's what happens. Should he get hit? But he never gets hit.
So a glancing blow won't get the job done.
Even though he never gets hit, he doesn't have a bad style. Some people who never get hit are considered boring, but Mayweather has turned it into an exciting art form.
Folks, you are watching absolutely one of the greatest fighters in the history of boxing. Be pleased you spent the money to see this. Be pleased. This is history in the making. Sugar Ray Robinson, Sugar Ray Leonard. Neither one of them are better than this guy. Arguably, you could say it, but no, they're not better.
Touch goes.
All right, here we go.
Good luck, Brenda
The 12th
Fonte.
and final round of one of the greatest sporting events in the history of the world, in the history of sport, certainly in the history of boxing. We still have the anticipation, at least the Mexican fans do, that maybe, with the help of God, Alvarez could do something with his right hand. But if the man upstairs in St. Peter are watching this fight tonight, I think they got their dough on Floyd Mayweather.
He just cannot begin. And Alvarez has had opportunities. He has bull rushed him. Even though he's been frustrated, he hasn't stopped being aggressive. He's kept trying, hoping for the opening, trying to give himself a chance. And there's just so many angles and variables he has to worry about. The Mayweather feint, the foot movement, the jab, the change, the right hand lead, which would worry you. That would work against the lefty, but it's working against the righty because he's so fast he can break all the rules.
And the other thing, I don't see any deterioration in this guy's skills. When the 12th round, his legs are soft, bounces back to the right. He'll come back and circle the right now. We're down on his heels a little bit. Lets Alvarez come in, dictates that Alvarez is trying to chase him down. Alvarez plotting for it, falls like a bull towards him. Now he decides to pick it up. Minute and 30 seconds to go now in the fight. It's been all Floyd Mayweather Jr. No big rounds because there's been no knockdowns, just a boxing match. Look at the way this fighter makes him miss.
The only comparison to Floyd Mayweather is to himself. I think it is better than he did against Mosley, against Marquez, against Guerrero. This has been a vintage, a reawakening in these last couple fights as to the crowd-pleasing performance he's put on, and this has been a defensive masterpiece. That makes you appreciate even more what Oscar De La Hoya was able to do against him in 2007 when he almost beat him.
And again, we wish Oscar well. He's in rehab. Got a problem with alcoholism. We wish him well. It's a very tough disease to beat, but you're going to do it. Chad, you get back. We miss you. You should be here. You know when you're sick, there's nothing you can do, and nobody knows that better than I do, believe me. But you can come back. Jab, jab, jab. 30 seconds to go in the greatest sporting event in the history of sports. There might have been greater events when it all came down, but there's never been anything bigger than this event that you folks around the world are so fortunate to see. I consider myself very, very lucky to be sitting here watching. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mayweather has defeated him, winning every round of this fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of action, we have a majority decision. Here the score totals. Judge at ringside, C.J. Ross scores the bout 114 to 114, even a draw. Overruled by judges Dave Moretti, who scores the bout 116 to 112, and Craig Metcalf, who sees it 117 to 111, in favor of the winner of the Super Welterweight Championship of the World, Floyd Money Mayweather.
Caesar's Palace here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Let's get ready to rumble! 12 rounds of boxing for the WBO Lightweight Championship of the World. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the white, trimmed with red and green, and weighing in at 133 pounds. His professional record, 32-0 with 1 draw, 16 KOs. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the pride of South Central Los Angeles, California, presenting the challenger, the former undefeated junior lightweight champion of the world, Genaro Chiquinito Hernandez. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the black, trimmed with white letters, and weighing in at 135 pounds. In 1992, he captured Olympic gold, and now as a professional, he has earned 3 world titles in 2 different weight divisions. His record, 18-0, 16 by KO, and he is the pride of East LA, presenting the champion, the WBO lightweight champion of the world, the Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya.
So we're just about set to go. Richard Steele will call the combatants in for the final instructions.
Time's up, hurry up. Let's go. Come on, honey. Let's go, Oscar.
Okay, I spoke to both fighters in the dressing room. I'm reminding you again, obey my commands at all times. Shake hands and good luck.
Time's up.
Right to it. Here we go. Round number 1. I'm looking forward to this one, Dave Bontempo.
Hey, 50-0, these 2 fighters in the ring. Better believe we get some goosebumps.
All right, here we go. Final prayer from Genaro Hernandez. And I'll tell you one thing, there's a lot of people from LA in town, I'll tell you, for this fight. Round 1, Caesar's Palace. Oscar De La Hoya in the black trunks and Chiquinito Gonzalez in the white with the colors of the Mexican flag on his trunk. Feints with his right shoulder and then comes with a half uppercut.
Interesting as Hernandez comes out and tries a double jab. De La Hoya circling, trying to get a little bit of a read on the situation here. And you have to expect a little bit of nerves in the opening round between these guys, being that this is a neighborhood battle played out on a world stage. Pretty incredible that 2 guys so close to each other where they grew up have gotten to this point in their careers and what's on the line. And you'll see a little bit of nerves perhaps, and then that will go away.
Oh yeah, I think we're seeing nerves right now. Chiquinito trying to get off and land something. Oscar really hasn't started yet at all. He's just doing some feints and trying to find out what he might be able to do with this guy. Very hyped up fight this week here at Caesars. A lot of people want to see this. Been a lot of talk about the neighborhood rivalry. And now a jam-packed crowd here in the outdoor arena at Caesars to see these 2 guys do battle. Very warm this afternoon here, but it's cooled down to the 90s now, high 90s though it may be here in September. But with the lack of humidity here, both of these guys have trained and they know how to handle a situation.
Well, Hernandez doing a pretty good job with his jab as De La Hoya looking to see how he'll get inside the Hernandez jab.
Yeah, Oscar has to figure that out because this, again, even though it's only a half inch, it's the tallest guy that he's fought. A little bit different look for Oscar. Doing a nice job getting below the wild shots of Hernandez. But again, Oscar really hasn't done anything offensively yet. Fighting decently defensively, but he better start landing some shots or he's not going to win the first round. Hernandez misses, let one whistles past the nose of Oscar. And you see what a good boxer Hernandez is. He's in and out, bounces in. He comes into the kill zone, gets right back out, goes with his jab. Oscar back with his jab that falls short.
Hernandez is a textbook boxer, and the question in this fight is, what will happen if he finds himself in an uncomfortable position? We haven't really seen that much in his fights, and that is what De La Hoya hopes to put him in, some kind of an uncomfortable position in this fight and take away some of the grace and the composure that Hernandez is known for.
Well, that could be said too, Dave, in a lot of ways for Oscar, because Hernandez at some stage during this fight could put Oscar in places he hasn't been.
That's what the beauty of this matchup is.
Oh, yeah, I love this matchup. All right, the bell ends round one. I think that's Hernandez's round. Patrick De La Hoya, and for Rudy Hernandez to Genaro Chiquitito Hernandez. This is round two. Caesars Palace, Las Vegas, the outdoor arena. Plenty of heat during the day, way over 100 degrees today. And that's, now this time of night, it's cooled down sufficiently enough so it's comfortable for the fighters.
And De La Hoya trying to settle into a comfort zone, gets his jab off early in round two. Whereas Hernandez settled into his game playing comfortably in round one. Oscar De La Hoya still looking to do that, but we're seeing a little bit more bounce, head movement, as he starts to put a little bit more into his attack.
Yeah, he's definitely more offensive-minded in this second round than he was in the first round. Remember, both of these guys are excellent boxers, and both of them have a different idea as to what they want to do. Hernandez crashed a right hand to the side of the head of Oscar. Oscar just kind of bending down to the knees a la Pernell Whitaker. And, you know, there's 4 or 5 punches that look good if you see it way back in this arena. But up here where we are, Dave, you can see that those 4 or 5 punches by Genaro Hernandez were all blocked in the gloves of Oscar, as were those last 2 jabs. So Oscar's positioning is perfect.
It's good for him defensively. For Hernandez, he has to keep the pressure on, keep the double jab in, try to keep De La Hoya away. As you watch De La Hoya come forward, he's trying to set up something. The head movement, he is looking to find out what works. And we've known that his left hook has been an explosive punch and something that has come along, become a real trademark for him. He's trying to set something up, and you get the idea that if he slips inside, he'll know exactly what he wants to do, and that was a good example.
Oscar beginning to hit with some power now. He's in a real street fight right now with this guy. Snaps the head back, and Genaro says, yeah, I like that. Let's go. Oscar doesn't want to really engage any more than he is right now because he's scoring. Genaro Hernandez is missing shots. See, all of those missed. Now watch Oscar. His jab stiff on the chin. Watch the difference. He parried away. Now that time, Genaro Hernandez got through with a sneaky right hand.
Well, we saw some good body shots from De La Hoya in this round, and he was able to spin Hernandez. We'll look for him to go back and try to do more of that as he found an opening, and he's looking to key off something that Genaro Hernandez does so that he can launch into something.
And that's the thing about Oscar. He's very cerebral. But when it comes to boxing, so too is Genaro Hernandez. Closing seconds now. This is the second round. I think a better round for Oscar De La Hoya because he got the offense in with the bell ends. And I've got a dead even after 2. Much better boxing for De La Hoya as he opened up offensively in round 2. Colonel Bob Sheridan here with Dave Bontempo. We're at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is for the WBO Lightweight Championship of the World at 135 pounds. De La Hoya defending his title. And Hernandez moving up from the World Championship position that he had at 130, trying it at 135. Well, this is almost perfect matchmaking for De La Hoya because he's facing a lot of these guys that are coming up to him now.
It's been good for him. He's had the technique of beating guys back, muscling them. And in this case, not only does he have that advantage, he's doing a lot of bobbing here, a lot of making himself short, trying to get inside. We've been seeing him work on this to try to overcome any reach disadvantage or even to create a reach advantage for himself and then spring into it. But what he did there, he did all that but didn't throw punches, and Hernandez was smart enough to capitalize and scored with the right hand.
He did score with the right hand, but Dave, I still like the defense that I'm seeing from De La Hoya. I mean, he made him miss about 7 or 8 punches, and he's looking for a shot to land his own, to counter him. As far as I'm concerned, De La Hoya is still dictating the pace. He's the ring general right now. Forces Hernandez back when he wants with that double jab, but he needs to throw the right hand. There it is. Right there, spun the head. He didn't get it all, but enough to spin the head of Hernandez.
And make him smile to acknowledge how good that shot was. And that's a message being sent about the power of De La Hoya to Hernandez in this fight.
Hernandez flicks out the jab, and Oscar catches it, and Oscar lands 3 or 4 pity-pat shots, sort of half uppercuts. He was trying to land that right hand subtly, but not quite in position, and he did it coming off the left jab, which is the perfect way to do it.
Here's De La Hoya opening up. He found an opening and worked that body well. That was an excellent hook, too.
Oh, boy, he really, the hooks to the body set it up, and then he had a nice uppercut in that flurry. That's probably the most scoring, heaviest blows that Oscar's landed in the fight, and we're in the closing 30 seconds now of the 3rd round. But Oscar's boxed a lot better after the 1st round. He used the whole 1st round to feel this guy out, and Gennaro is trying to do things, but look at the defense. Oscar's not given credit for the defensive tactics he's using against a great fighter. This Hernandez is a terrific fighter, mind you. The bell ends, round number 3. That, to me, is definitely a De La Hoya round. He's asked, right hand's doing well, land some more of them, because I think he's starting to break down Gennaro Hernandez.
He's coming in behind the jab. And if he can get Hernandez to fire the jab over him or even throw a lazy jab, he can explode on the inside after that.
Well, his Hernandez lands a couple, but he makes him pay with a hard uppercut with a right hand. And then look at these downstairs, back upstairs. De La Hoya's missed a few, but notice how patient he is when he misses. He comes back and gets set up again.
And look at the power for De La Hoya. Next time he's in on that opportunity, how he maintains his balance, shows you good hand speed from both sides, maintains his leverage, and gets the most out of his punches. He is excellent at working for an opportunity and then making the most of what's given to him.
I mean, this to me is a very cerebral fight for Oscar De La Hoya, and shows me just how intelligent he is in the ring, because Hernandez is very smart. Oscar used the whole 1st round, and now look at the way he's capitalizing here in the 4th with a little over a minute gone. Loads up the right hand. That's what his corner wanted, even though it was kind of a wild right hand for Oscar. Usually Oscar sets that up with the left, but, you know, we forget that Oscar is a warrior, too, so, you know, he can get into a brawl every once in a while.
Right now, he's sort of a thinking man's assassin in there.
And from East LA, where he's from, and from South Central LA, there's not a lot of thinking men assassins, but there are a lot of assassins. And these are 2 of them doing it Marcus of Queensbury style. Nice right hand get through by Gennaro.
This is exceptional patience by Oscar De La Hoya to let Hernandez get off first. Remember, Oscar De La Hoya's natural instinct has been the one to dictate the pace of the fight. He's letting Hernandez throw the first shots. He's waging the defensive battle first and then coming in. That takes a lot of discipline.
Oh, tremendous, Dave, and I'm glad you pointed that out, because when he's doing the defensive tactics as he seems to be in this like 20-second period of time, Hernandez just can't catch him. And look at that hard driving right hand of the body of Gennaro Hernandez. Meanwhile, look at all these punches he's missing, and he's missing them all. That's 5 or 6 punches in a row that Oscar made him miss.
And he's making Hernandez pay, which is the best part about it for him. After doing all the good defensive work, he does not let Hernandez rest after a miss. He comes right back and punctuates the opportunity by scoring. And we're seeing some exceptional discipline here by De La Hoya.
And, you know, as you look into the eyes of both fighters, you know both of them are right into this thing. But Oscar just looks like he's just in his office. You know, is that the power of De La Hoya is significant over that of Gennaro Hernandez, and the shots that he's landed are much cleaner than anything Hernandez. Now, Hernandez wants to turn it up a notch here because he's probably behind by a couple of points in this fight right now.
Well, he also needs to stay in there and prove that he can hang in there in the power department with De La Hoya, but what has to be tough for him is what an excellent thinking man's bout that Oscar is waging. Letting him throw these shots, him Hernandez is dictating, he's getting off first, but he's not scoring. And then De La Hoya comes back on him and wins the exchange. And that's tough when you think that you're doing all the work and the other guy is scoring.
So, Dave, let me ask you this. Is he really dictating, or is this exactly what Oscar wants to do?
This is what Oscar wants to do, waiting. I mean, Hernandez is fighting the way he wanted to come in here, get off first with the double jab. The problem for him is he's doing all the work, he's throwing all the punches first, and then De La Hoya is getting the benefit of what happened. So here's 30 seconds of action as Hernandez goes southpaw. You're the one getting off first, and the other guy gets the acclaim. And now Hernandez is switching styles, so he's confused.
Well, he's got the left foot back out in front, back fighting as an orthodox fighter. But when you switch to southpaw, several things happen. One, you lose power. Number two, you lose accuracy. 9 out of 10 times you get hit more. So guys that switch, for whatever reason, they're not trained to fight both ways. It's a mistake. And he only did it for about 5 seconds or so.
And many Hernandez fights that look like this, stylistically, he's throwing these jabs, he's landing it, and he's driving his opponent back. Here, he's coming up just a little bit short on that jab. Then he's out of position, and De La Hoya steps into the opening and scores.
Now, while we talked about the fact that Hernandez is the tallest fighter that De La Hoya has fought, so too is De La Hoya one of the taller guys that Hernandez has ever fought. These guys are tall for lightweights.
Right, so he's not able to jab down. But what's interesting about this is he's jabbing and missing by 6 to 8 inches every time. And that's because of the defensive acumen of De La Hoya. And you love that as a purist to see what a guy does from fight to fight to set up his offense. And this time De La Hoya is using defense to set up his offense.
But you watch him, folks, because every time that Hernandez throws the right hand, Oscar sets him up. He'll take the jab, jab, jab. But when he throws the right hand, you just watch Oscar De La Hoya come right back and jump on him, because Hernandez is actually off balance after he throws his right. Watch this now and see if it happens before the bell ends the 5th round. Trying to set him up here. He's gone with the left. We're almost out of time, so you probably won't get a chance to see that as the bell is coming up to end the 5th round. All right, here we go. This is the 6th round from Caesar's Palace. Can Oscar keep the pressure on Genaro Hernandez? Hernandez walks forward into him and then unleashes. But look at this. Genaro may have landed 1 punch in his 4-punch combination. Look at how many clean shots that Oscar's hitting him.
Now, we talked about the fact that De La Hoya's defense and power is affecting how Hernandez fights. Hernandez has to come closer now, and he's paying the price for getting closer. And that left hook to the nose really shook Hernandez. We talk about the jab by Hernandez coming up short. So now he's going into a new mode, and that left hook in that last exchange, drawing blood and hurting Genaro Hernandez. This is not the style Hernandez wanted, but De La Hoya is making him do this.
Yeah, and that half-foot 45-degree uppercut split the nose wide open of Hernandez, so nobody's been down, but Hernandez is shaking right now, I'll tell you, because he got that slash up on the nose, and he still has a cut in his eye, and just the fact he puts his arms down like that indicate to me that he's frustrated and fatigued.
And Hernandez, based on where that blood is coming from, may have suffered a broken nose, and De La Hoya will show you the speed of a light fighter, but when his punch is landed, it has a heavy-handed thud to it. So he really hurts you when he gets the opening, and it's a short punch that usually does a lot of damage for him.
Well, you talked about that, and as you were saying that, he landed a right hand right in the middle of just exactly what you were explaining. So Hernandez now is slowed down. He's set up right in front of Oscar, and Oscar just looking for the opportunity. Watch when Hernandez throws the right hand that Oscar tries to counter with it. If Oscar's on the outside, if he's on the inside, he can't very well counter. He'll throw his right hand.
Yeah, we talk about breaking a guy down. It's usually because you're backing him up and you're taking away everything the guy likes to do. This is a breakdown in reverse because Hernandez is coming at De La Hoya, but his defense is taking Hernandez out of the fight, and his defense is what's setting up the breakdown here. This is excellent discipline by De La Hoya round after round to be able to wait even though he's hurt Hernandez.
You know, David, we've done a lot of his fights, and I just see a total progression, especially against a boxer as good as Hernandez. Forget about the fact he's coming up in weight. De La Hoya is just really, in my opinion, dictating what goes on in this fight. Hernandez now, for one of the few times the fight backs off, and Josh going to look for the right hand. There it is, right there, snaps the head.
And this is a 32-0 guy he's doing this to, who had several title defenses at 130 pounds.
Well, I'll tell you this, Hernandez has taken, I would say, 7 or 8 very heavy blows in this round. He's cut up, he's bleeding from the nose, may have a broken nose, as you pointed out, Dave. He's got that cut in the eye. His body has taken a lot of punishment. Closing seconds, and round 6 is over. That was a really good, you could score that 10-8, really, in favor of De La Hoya.
Hernandez has quit. He said that's it. We're talking about how good De La Hoya was in that round. And those shots to the nose probably broke it. He hit him with so many high-action, short, powerful shots.
Gentlemen, your attention, please. Following the end of round number 6, Hernandez told referee Richard Steele he was unable to continue. Referee stops the bout at the end of 6 rounds. The winner, and still lightweight champion of the world, still undefeated, the Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya.
So, Dave, just a sensational fight for this man.